All right. Good morning. This is a regular meeting and retreat of the Rockport City Council. It's taking place on January 12th, 2023 in Bastrop, Texas. It is 9:04 a.m. and the meeting is in order. First thing on the agenda, citizens to be heard. It's in small print, and I'm reading without reading glasses, but here's what it says. This time, comments limited to 3 minutes will be taken from the audience on persons who have signed speaker's card located at the table in the back of the training room and service center and delivered to the city secretary before the meeting begins, or written comments received by 4 p.m. on the day of the meeting on any agenda item or any other subject matter. It will be read and summarized in the minutes of the meeting. Persons wishing to address the council and who have registered using the citizen participation form will have up to 3 minutes to speak. In accordance with the Open Meetings Act, council may not discuss or take action on any item that's not been posted on the agenda. While civil public criticism is not prohibited, disorderly conduct or disturbance of the peace as prohibited by law shall be cause for the chair to terminate the offender's time to speak. I have one item that was handed in yesterday and asked to be read into the record, and Councilman Brundrett has that.
Patrick Kane, 1123 East Cedar Street. What is happening today shouldn't ever happen again. Rockport business should be conducted in Rockport in front of the citizens you represent. I'd like to remind Councilperson Brundrett what he said after he elected, which is, it takes a village, and I'm grateful for the village and the community I have surrounding me with support and prayers. Mr. Brundrett, I'd like you and the other council members to look around the room where you're meeting today and take note of who you've surrounded yourself with. Not counting the city staff and elected and appointed officials, how many Rockport citizens do you see? I'd also like to remind Councilperson Jackson what she said after being elected, which is, I have my mandate to stand up for wise use of people's money, protect our environment, and represent Ward 1 without fear or favor. Ms. Jackson, what did this off-site meeting cost the taxpayers? I can assure you it cost more than the property tax I paid to the city last year. Why couldn't this meeting have been held in Rockport so that my tax payment went to something useful like streets and drainage? Mr. Mayor, whether it was intentional or not, you have set a new low for transparency within the city by allowing an off-site meeting for routine city business. Rockport business should be conducted in Rockport. Any elected official who doesn't want to discuss Rockport business in front of the citizens they represent should resign.
There being no other citizens to be heard, first item on the agenda, discussion regarding solid waste services and franchise matters.
Mayor, can I suggest that we make a statement of who all is in the room? Do a quick roll call, whoever else is in the room.
All right, go around the room, introduce yourself if we'll, starting with Kimberly.
Kimberly Henry, Assistant to the City Manager.
Vanessa Schroner, City Manager.
Danielle Hale, Ward 1.
Tim J. Rowe, Mayor.
Katie, Ward 2.
Sorry.
Katie Jackson, Ward 1.
You're 1. I'm 2. Wow.
Y'all keep moving around.
My apologies.
More coffee.
Yes, more coffee.
You guys got this into Andrea Hatman, Ward 4.
Brad Rodrette, Ward 3.
Katie Griffin, Director of Finance.
And Art Rodriguez, Special Counsel.
Thank you. Discussion regarding solid waste services, franchise matters.
Okay, so I guess y'all started discussions before I got here because Richard left me a note that this would have to be dealt with. Our contract currently with Republic expires on July 31st, and we have to give 120 days notice to cancel that, which is like May something. So we have, if we do not do anything, it automatically renews for 5 years as written. What I put in your packet is their contract. I've put in basically Republic's offer, quote unquote, for the next coming year. And I've put another group who wants to come in, and they are Coastal Bend Waste, and their information that they submitted. And then another thing you have in here is a spreadsheet of the revenue that we've received for the past, 5 years, 6 years from Republic. So I have had some comments that we want to open it up to free market. If we want to discuss that now. I can go down that. That's gonna cause an issue for staff and the city along the way, I think. So what we've done is kind of considered some options. The one would be free market, but it is no longer a city service. So we cut it out of the city service and let citizens contract and pay and do their own. Another option would be to split out the commercial, the residential, and the industrial and do 3 separate contracts or 3 different contracts. You know, if we wanted to handle industrial differently and not have it a specific contract, we could. The issue we're having with industrial right now that I think we need to address while we're doing this whole thing is we're not collecting our franchise fees because we don't have any handle on who's coming into the city. So let's put that industrial portion in a box and know that we need to come back to it. I don't believe Coastal Bend offers commercial pickup. I think they're only equipped for residential. I also do not believe that they offer recycling. So there is information. I'll take questions. Y'all can discuss and I'll chime in where needed, or do you need more information? Where are you guys headed with this?
I mean, I like having it open. I think we need to give an opportunity to both right now. If they want to have it, give people a choice what they want to do. So that's how I feel. Now we both feel that way.
But yeah, I mean, for me, you know, in theory, I 100% agree. The challenge ends up being, and this is only because I've had to deal with this in a previous job that I had, is that, you know, you no longer have trash running on a particular day in a particular neighborhood. You no longer have, I call it kind of the aesthetics of matching reciprocal. I know that's silly, but in some neighborhoods it matters. You have some who choose not to hire anybody at all at that point, and then, you know, they're stockpiling their trash or you know, finding other people's cans, those kind of things. So when we do it the way that the services currently are, which I'm not, you know, me personally, I'm not a huge fan of it, but it's, you know, that my opinion doesn't really matter, is that it's consistent for all, the services are provided for all. You know, you don't have folks that are trying to save a buck by either not getting somebody to take their trash, you know, or what have you. So that
And I agree with you, but so on my understanding is that I'm saying if they come in front of us and they have just the cost comparison and give people those option, to my understanding is they are able to work with, like, say, people who want the conformity of the same bins and all that stuff, they can work with the HOAs and have those work that way. I don't see having people that are not in the HOAs and smaller neighborhoods having a very big issue with it, as long as it's cost effective for them. But I just feel like just going with one thing, I think, again, not saying that Republic is horrible and they're not going to be what we need to go with, but when you go with just one thing, you're letting them become, just, I don't want to say lazy, but like, you just don't have that. They're going to do what they want to do. So, I mean, because they know they're going to get the bid.
I'm sorry, I left out an option that we could have. If we open it up, we could write an RFQ, and you have to meet the qualifications to serve in the city. Because if you just open it up, you're going to get Art in his pickup truck, who becomes a trash service, and like she said, people that don't pick anybody. And you can write your standards into that RFQ, and then if you have that, you can serve in the city. And then you're registered, and then we can, Katie, can we manage like 2 or 3 different billings?
Not with current staffing levels.
Okay.
It would require a designated employee for each company, because we would have to do separate billing cycles.
And so then
The fear of
also
that.
with that, you get people that switch service and we don't know about it, so we're still sending them a Republic bill or whatever, and they're on Coastal, and I truly believe if we open it up, we have to cut it as a city service.
My thoughts on the deal, I've had numerous conversations with about this, and I don't want to just open it 100% because I don't want that, you know, 5, 6, 10, whatever vendors that may be coming into the city, and then you just, the span of control gets out of whack. But I would like to see the opportunity for others to come in, and if that means a split between residential and commercial, that's a possibility, and or, like you said, the worst thing that happen is we have trash in the streets, and the trash not getting picked up, and we don't know whose fault it is. If we have 3, 4, 5 vendors, then
Public Works is gonna be picking it up.
correct. Now we got our guys in a pickup going by and grabbing trash cans. And we don't want that. Republic is doing a pretty good job right now, but I also am a firm believer in the free market and let the market decide. But so I do like the RFQ idea. If we do, maybe not a whole RFP, but if we do an RFQ, is we can scope it the way we write it the way we want to, and it may limit the.
So are you proposing an RFQ that anybody that can meet the standards can serve? Or an RFP splitting the services between residential, commercial, and industrial?
I guess that would be. I mean, I'm game to hear what everybody else has to say about it. But if we do invite others, no one else is really going to go for. The residential is not where the money's at. The commercial and industrial is where the money's at for the trash. So I would love to stick with who we have for that currently, and then also go with the industrial. We need to look at that and collect our franchise fee on the industrial. But you said put it in a box, someone can talk about it. But for the residential, that could be opened up, but not to 5 or 6 vendors. We really need to limit how we handle that.
To me, this, having talked to one of the individuals who submitted some considerations in here, they're not scaled to do the business currently. They're committed that they can. They have never managed any municipal contracts to date, but they say that they can. And I think they're great folks. I enjoyed visiting with them, and I was like, hey, I'm super enthusiastic about you guys wanting to operate and expand your business in this community. Why, from a municipal standpoint, do we have to be their guinea pigs, or what creates their business model? Whereas you have these other companies who are tried, true, and tested, and I'm not saying necessarily just Republic, there's others in the space, that this is the business that they do for a community as complex as we are. And I said, look, we're not 10,000 people. We're Rockport. We're transient. We're vacation. We're all these other things. I said, why don't you go get a Taft or an Odom contract and test your water working with government, and then come back to us here in a couple of years. And, to me, that makes a little bit more sense. How do we continue to support them and let them grow? But I don't really want to be the one to teach them how to be a municipal solid waste provider.
But they do the county.
No, they do not. They
do some
residential pickups for one-on-one
No,
customers.
my point is they do the county though. They do have clients. I'm not.
No, they
all
have
my
clients.
Yeah, my point is, I just want to open it up. I'm not saying I want to go with either one. I just want to make sure they have the opportunity to at least come in front of us and say, this is what we're offering. This is the price point. This is what we can do. Then make a decision on it. I just don't want to be, we're only going with this person because they're the only people that are, I just don't. I think we have to give everyone the opportunity to at least come in front of us and have that ability to have that conversation with us.
And that would be the
Both
RFP type
Right,
process.
but both of these have asked to present to you at the next council meeting. This is obviously a very competitive business. There are very hard salesmen. So they both asked for a presentation next meeting. But she's right, if there's an RFQ, you have an opportunity to interview them then. Whereby as a presentation, you're just gonna need to listen to it.
Well, let's think about this as an open market, but from a different standpoint. In the city of Rockport, as we know from Mr. Meek's presentation, 87% of property taxes are paid by residential. I'm going somewhere with this, hang on. Now, in comes this place called Coastal Bend, which is all local. It's all right in Aransas County, in northern San Pat. It's a local business hiring local people. Shouldn't we be willing to work with them to get them into bigger business, to expand their fleet, to expand the need for heavy machining repair in South Wales County, which is desperately needed? I think it's only a positive if we do the first step. But on the other hand, we could always see everything they have to present and say, no, can't do that. They currently do not offer recycling service. How important is that actually to the citizen? Because I know there's a lot of people that never use their recycling can. So is recycling that important? I mean, I use mine all the time, but that's me. So there's all those things that have to be weighed. This is not honestly a black and white issue.
And it's really not a decision between Republic and Coastal Bend.
No.
Because
No.
as
Consider
soon as this
everybody.
gets
But
out
I'm
that-
just
Yeah.
speaking because I've spoken with both of them. Those are the two
Absolutely.
that have spoken with me.
Yeah, but again, when we open this up, they all come out of the woodwork,
Right.
you know, and including other smaller Coastal Bend type companies who are just looking for I don't mean that in a negative way. They're looking for an opportunity to have growth, which is not a bad thing. Like I said, I like the idea of a small business. I don't know. I'm a little nervous about what we'll get. To Ms. Hammond's comment earlier about, you know, if you have one and that's the only one, you know, they do whatever they want. Well, not when it's a city service. I mean, they still have contract obligations, and I'm not saying they're perfect by any means and they've made mistakes, but at least gives us a little bit of ability to yank that chain if they're misbehaving in our community.
And it's not more so, and I just want to make sure I clarify that, it's not more so just them being not, it's also with the pricing as well. I mean, it's upping the rate every year, doing what they can with the pricing. That's another thing that's going to be a big factor to me, is trying to give out a cost-effective service to our client, to our, you know, to the citizens that are, you know, getting the quality of what they need. So, I mean, again, I understand completely where you're coming from. I just want to make sure that we give everyone an opportunity at least to have that ability to come in front of us and have that opportunity. So that's my main thing.
We're still going to have, when there's a problem, it doesn't matter which company is providing the service that creates the problem is going to be ours. Because we're the ones that provide the service, or are charged with providing the service to the people we represent. The problem that I see is that if we don't have some sort of control over that, we can't answer to the people about it. And when we start having the idea of it being completely open, and nobody's advocating that, I hadn't heard y'all say that either, but it being completely open, somebody with a pickup truck and a dumpster that they can put junk in someplace can pick up things whenever they want to, and people will contract with them because they'll be the cheapest one on the list. And we don't know whether they can provide a service we need or not. But when we talk about recycling, I think recycling is going to go away. They can't get rid of plastic right now. They used to sell it to China. China doesn't want it anymore. So eventually, there will be something that will take the place of regular recycling, because there's not going to be a place to get rid of the junk that they're going to pick up and to recycle. We don't do glass. Everybody that moves to town thinks, oh, why don't they get glass? Can't get rid of that either. So there'll be a time that won't be an issue. Does it matter? Probably. It depends on whether or not the majority of folks in town think that they need recycling going on. But unlike some of y'all, I've seen folks that never put those things out. I've got people on my street that don't do it. So a lot of it's going in a landfill somewhere anyway. The big thing is, I don't feel like we owe it to businesses to help them make their business better by letting them take up service in town that they're not qualified or capable of handling. Because our charge is to take care of the public, the people that live here, the people that do business here, the people that have businesses here, and to see that they have a service that will take care of their needs. And we're not doing that, we just open it up to just anybody. And so I think if we get an RFQ and people tell us what they can provide, and we look at what they say they can provide, and we're sure that they can do that, I have no problem with looking at other groups that can provide the service and people contract with them. But when we do that, we need to know that when there's a problem that comes up, we can deal with it. So we're going to have some control over that, so that when trash isn't getting picked up, or because there's some sort of suit filed against them and there's a order from a court that says they can't pick up trash until they answer the charges, somebody else is going to have to do the work, and I don't know who'll do it. So we can't take care of that kind of problem. We need to know that they can. that they have a backup. If something happens to them and their 6 trucks go down all at the same time, who's gonna pick up trash? It won't be us, because we don't provide sanitation services. And so to say that Republic's a bad idea, it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea to have Coastal doing the thing too. We've got folks that probably can provide a decent service. But we're gonna have to be convinced of that, because when they go down because they can't function, then it's our fault. Because we contracted or agreed with a group to do service for the public, and they can't do it. So they're gonna come hang all of us, which we don't need. We don't need to try to work with the public to excuse bad service from somebody. So we need to know that that the people that we are talking to that provide sanitation services to the city are capable of doing it and have a fallback plan in case they have issues, because Republic has had that. There have been times in the past that they've had trucks come out of Corpus to pick up stuff because the ones that were over here couldn't work. If you had hand-picked stuff, I know talking with the people from Coastal, they said that they would be picking up trash at your back door. I don't know how many people out in the neighborhood where I live want folks going through the gate to get to their back door. You know, maybe so, but that doesn't work. I mean, saying that doesn't necessarily mean that's what they're gonna do. But with the other one, we got Republic, they're coming and it's mechanical, it's picked up by the truck. You don't have to have 2 people riding on the back of the truck, throwing trash in the back of the truck. Is that a benefit? I don't know. As long as they pick up all the trash, it doesn't matter much. But if they don't, then we've got a problem, because it doesn't work the same way that the guy across the street does. So we just need to know that somebody can actually perform the service and that there won't be a problem if they have a backup, and that they are capable of getting the job done even if they're having issues with their equipment and all like that, because that has happened with Republic and with whoever the last one was years ago.
I mean, those are all good questions, but that's why we open it up and we can ask those questions.
Which is why you asked them, that's true.
So when you say open it
I mean,
up, you mean put out an RFP,
gosh.
not do
I don't wanna
open
have,
market?
I don't wanna have a bunch of different people. I would just make sure if we can just do one company or do 1 or 2, that is okay. I just wanna make sure everyone has the opportunity to come out and present what they wanna present to us.
No, so you did say that we had the option to go residential, commercial,
Right.
industrial.
We
And
can
I think that's probably the way to go. Why not take the best in both, in all 3 sectors?
let them compete for what they're good in.
Right, and come sell it to us that you can take care of that. You know, one, take your industrial out of the box for a second, then we get the franchise
It'd be
fees.
easier to break up. We can handle that on the billing side.
Is that
We can handle
still,
that.
That's doable.
That's
My
doable.
fear on the billing side is if we had 3 or more, really more than one residential provider, the phones would never stop.
not only does that become a nightmare for the city,
Right.
trying to track billing, because it'll be a nightmare for anybody.
And it'll be constant. His
Yeah.
rate's cheaper. Oh, I'll go with
Yeah.
yours.
Right.
Wait, he will
But
lower
they didn't
his, I'll
pick
go
up my
with his.
trash. Well,
Call the
now
city.
they call the
Do
city.
you have a blue can, white can, green can?
Right.
Silver can? What color is your can today?
I
What if they're
don't,
colorblind?
like I said, that
It
That-
would be insane.
if you want to open it up to more than one vendor in each sector, we have to cut it as a city service. I don't see any other way to do that unless there's some magic automated billing company we can third party out it to.
For a fee, obviously.
For a fee. But also look at the revenue that we get
That's true.
and understand when we cut it, we cut that revenue.
That's what I was looking at, is the franchise fee that we're 150, 200,000. Not to be no something.
And I think our franchise fees could be even greater if we were able to franchise all of the dumpsters you see through town, all the roll-offs. Currently, Republic is the only one that is paying franchise fees, and there are several other companies that have dumpsters out there. In addition to franchise fees, we get $1.23 per residential address for the residential totes. If we were to no longer work with Republic, would we be able to we add that on top of what they bill us. So that's our money for us doing the billing that we get to keep. If we were to no longer do the billing, that funding there would no longer be ours.
Does that go into the general fund, or does that go to a utility fund?
It builds into the Fund 3, which is the sanitation fund.
Okay.
The franchise fees come straight to the general fund.
And does that help pay for the clerks, utility clerks, or?
It helps to offset the processes.
Also, if you open it up, you've got everybody's heavy truck running on the streets.
Certainly.
And so you're gonna
Tearing
double,
up
triple
streets
every street's traffic.
Leaking their oil everywhere.
Sludge.
Is there, like the chief said, mayor said, can you build into the contract some kind of secondary, so company A is not doing a good job, or they have a mechanical issue, their trucks are down. Can you have a reserve or a backup? Is there a way?
I mean, if they're willing, if company B
Yeah,
is
I guess
willing.
they'd have to be,
Because I'd be like, well, I'm not picking up his stuff.
yeah, I'm plan B.
Right, give me
Yeah.
the business, I'll pick it up. You know,
Okay.
I don't know how that would work logistically.
So if we were to, obviously I'm still not clear on all the terms, but if we were to open up each sector and one vendor in each sector, is that something we could do?
Yes.
Instead of saying residential, we're gonna have 3 vendors, well, these guys will be doing residential, these guys will do commercial, these guys will do industrial, and we can do that from there.
What we'll
Is
do
that-
is 3 separate RFPs, and you can submit for one or all. And so if one gets one and one gets the other, and, a third party gets the third,
Mhm.
then that's fine.
But we can.
But we have a handle on it at that point.
We still have a handle on it, that's something that the utilities can take care of, blah, 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 blah. Okay.
Yes, we could do that.
So we can open it up and say, hey, come apply, and have 3 different vendors if that's what's best, we determine is best for the city.
Not open it up to the market, open up an RFP for submittal.
Right,
Which-
that's what I meant.
I think
That-
it's us getting on that language
Yeah.
to make sure we're calling
Yeah.
it the right
Yeah.
the same thing.
Because that really is what we should be doing at this point. Dividing it out into 3 is new. We can meet this deadline. Republic has offered to do a 1-year extension, very generously. If we want to take more time writing it, I don't necessarily think we need it. I think we can meet these deadlines. And we need to remember when we're doing that negotiation, we have control. If we need industrial company C to provide roll-offs for city events, or we need them to not increase their rates for the first 2 years of a 5-year contract, or, there's things that we can ask for and be reasonable that are protecting our citizens. And we need to not lose sight of the fact that it's a negotiation.
I was reading through the Republic contract and then went back to the BFI contract. Is it 5-year standard, or can we do, I guess we could do less, that's a negotiation, but
Well, you're asking them to make a significant capital investment.
correct, yes.
So 5 years is fair. I would rather see 3, but I would understand if a company came in and said, I'm gonna buy, 5 new trucks and 10,000 bins. I want 5 years.
And I also don't think this is something we want to do annually,
Oh, no. No,
And
please.
like you said, they're making a significant capital investment, and they get booted
Right.
365 days from that, then
So we
that's
ask,
not fair to the customer.
yeah, well,
I agree, but-
there's always an out for us for service.
yes, ma'am.
So if it goes south, we can say adios. And there are some extra things that we can put into there. I had mentioned that if our Republic rep, who is incredibly responsive, left, I had mentioned it to them. I want 90 days to determine if we like the new person, and if we don't, we can get out. But again, that's a negotiation. I would come in if I were a business owner and say, all my reps are perfect, you're gonna love everyone you get, I'm not gonna give you out for that. But we can start with 3, they can ask for 9, and we can settle on 5. We'll put minimums in the RFQ, and then we'll negotiate from there.
So I just want to make sure I understand. So RFQ,
I'm sorry, RFP.
no, like you, an RFP would just, I don't want to have, like I said, 5 different companies. I don't want to have just that way. I just want to make sure that people all have their ability to come and present to us. And come. That's all. That's all I want. So I don't need to have more burden on Katie and you guys. I don't need that at all. But just want to make sure everyone can come and talk about this.
Yeah, so request for proposal, the proposal will be written, which will have all of the expectations in there, the minimum expectations. I'm saying out loud to make sure I'm
You got it.
Has all the minimum expectations that we have for a qualified vendor to be considered. That will be advertised everywhere as we do all of our competitive processes.
Right.
anyone can submit a proposal, for any one of the 3 proposals.
Any or all.
And then there's an evaluation committee that'll be established that will review those. At that time, if we need to invite any for additional presentation, if it's, right, we could do that as part
Yeah,
of
you
the
can interview them
evaluation.
as council.
But we're not saying, hey, come to council and start giving us presentations. That's not what she's suggesting here.
So that's
Okay.
what both of those guys want. I can shut that down if you would like.
What is staff recommendation?
For what?
Solid waste services, ma'am.
For a lot of.
Overall?
No, for,
Or the presentation, there's.
no, I'm sorry, yeah, okay, I see what you said. Moving forward with this process, what would you like to, what would staff like to see?
So what I would like to see is irrelevant. What I've heard you guys say is absolutely reasonable and we can make that happen.
And not be too burdensome, trying to get an RFP out.
Absolutely
within the-
not. That's our job.
Before April, May?
Well,
Um,
yeah, it'll be fine. I'm gonna let that one
Somebody-
do it if nobody has any heartburn, so. Can you do it in that time frame?
Yeah, can I make some comments?
Oh my
Please.
God. Are you charging me?
And in your comments too,
Are you
I'd like to
charging me
know,
now?
I was gonna ask you for clarity on what our requirements are under contracting and procurement standards and things like that, kind of.
So there's a couple things to consider in going out for an RFP and RFQ. You're very late in the process, okay? You've got a cancellation date of what, March?
Yeah.
With
No, May.
May, with a July 31st
End date.
end date. Okay, so, and by very late, from the contract standpoint, we can get it done. But from a ramp up standpoint for someone new to ramp up and now have to purchase, carts.
By
Because
August
I will tell you, I mean, just a little bit of background. I mean, Mr. Hutt is looking in the door there.
Are you serious?
One of the,
Yeah, I got it. No, I got it.
I've dealt with trash companies for a long time with permitted landfills. We do, we have worked on disposal contract before. And they're very difficult to, they're very difficult to not renegotiate, they're very difficult to go from point zero to start up. So you're late in the process, so whatever y'all decide has to be done very quickly in order to be able to get them. I don't know what sort of supply chain issues there might be with getting started by October 1 by some of these people. So it's just a consideration. That's not a deterrent at all. That's just something that y'all need to think about. Secondly, is if y'all, the more trucks you have on your streets, the more difficult it is for y'all to have. I mean, it's a wear and tear on your streets. So the franchise fee becomes very, very paramount when you've got multiple things. And my suspicion would be if you have the 3 RFPs, you're going to want a 4th RFP that says, give us everything. Because my suspicion is your best deal is going to be the everything person.
That makes sense, there's an economy of scale at that point.
Exactly.
If they bundle it all.
Exactly, because I think you're probably, because it's gonna be a sweeter deal for them, because they only have, you only have to send crews out 3 days a week versus, 1 day a week, or, whatever the difference is. So I think scaling is gonna be an issue. 10,000 is a lot of people, but it's not a lot of people for Republic. You know what I mean? So that's an issue. So getting it from the RFP, getting the contract, getting everything done, that can be done fairly quickly. But the thing to keep in mind is, and it's in doing these, you're going to want, what are the things that you want from them? Okay, not just providing service, but what do you want from them? Do you want them to be providing free services for City Hall? Do you want them to provide free services for, community cleanup days, whatever festivals and that kind of thing that are going on? The most effective things that we've done is we've actually put the contracts in the RFP and said, not only give us your fees, what you're going to give us, but I also want to see what you're going to what you want to eliminate from this contract or add to this contract. Because if it's easier to negotiate with you versus this other guy who's offering us maybe a little bit less money, then we might go with this other guy because we don't want to we don't want to climb the mountain, so to
I got you.
speak.
So you go through the whole RFP evaluation process, you're like, okay, this is my vendor, and then you realize the vendor you selected is not
Right.
easy to work
Right.
with, and it wasn't worth the.
And I will tell you, working with trash company is very, very, very difficult. I mean, they know their business down to the penny. So, and it's a recession-proof industry. So y'all need to think about it from that respect as well, and what it is, because those, them being on your streets for a long time is going to cause a lot of wear and tear on your streets.
Is there a way to, maybe Vanessa or to see some other contracts or
Of course.
headed out cities and companies, but see what some of the asks are, what some of
Oh,
the,
yeah, we can get as many as you want.
or if I just Google it, I could probably Google it, but.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you've got some, and we'll come up with a bunch, and we'll kind of give you the best of the best, or what we think is, and y'all can review it. I do think, after hearing what Art said, we need to take that 1-year extension, and I think we need to take that whole year to perfect it and get it out and make sure we get exactly what we want. And then, if we take that year, I feel bad for the people that are wanting in now, but it will be so right and so good for the citizens if we take the time to do it right.
What I don't want to do is rush it, and then
Exactly.
July 31st, or I guess August 1st, a new vendor's here, and they're
He's
not.
not prepared.
They're not prepared, not capable, not that I'm saying that can happen that can happen to any company, but we know what we have right now, but so maybe that 1-year extension works. But I guess what I don't want to do is just go ahead and lock us in for another 5 years.
Yeah, I think
Yes.
5 years is pushing us.
No.
And if we take a little bit more time too, it allows us to better understand what the issues are. For me, nobody calls me complaining about trash. I'm not saying that they don't have issues. I'm sure if I go ask and start looking for problems, I'll find it. Somebody mentioned the recycling. I don't have a pulse check on how important that is to my constituents. I suspect that it is to many, but not all. And so if we move forward quickly on a kind of hastily run RFP, we're not going to have a chance to solicit the input to see what really needs to go into that package. So I like the idea of a 1-year extension. We can bring in these vendors if they say, hey, I want to come do presentations. Let them start doing presentations to council. Give them 10 minutes or whatever the limit is, so we can start seeing what else is out there. Yeah, we're already,
And to Brad's point, we can just gather, and it's all just data. And then we really have the time to put together what we think is best for our city if we take that year.
I'm good with the year, as long as, we
There-
just,
I'm sorry, go
go
ahead.
ahead.
I was just going to say, there's things to think about in how you want to structure it. Obviously, there are a lot of communities that look at it just purely from a dollars and cents standpoint. And then there's other communities that say, well, look, we're less concerned about money, we're more concerned about performance. So there's performance metrics that kind of more govern the contract than the money aspect of it.
Low bid's not always the best choice.
No.
Right.
But we still have to be conscious of that dollar figure.
Right.
Are we getting return for that slightly increased?
Right.
Better- Better service, better quality, better whatever.
So there's issues like, does it matter to you if it's a local call center versus a call center out of New York, for instance, you know, for people that have complaints? Does that matter to you? You know, things like, you know, just things like that. I mean, you know, obviously, you know, with the size of Rockport, you're not going to have for Republic, they're not going to install a call center, a customer center in Rockport. So do you care about that? I mean, I don't know. I mean, and that's just you know.
But we can take the time to pull all those options.
Right. That's so it's just kind of it's more, you know, when you're looking at these contracts, you know, obviously the last thing y'all want is people calling you about, you know, the trash on the street, and sometimes, you know, and a lot of times it's whoever is the local what do you call it, contract manager or whatever is key to the, you know, the conduct of the drivers and things like that, and the equipment that they have. You want to make sure that there's not, you know, bags flying out from the back of the truck and that kind of thing. So
I still feel like it would be nice to hear him present, but then do we do it before, I guess before the...
I will call both companies, tell them what the process is going to be, what the time frame. Tell them you know, you're always welcome to come to council. Now, do you want to allow them a 5-minute presentation or a 3-minute speech during comments? Tell them what the process is and then give them that option. If they want their 5-minute presentation now, they can have it, but they will know that nothing is going to happen for a year and a half. Does that work?
I think that works. It gives them the option.
Yeah.
If they still want to present, which, why
I
not?
hope they will.
You know,
More information is always good, period. I mean,
nobody can be denied to come and speak in front of you. And if that's taking their 3 minutes on what their business is, then that's fine. If we want to allow full presentation, then...
I would say 5-minute presentation should work just fine.
But they'll have the information as to where we're headed.
Yeah.
We
And
can
I'm
honestly
sure that 5-minute presentation would come with a 100,000-page book on everything that they can't cover.
Well, yeah.
So it's not like we're only gonna get 5 minutes. We're gonna get 5 minutes and then
Reading
some
material.
paper.
Okay.
We, in this process, you know, of course, get our contract taken care of, but, you know, could we make it visible, if you will, to these type companies to say, hey, during this period of time, the council is welcoming concise vendor presentations, you know, over the 6-month period or whatever, please contact so-and-so to schedule a time on the agenda. Because again, I mean, although these are the two that asked,
There's still others.
if we're only given the opportunity to these two, we're not
There's got to be
we're not
a...
offering.
We're still kind of picking the winner and loser.
Yeah,
because there are
and
a lot of people.
I guarantee you there's others when they're like, ooh, you're considering a small company?
Yeah.
There's got to be some kind of bid net for trash. I'll find it.
Okay. Oh, that'd be
Because
great.
I would love to open it up. Hey, come on down, because we'd love to hear everything before we even consider putting out the, you know, this and that. And, you know,
Yeah.
give us the information, because then we can kind of use their information and tailor, you know, and we've got all these things in front of us. We're like, I didn't realize that would be an option with the trash service, you know, those kind of things.
Like in Port A, they like built their own trucks to move their own bins. Like they I don't know, they
custom.
did their, and I was like, that's really cool. I mean, here's some innovative stuff that's going out there. Now the dollars and cents may not make sense to us, but at this point, I don't know anything other than what my trash can looks like in front of my house from a residential standpoint. So
Well,
anyway,
that's probably 99.9% of the residents. I don't care what the color of the bin looks like, as long as it's picked up once or twice a week, whatever that may be. And as long as trash goes away and it's not in my street, in my yard, I think that's what we gotta.
Do we want to do an open house or two like we're doing for the STRs? What's most important to you? What would you change if you were in charge of trash? What are we not thinking of? You know, those are not expensive and they're very informative. You know, when people start writing down.
What do you think, what would your time frame be for putting an RFP out? Well, if we move forward with a 1-year extension.
Well, if we have a 1-year extension, the next date will still be July 31st. So are you listening or are you doing your other thing?
No, I'm listening. I'm doing both.
We would probably need it out by the first of the year, wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
At the latest.
So
Yeah.
I would say almost probably this fall if we could get through budget, get to
'Cause
the new
it'll
budget year and
budget
get
year.
it on the street.
Mhm.
Well, that'd be not problem, maybe nice to,
I mean,
Give them plenty of time to put their proposals together.
And
then
us
there's
to
nothing
pick.
wrong with the 60-day or window, and then us plenty of time to evaluate them.
and you can call back and negotiate in that whole time, you know, so.
Part
yeah.
of what you can put in there is, you know, if you're assigned this contract, how much time do you need to
Right.
be able to fully deploy and implement?
Yeah,
Because
that's your lead time.
one of the questions I talked about with some of the guys that came to talk to us was the bins, not a problem, especially on an order of 10,000 plus. The bins are an easy supply chain issue. The issues are the trucks and stuff like that. And I know from where my other job, fire trucks are 42 months out. So,
Well, we would want to have the contract awarded before this 120-day expiration. We would want to know before we call the public and say we're canceling, putting out an RP. We would want to know who's going to pick it up August 1st.
Yeah.
yes.
So we have to, you know, that's a lot of time,
Yeah, that gives them, correct.
enough time.
So Art, just again, clarity for me, from a contract standpoint, state statutory procurement process, those kind of things, what must we do, what shall we do in this situation? And then, you know, obviously what we're discussing, I assume, falls into the we make world.
Yeah,
What
right.
is our minimum requirements?
As far as timing goes, it's just whatever's in the contract. That's the driver. From a state statute standpoint, there's not a requirement.
So we're not required to rebid to
Yeah.
publicly advertise and reconsider options on any particular time.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'm assuming Republic will send us an addendum for a 1-year extension. We'll get that, we'll bring that before you. And then Art and I will start working on these 4 options. And
Quick question, with the year extension, I don't know if you mentioned that, is there an increase in their fees that they're gonna charge?
he hasn't said. I'll push for not, but
my guess it'll
Yes.
probably fall with the same CPI extension
yeah, he'll do the
as
same
existing.
thing he would normally do.
Yeah, I think if it's the customary process for a fee increase, I don't know that you should.
He's going to be competing for the business.
Right, if he does
Correct.
something beyond that, that's a whole different conversation.
I believe the CPI was going to be 4%.
I think so.
Yeah, he was trying to hold it steady.
Correct. If we could
If
do
we
that.
extended, he was
Extend.
going to keep it for 2 more years.
So process-wise, you'll work with him, get the addendum, but that will come back to council.
You'll have to approve it.
Okay, for us to take formal action on the contract.
Yep.
So if for some reason a different idea comes up between now and then, we would be able to discuss that or receive public comment during that regular open meeting, is that?
Yep.
Okay, all right. I think I'm okay with that.
Anything else?
So kind of a consensus, we got it? Great.
I like it.
Next item on the agenda, Texas Municipal League Legislative Webinar, what's ahead for Texas cities?
Okay, so that's not for 35 more minutes?
No, it starts at quarter after, right?
What does?
I thought it started at
10:30.
10:30, yeah. I'm sorry.
So do we want to go ahead and?
Number 4, go to number 5.
Okay. So you all have a map in front of you that looks like this.
Discussion regarding public utilities, including water and wastewater.
How does he
Sorry for my primitive map. Again, it's not like we have a map maker or council, but.
I think it's beautiful.
Actually, this is much better than what you had scribbled yesterday, so.
Hey, I gotta start with an idea, right? So everything on here are, to the best of my knowledge, pulling the ordinances, everything annexed since 2010. I have in the color code what utilities they have. The point of this discussion is to decide on a philosophy for serving the areas that have been annexed that do not have water and wastewater, water and or wastewater. Some of them's 10 years has come and gone that their annexation agreement was for, and they are rumbling about disannexing. So I would like for us to get a philosophy and a message. Is the message gonna be, yes, we will allow you to disannex? No, you are receiving city services, we'll get to you when we get to you, which is what your annexation agreement has, and this is all of them, by the way. Or we're gonna start putting in capital money to begin serving them. What is our philosophy that we need to tell the people when they come in to try to disannex? Or I've had a couple come in and say, we're gonna start the process, what are you gonna do? And so I would like to relay your philosophy. Go.
Well, Ward 3 doesn't really affect Ward 3 much, but just for the community, I feel like if we have annexed Sunlighting and they are paying city taxes, we should work our butts off to provide city services, other than just a trash can and a police car.
Roads, parks, police, and trash.
But
I'm sorry, and I do want to hear, I just want to make sure that I'm looking at this right. This is just from 2010. This is not service delivery. We've got places that were annexed decades before that don't have services also.
That's correct. This
Okay.
is just since 2010, and this is the ones that basically have an agreement that says it'll expire in 10 years.
Oh, okay, I got you. So,
But
okay.
their agreement is good for 10 years, doesn't say it
I was
expires.
looking at Spence
Yeah.
Woods and
Yeah, okay.
And just some numbers, Katie figured this up, and I did some rough extrapolations here. Other Katie did some too, but I'm going with this Katie right now. She did 1,179 acres, tax valuation $42,856,000. The assessed value is $153,598. So basically, every 1,000 acres equals $100,000 in taxes. Every $100,000 in taxes is a penny to the taxpayer. So if someone wants to math and figure up all of these acres, what letting them out would be, we could get a broad number of what that would take from our tax collections to allow these properties to disannex. Is it de-annex or disannex?
They're both used.
Okay.
Just annex,
10
just sounds
cents.
fun.
Divorces, it's fine.
Divorce.
Yeah, it's-
Yeah,
If they want to divorce us, there's a cost.
But so the loss of, see if I can follow your numbers. So there is a loss of tax revenue, but there's also a reduction in services.
Which they are, we are giving them services, which is the only qualification of this, is that they get services. And most of them, the water and sewer says, as development comes, when we get to you, we will serve you. We are compliant today. We're compliant with our legal document.
What is the main complaint though, is why they want to, is.
Water and sewer.
Is water and sewer. So
And
why
that's-
would we not provide the water and sewer?
Not saying we're not
Say
going
that,
to.
Yeah, it just seems like an easy fix to us to not have to do that. I mean, to not have them, not want to be annexed into the city anymore. So I just not.
Right.
This directly affects me.
Yeah, this is like your whole ward.
This is Ward 1. It really is. If you look at it, it's Ward 1. Now, talking with, I was in the service center the other day when Vanessa was speaking with the utility guys who are so wicked freaking smart.
Right.
It was just great watching that young man, whose name I do not remember right now, just talk about it all right off the top of his head and just know everything. It was beautiful. But essentially, south of Corpus Christi Street, there's nothing. We have, if there's any water, it's minimal. We don't have any parks. We don't have any public buildings. We have 200 in mine, which is X, that's where we live. I've got 218 parcels of land. And my piece of property at 2 acres is considered small. We are not dense. We are never going to become dense. So, think about it that way. We being the city, we run everything out there. So you know what? We really should do this. We should make the entire city pay for this because the city said, "Look, we're doing this." So the entire city should pay. Well, I don't remember where the nearest lift station is, but it isn't 10 feet from my house. Me being on the northern end of X. So there becomes the, how do we pay for it? Do we want to pay for it? Do we want to make these people pay for it? Because technically, Annex Area X should have to pay for it. Because I love it when somebody says, well, a developer will come in and, no, we're already developed and we're not a neighborhood, we're not an HOA, we're just a bunch of people that live down in South Rockport. So, how much is the city willing to take a bond out for? Follow me on this, don't stop me yet. How much is the city willing to take a bond out for to provide sewer and water to Portia Avenue, which is very south? How much would that cost? It's not gonna be $1 and it's not gonna be $1 million. Because not only do you have to run everything out, which includes lift stations and this and that, and oh my dear Lord, and then the citizen has to connect. The tap fee and the connect. So we do all of that to provide that service, of which all of us already have septic fields that work just fine, so that the city can make however much sewer services cost per month for 218 parcels of land. I mean, it becomes, when you look at it in numbers, where's the return on, who's getting the return on investment? Who's really getting the return on investment? If you think about it that way, you kind of go, there is no return on investment on either side of the house. Because let's say it comes out to, I have to be assessed, in order to bring it into the entire area, each property has to be assessed. I know that it wouldn't do it this way because it depends on size, but let's say $2,000. So it only costs me $2,000 to get it to my front. Okay, and then the next $20,000 to get it to my house, which is now costing me $22,000. Is that worth it for me on something right now I don't have to pay for except to have it cleaned out every 2 to 3 years? So where's the return on investment?
I mean, having grown up down there, I mean, for me, you know, having been in a house that flooded numerous times as a child, that was just part of life. You know, we had cinder blocks and milk crates, and when the rain started, we started lifting furniture and opened the windows, and we were back in business a couple days later, and that was just part of living down there. For me, being able to have an investment in drainage and good roads and not these, you know, back in those days, everything was caliche, and I'm not a road surface expert, but, you know, dirt roads that were, you know, poorly maintained. Of course, back in those days, you know, the county and you know, Commissioner Pena, you know, you'd call him and he'd come out there and grate your road every once in a while, you know, usually closer to election time. And, you know, I mean, but it was good country living, right? I mean, we didn't expect much, we didn't need much. But definitely if we weren't paying the type of taxes that they're being paid now. And that to me just doesn't make sense. And I don't know. So those are around, so those who did the comp plan, or those that maybe have a little bit more knowledge, I'm kind of looking at you, Brad, as the kind of family connection. But no, I mean, just what was the plan? Like, why the hell did we annex all this?
So that Aransas Pass couldn't get farther into Aransas County. That is the only reason it was a land grab, thinking that eventually it would be developed well for my annexation area, because I can only speak about mine right now. So in the last 12 years, we have paid anywhere between, I've paid from $500 to $700, because I will not talk about anybody else's taxes, between $500 and $700 a year for a cop to drive by once in a while. And hope to God somebody can come maintain a street or dig a ditch. We can't get that done on the south side either. But on the other hand, the drainage plan we want to get will go very far towards that. But if you look at every other drainage plan, everything south of 12th kind of gets ignored because, well, I don't know.
It's flat going flat to flat.
So what's, you know, where do you, let's say mine was $500 a year for 12 years, that's $6,000. What did I get for that $6,000? I was forced into a trash contract. That's what I got for $500 a year. And that's what every other person in my annexed area sees. We don't have, we finally got a ditch dug on 16th, which was highly inadequate. And if you try and move over, because that's one of the lane and a half roads, that's grandfather, you try and move over to get out of somebody's way, you end up in that ditch all the time. It's not ones and twos, it's at least once a week. A ditch was dug on 18th Street, wholly inadequate, and went in the wrong direction with the wrong grades. But it was just, it was a, let's get these people to just stop complaining and go dig a ditch for them.
So asking, so when we talk about what, in addition to the trash service and a terrible ditch, we also have the ability to help guide responsible building. I'm gonna use that loosely, right? Because they have to get building permits and those kind of things, the newer structures. So say we de-annex, we almost have no authority anymore in the unincorporated DTJ. So are your neighbors okay with it going back to a trash heap, which in some of those areas was pretty rough?
When I was annexed, I lived right on the city line. The other side of the street was the place where if you wanted to begin a meth addiction, that's where you went. Because it was in the county.
Yeah, we'd have good brush fire out there by meth lab almost.
Yeah.
So, the only way that got changed, whether we would have been, while we were in the city, or before we became in the city, was Hurricane Harvey. That's the only way it was going to get fixed. Nobody was going to take that on. Nobody was going to clear it out. Nobody was going to get rid of the fire hazards. Nobody was going to get rid of the environmental hazards. Because the county has this laundry list. Okay, now I live in the city, that's still in the county, the city still can't do anything about it. Because the people that do things like that are very smart about where they set up shop. They sit up, they'll set up in the county all day long, because it takes forever for anything to happen. In the city, it'll go quicker, but you still have to, because it's the right thing to do, you still got property rights, you still got this, you still got this, you still got this. You still got all these things that every property owner has a right to. You have a right to do whatever you want with the property, it doesn't interfere with the neighbors, essentially.
Yeah.
When you boil it down to the bottom. So, I'm not seeing, and obviously, I can only speak about my part, which actually, really, anything south of 12 is all in the same group of people, type of people. We were forced to have the city come into our area and tell us what to do. That was a forced annex. Dr. Stork, for those of you who know Dr. Stork, who used to work at Rockport Vet Clinic, he fought the city for a year, hard, and the city said, we don't care.
I guess my question, and can they? They have the ability to do it anyways. I don't understand. They can just.
We can challenge that because we are providing services, building services, roads, police, parks, whatever. So we are providing services, we are compliant, and we can keep them in the city, or we can allow them to go out of the city. And then we need to decide, are we gonna disannex the whole thing? Or are we gonna let them spot do it, property by property? The ones that wanna stay, then we're gonna have a little Swiss cheese bit down there. So there's a whole issue.
So,
If we wanna start providing utilities, are they gonna pay for it? Like every other person that hooks into the utilities, the developer pays for it, the homeowner pays for it, or is the city gonna provide it? Because we think that's our obligation of annexing them. So, whichever direction you go, there's another 100 questions.
Let me go back. I'm glad I'm older than y'all, because I've been sitting around here forever. And a lot of the things that have to do with annexation, when we say, yeah, we don't want to range as fast to get there, they couldn't if it was in our ETJ already anyway. What happened with annexation over the last 30 years? The first one that I can recall that was really controversial and a lot of folks was down up on the north end of town, the area between Rockport and Fulton. And the problem they had over there is that people in that area were using 55-gallon drums for sewer systems, and they were floating every time it rained. And they had raw sewage floating down their streets with toilet paper and brown trout. I'm talking, it was nasty. And nobody could tell them that they had to have anything done. After it was annexed, sewer lines were run, the people were assessed the value of the sewer lines, there was a tap set out there they could attach to it and required to do it. They were assessed the value, and as I recall, they were allowed to pay it back over 5 years to the city at 0% interest. So the reason that was annexed is Fulton couldn't make those folks do anything because they weren't in Fulton. Rockport couldn't because they weren't in Rockport, but we had health issues. So that had a lot to do with why that got annexed. Next ones, some of the questions that had come up. You don't have zoning if you're not inside the city. You can't zone. Somebody can put a mechanic shop right next door to your house if they wanted to, because there's no zoning. You can't control what goes into an area. Going out along Market Street and some of those places, those were not in the city. There were things to be constructed out there that were not, pretty enough to make people, as they're driving into town, so this is a really neat town. I wouldn't mind living here. I wouldn't mind owning some property here. So annexing out along Market Street in that area lets you control what went in there, what kind of houses were being built. People in one other area out there in Oak Terrace were concerned that they might get annexed, and they didn't want to have to put sewers in because they had great big lots with great big septic systems, and never did get out that area. Part of the issue there was there were a lot of flooding issues, and they wanted that done, but anyway, never did get there. But moving out Market Street had to do with what kind of entryway you saw to the city. We can control that if it was annexed. The services that are provided, there's a zero-sum operation goes on out here. If something is annexed and the city starts providing services, whether it's fixing your street or whether it's the police department coming out there or whatever it might be, the money that you spend that goes to the city is not being spent in the county, and the county's not getting that money anymore. So if you're paying the city $2,000 a year for the things they do for you, then the county's not getting $2,000 a year if they provided the same service. So you've got, if you disannex, if you suddenly you're not in the city anymore, it takes away what the city has to spend out there, but it adds to what the county has to spend out there again. And I would assure you that probably, and south of 12th Street, there's not a lot of calls for service. I'll give you that one. But there are calls for service for the police department. And I can talk about the police department because I was there, you understand. So to sit back for somebody to say there's no service coming, yeah, they go out there and there's hours spent and there's time spent and there's people hours and so forth. So there are services coming in. And as Vanessa said a little while ago, if you're providing the services required, you can say, no, we don't want to disannex you. On the other hand, I understand y'all's concern. I understand why folks would want sewer and water in their area, but when that comes, it's not paid for by ad valorem taxes. It's paid for by the cost of operating that unit. We don't put a lot of tax money into sewers and water. It's paid for by that utility. And so you end up having to pay that back over time. And as we said a little while ago, nobody wants right now, people don't like to hear the word bond issue. But if we're going to put in $3 million worth of sewer lines somewhere or other, we're going to have to float a bond issue to get it done and pay it back over time by the assessed value to the people that live out there. And the folks that live out there don't want to see a new bill on their property because they're going to be telling me that our taxes went up. No, the cost of the service you wanted went up because that service will be provided. It's in an assessment cost. And so, you know, it's one of those things kind of, if you're damned if you do or damned if you don't. We would like to have those services. We want y'all to pay for it. The folks paying ad valorem taxes inside the city won't pay for your sewer out there. It will come from the cost of operating that utility. And so it's one of those things. I have no, every time I have moved anywhere, I've lived inside the city. When I bought a lot to build a house on, I paid for the sewer line out front of it. I paid for the water line out front of it. When I got that house built and moved into it, I paid for the trash service and so forth. And so when those things come in after an annexation, you start paying for those things. And you don't have, if there are services you don't have, which generally, like you say, are sewer and water, you get assessed that value. And so that is a pain, and a lot of folks are really not happy with the cost, with having to add that cost. And I understand that. If you're on a fixed income, you don't like that kind of thing. So I have a lot of concern for the people that want the service. I also have an understanding for the people in town that are paying taxes that say, our taxes don't pay for that, the utility costs pay for it. And it's a tough decision for us to sit back and have to make, because there are acres and acres and square miles of property out there that don't have that kind of service. We had one councilman at one time that frequently brought up a couple of cases he knew where there was a house at the dead end of the street that it was a quarter mile from the nearest sewer line, and would like to have had a sewer line run to that person's house because they've been in the city 30 years and they don't have a sewer. But if they ran it, it would have cost at the time something over $2 million to run that line to one house. And nobody's going to pay that kind of money to run a line to one house.
For me, when I look at these type services, this is not convenience services. This is about maintaining a safe, sanitary and secure community. And the residents have the right to do that. Providing good, drinking water, solid waste and stormwater, all those, that's all part of that safe, sanitary, secure environment. I want to say yes. My gut says, yeah, you can de-annex for all the reasons that Ms. Jackson said. But before I really want to commit on that, I really want to see what the numbers are. I agree, we don't just provide it for nothing. Most of the people in this community provided some skin in the teeth with regard to getting the services. But I don't necessarily think that it's 100% on them to get their own services in these rural areas. If we think that this strategically is what makes sense for our peninsula and the future growth of the community, we as a community, if we think that's important, then we as a community have to invest for safe, sanitary, and secure, but with some skin in the game for the individual resident. So, for me, I'm not prepared to give you an answer today. I need to see.
We just want to talk about it.
Where do we have service gaps elsewhere? Because it's not just here.
There is some up here.
Yeah, there elsewhere. And then with that, what is the actual cost? I've heard from staff too many times saying we can't afford it. We can't afford it. Okay, try me.
A rough number for sewer is $1 million a mile. So we would need to determine how many miles. And that's a rough number because, you come into force mains, you come into lift stations, and it goes up or down. If it's downhill and whatever, it's a little bit cheaper. But that's just a rough number.
We have got a seminar in
Yeah.
15 minutes, so we're taking a 15-minute break.
Okay, so we're gonna, real quick, I had a great thought here. What about, this may cost more in the long run, no, less in the long run, but it's gonna be a good cost up front, is doing a micro waste treatment plant down there.
So one of the things that I had proposed when I got here is a wastewater treatment plant in this area because this is a separate drainage field.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be a lot cheaper for us to do a plant here than to try to get everything up here.
Right.
So that is one of the things we are actually looking at is doing a treatment plant, a full treatment plant here.
Mm-hmm.
Now, a quick solution.
To replace or augment?
Huh?
To replace or augment?
Augment.
Okay.
Well, a quick solution would be to locate it and put a package plant there. And, we put $1 million in a package plant and then we start running lines. And that's going to be a lot cheaper. And then we grow it into a larger full service plant.
Going to be able to go a whole lot more places than just.
The biggest thing is getting a discharge permit, of course. So, this is a couple-year project.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that the people that want to be disannexed, de-annexed, whatever, will be satisfied with a plan.
If we have a plan in writing, I can sell it. If we're just spitballing something, all I can say is, I have told the two people that Vanessa talked to, I will help you with get the petition started. I cannot be part of that petition committee, nor can I say anything for or against until the petition is presented.
Okay,
So, blah, blah, blah.
let's go to the bathroom.
Hey, can I
Okay,
ask,
time, sir.
What happens if you were annexed earlier than 30 years?
We're not doing this. right
Mayor, the
now.
time is 10:20.
And now we're all watching it.
So the time is now 10:31, and we're back in session. Sorry.
We are.
Can y'all see without?
We're gonna have to need
overhead?
to
Okay.
turn it up, but yeah, I'm trying.
Just glad you're short.
Very, very short.
If you talk loud.
Just say slow in stature.
I have this up as high as it will go.
What about on the TV? Will it turn up?
Good question.
There's a flipper.
There we go.
And it's full on your laptop?
It's on my laptop.
Oh, you know what? You need to change the settings.
On the
Audio
TV.
settings. On your computer. To,
The speaker, we want the mic. No speaker.
no speaker.
Oh, yeah, you're right, I'm sorry. The
Samsung.
bottom one.
Samsung.
Up until the first 60 days of session, so March 10th. So that'll be the complete work for the body of work the legislature undertakes, and we'll know a full slate come March 10th. Just another note on bill filing. We saw this pre-filing period, 1,600 plus bills filed, which is about 250 more bills filed from a high water mark of last session. So still too early to discern if we're just going to see more pieces of legislation filed or if more members are just filing their stuff earlier. So we'll keep an eye on that. But routinely, there's about 7,000 bills filed, about 2,000 of those impacting cities. As I said, the legislature sort of got organized this week. The House and Senate convened on Tuesday to adopt rules and to elect leadership. No real surprises in this effort on Tuesday. The Speaker Dave Phelan was elected to his second term as House Speaker by a vote of 145-3. This is he had one challenger in his own party, Representative Tony Tinderholt from Arlington. Sort of the campaign differentiation between the two was that Tony Tinderholt pledged not to appoint Democratic chairs, where Phelan has and all speakers have in the past appointed chairs of the opposite party. And so that was sort of the dividing line, and I think that shows some solidarity behind the speaker and his overwhelming victory on Tuesday. After he took the gavel, he talked about some of his priorities, and one of the best priorities we've seen this session come out of the speaker is the additional spending on infrastructure. We'll talk a little bit about budget surplus in just a little bit and what they'll do with that money, but this is going to be a historic session where we hopefully provide infrastructure and put a down payment on the future of Texas. And so Phelan mentioned roads, water, schools, and broadband. Also, property tax relief, appraisal reform, criminal justice reform, as well as school safety and border security are the priorities of the speaker. In the Senate, not much change. Lieutenant Governor Patrick convened the Senate on Tuesday. They have a 19-12 majority in the Senate. The Republicans do. There's 6 new senators, 5 of which are brand new to the chamber. 1 is a returning senator. Lieutenant Governor is also, they've adopted their rules, and has also outlined his priorities as an increase in the homestead exemption to $65,000, as well as a focus on the rural Texas and rural infrastructure fund and the rural enforcement fund. And so we'll see how those priorities play out in those chambers over the years. The governor, right after the election, outlined his priorities as being job creation, property tax relief, border security, and school choice, which is a new issue to is elevated this session. So we'll dive right into the substance of what's going on, and I want to ask Jesse Ansira. Jed introduced Jesse, but Jesse was also the former Chief of Staff to Speaker Strauss, so has a unique perspective when it comes to state budgets, as well as being a former mayor of the city of Taylor. And so, Jesse, let's talk a little bit about this top line item, because this is what everybody's talking about in budget surplus. How much is that surplus going to be? How much can they spend, and what do you think those spending are?
Yeah, thank you, Monty. I appreciate that. We're in a historic situation here. So the controller, by pursuant to the Constitution, is required to give a revenue estimate before each legislative session. And a couple days ago, he laid out that the legislature will have $188.23 billion of revenue available for general purpose spending. This is a whopping 26% increase from the previous biennium. You know, we're all surprised, given COVID and all the unrest that we've had, that the Texas economy has continued to grow. And part of that is due to spending, sales tax, increased sales tax. You've had some spikes in oil and gas revenues. You've had the influx of federal funds. But surprisingly, the Texas miracle has continued and is providing unprecedented revenue. I think it's only been 3 times in the last 30 years we have had double-digit growth in sales tax or tax revenue, and this happened again here this year. The legislature has set up a number of transfers to help fund some priorities historically. So, based on the revenue schemes, $7.34 billion will go to the state highway fund for projects to be allocated, and $2.86 billion will be transferred to the rainy day fund. Now, we're also facing a unique situation with the rainy day fund. It's going to have a historic balance of $27.8 billion with B. And so much so that this may be the first time that we could reach the cap of the amount of money that you can have in the fund. That cap is set on a percentage of general revenue, but we're going to get pretty close to it. There is a challenge here, even though we have all this money. The legislature will not be allowed to spend it all based on some spending limits that are in the Constitution. I've got 4 of them here. There's actually one more that I omitted, but there's the debt limit, welfare spending limit, the pay-as-you-go limit. The one out here is the tax revenue, the tax spending limit. And then one added last year is a statutory limit on consolidated general revenues that begins this next budget cycle. And all of them have different formulas, different factors that drive the limitation. But it's a way to control the spending. Unlike DC, we do not have deficit spending, so our budget will have to balance. Now, what's the legislature going to spend this money on? You know, Monty mentioned some of the priorities. You have everything from property tax relief, border relief, infrastructure, including broadband, school safety, and a number of other items. That, I think we've got about $32 billion in surplus. That can be eaten away pretty quickly with just those priorities that we're listing. So it'll be interesting to see how the legislature addresses this unprecedented revenue. Word of caution from the controller. He's looking at signals as far as possible recession. He's looking at worldwide factors, the war in Ukraine, and he gave a caution, said, don't expect this type of revenue 2 years from now. So he urged the legislature to make some long-term investments and to spend the money prudently. So Monty, we'll see how this goes, and we'll be watching this very closely.
Thank you, Jesse. Benny, we want to move on to the TML's priorities. I thought we had a really good municipal policy summit, and some really good ideas come out of that summit.
That's right. Thanks, Monty. Good morning, everybody. Next couple of slides, we're going to talk about what TML's approach is going to be this session. As Monty mentioned, we had a very robust policy setting process that's dated back almost to the end of last session. We had a policy summit this summer, and then the board finalized our program last month at its board meeting. We're going to start out talking about things that we're going to oppose, and that's not coincidental that we start that way. Really what cities have asked TML to do historically is, first of all, be defensive against bad, harmful legislation. As you know, we're not a state that gives a lot of money to cities. We don't ask for much. In fact, if we could sort of adjourn the session early and be done with it, most cities would be happy. We just want to be free of bad ideas. So let's go through some of those on this slide. First of all, we're going to oppose legislation that preempts city authority. Preemption has always been around. Lately, there's been a focus on more broad, what we call super preemption, and we'll talk about at least one of those bills that's already been filed in a future slide. We're going to impose any further capping of revenue, and so far, so good on this. Senate Bill 2, took us down to 3.5% revenue cap. We're not hearing any push, and there's certainly been no bills at this point to lower that, especially in this inflationary environment. though there may be some movement on appraisal caps, which Bill will probably talk about later on a future slide. Those are different, have a different effect on us, but as far as revenue capping, we look pretty good so far. We're going to oppose any bill that would erode the ability of cities to issue debt. You'll recall we had a very contentious bill on certificates of obligation last session that we ultimately ended up negotiating in a form that most cities are okay with. But we haven't seen those bills filed this session, though we have seen some bills that would affect bond election dates. I think Monty's going to talk about those in a little while. We have a broad position to oppose bad legislation on land use matters, particularly on annexation. There's been 2 very bad bills filed on that Bill's going to talk about in a while. Zoning, item number 3 there is something to keep in mind. We haven't seen this bill filed yet, but I'm convinced there's a movement going on nationwide to do away with or limit single-family zoning. California, the entire state, believe it or not, outlawed single-family zoning early last year. And this has kind of taken off. Some national think tanks are pushing this, and so something to keep an eye on. The idea is more density would solve housing price problems, and I think we have a number of cities that are going to be opposed to the idea of eliminating single-family zoning. And finally, number 8 there, which we'll get to again, is eroding the idea of extraterritorial jurisdictions. And I'll just go ahead and talk about that now. The thinking here among some folks, some think tanks and some legislators is that now that annexation is more difficult for cities, why do we need an ETJ? Well, the answer is we've got lots of things that we're allowed to do and feel strongly about doing in our ETJ, anywhere from sign regulations to platting to other concepts that are really important to Texas cities. And we've seen a bill filed just yesterday on this that Bill's going to talk about in a little while. We're going to oppose anything that would erode compensation for use of the rights of way. So far, so good. Not any broad right-of-way legislation I've seen filed yet, but we'll certainly probably see some. A big one will be to limit the ability of cities to advocate the capital either directly through hired lobbyists or through TML. And we're going to talk about 2 bills that have been filed on that. And finally, as we talked about, any legislation that would abolish the ETJ or limit it. And we've seen some of that legislation. So these are really broad priorities that cover most areas. And the first bullet point, preemption, will cover anything that we haven't thought about really. So we're kind of well set to protect city authority. If we go to the next slide, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the things. We're not all negative. We're not here just to defeat legislation. We do have some things that we want to pass, and we're in a good position to do so. Our reputation, especially coming out of last session, is an organization that's willing to work with key legislators. So we may have some success in this. Let's talk a little bit about street maintenance, sales tax, flexibility. Bill, you want to explain what we're looking to do here and what's been filed?
I'd be happy to. Thanks, Ben. Good morning, everybody. This street maintenance sales tax position has been in our program the last few sessions, and it really gets at something that's unique about the street maintenance sales tax, which is a dedicated city sales tax, but that requires a reauthorization election every 4 years. Other dedicated sales taxes that you might have, EDC sales tax or property tax relief sales tax, for instance, EDC sales tax, those don't require a reauthorization election. Once you adopt that tax, then that's your tax, and it would take the voters coming in and repealing it to do away with it. So with regard to the street maintenance sales tax, we have a position to eliminate those reauthorization elections every 4 years, in addition to clarifying that cities can use the street maintenance sales tax for all streets and sidewalks within the city, not just those that are existing when the tax is adopted. And the language in the statute is a little bit confusing on that point. Fortunately, already there's been a bill filed that comes pretty close to the seek introduction and passage position we have in our program, and that bill is House Bill 640 by Representative Julie Johnston. it would not do away with the reauthorization elections altogether, but say that if you've had 2 successful reauthorization elections, then you can extend it out to 10 years before your next one, which is a step in the right direction. And it would clarify that cities can use revenue from the street maintenance sales tax to maintain and repair any city street or sidewalk and the water, wastewater, stormwater systems that are located within the city's right of way. So that's a good one, and we'll be tracking that one this session.
Thanks, Bill. The next item we're going to try to seek passage on is a long one, an oldie but a goodie, and that is to try to move at least some of our required legal notices from antiquated newspapers to something else, online, some state agency. Monty, you want to cover what we're looking at so far on that item?
Yeah, for sure. And this has been mentioned. This has been an issue in our program for sessions now, and it's always opposed by the local newspapers who see this as one of the last revenue sources. And so cities, as you know, are required to post legal notices in a newspaper. We have a dying medium of newspapers, and so what these bills do and what they have done in the past is seek to allow cities to post those required legal notices either on the city website or on the controller's website. If you look at the controller's website, it's pretty much a clearinghouse for lots of local government information. So that's the push, is at least to allow cities to publish these on a website, saving taxpayer dollars and not transferring those to local newspapers.
Thanks, Monty. The next item there is a fairly new one, just the second session we've been working on this. It's kind of exciting. It was brought to us by the city of Melissa, and the idea is that a lot of cities, particularly fast growth cities, are going to have infrastructure that's going to crumble and deteriorate, and we're going to have to replace it all in the future, sometimes very quickly if you're a fast growth city. And what cities have to do in those circumstances is issue debt. Meanwhile, we're criticized for issuing too much debt, supposedly cities and counties. So the thought here is, what if we took some pay-as-you-go infrastructure financing out from under the M&O rate so you don't get penalized for it, allow us to set that aside, and then be able to spend that in the future on rebuilding infrastructure in a way that might allow us not to have to issue bonds or COs. I think this idea is going to be attractive to some of our critics on the debt issue, and might also be a modest adjustment to our rollback rate, especially given how inflation is at this point. We haven't got this bill filed yet. In fact, Bill and I were just talking through some of the particulars yesterday, but we're pretty confident we'll be able to locate someone to file this bill. And then we'll make an argument that cities are not overusing debt. In fact, we're looking for ways to avoid debt if we can. So that's an interesting concept. The next item there is to talk about ESDs. We're having more and more sort of run-ins as cities with special districts, ESDs, MUDs, and others. And Monty, you want to explain what our thought process is here of our committees that recommend this position?
For sure. Yeah, we've seen over the last couple of decades really a proliferation of special districts, whether they be MUDs or municipal utility districts or emergency service districts. And so what we're seeing more often than not is some clashes between those special districts and cities as they get closer and closer together. So a lot of discussion on that interaction between cities and emergency services districts. And so you'll see a position in and we haven't seen this filed yet. In fact, Bill and I will talk with a legislator this afternoon who's interested in this issue to kind of get the feel where he is. But this is sort of a three-pronged issue that would allow cities to remove themselves from an ESD. If the city is capable of providing services, it will provide notice to the city for expansion of an ESD and some city council approval. And then finally, it requires an ESD to enter into a sales tax agreement with the city if the city annexes that territory, that ESD. So a lot of moving parts when it comes to ESD and city interaction. So we'll be reporting on that throughout the session.
Thanks, Monty. The final position in our seek introduction category is new this session. Bill, you want to talk about competitive bidding?
Yeah, that's right. This one was added at our municipal policy summit this past summer, and it deals with raising the competitive bidding threshold in Chapter 252 of the Local Government Code. Most of you know that's set and has been set at $50,000 as the threshold. That was changed back in 2007, I believe. Prior to that, it's $25,000, and they moved it up to $50,000. House Bill 1132 by Representative Spiller has been filed, and that would take the threshold all the way up to $100,000 for cities, in addition to taking it up that high for counties and school districts. It's been 17, 18 years since it was raised, and as Bennett mentioned earlier, we're in a high inflationary environment, and so perhaps it's time for the legislature to take a look at this competitive bidding threshold and move it up to provide some greater flexibility for cities.
Thanks, Bill. The next few slides we're going to go through, to the extent we haven't already, bills that have already been filed. We're going to move pretty quickly here, not because these aren't important concepts, but just because really the fact that a bill's filed this early doesn't necessarily mean anything. There are some legislators that think that if you pre-file a bill, it increases the chances, but the numbers don't show that. So we're just going to kind of hit on the highlights.
Chickens and
This slide
rabbits.
shows you basically the
No more
preemption bills that
excuses
have
for
been
your
filed
kids
so
in
far.
4-H. They're gonna.
The three last bullet points are all very specific issues. The first one is the one that's causing us the most concern at this point, and that's Senate Bill 149.
Clearly, the fact that he thinks that it's
By
not
Senator
law.
Springer. This is what we call a super preemption. This bill is very broad. It simply says cities cannot regulate anything that involves commerce between cities, with some very limited exceptions for land use and public safety. So this one's got us scratching our heads. It literally flips the idea of a home rule city on its head. It says you can't do something unless this bill allows it or unless state law allows it. So things like short-term rentals, ride shares, even building codes, we're trying to create a list right now of things this bill might affect. The super preemption is really
The chicken rules are pretty, yeah, the
risky.
chicken rules are actually.
Cities have always faced one-off preemption bills on particular issues, and we're always willing to negotiate those with the bill author. What we don't like is this broad idea of broadly super preempting cities in ways that would just be kind of an invitation for lawyers to sue cities. So we're going to visit shortly with the senator and see if we can't narrow this down and find out what the impetus behind this was. I won't go into all the other bills on this slide. You'll see some things about gas-powered appliances, gasoline-powered landscaping equipment. Gas, by the way, seems to be taking a hit this session. Everybody seems to like it, so you'll see that on those two bills. A lot of other preemption. The chickens and the rabbits there, I put kind of in good humor. We've seen these the last two sessions, and now there's 4 different bills that would essentially allow chickens, in some cases rabbits, in every residential backyard. House Bill 1191 by Representative Kane there even titled his bill the Chicken Freedom Act. So that's kind of good for that. My staff tells me that I get so worked up over chicken bills, and I'm probably encouraging legislators to file them, so maybe I need to back off the gas pedal a little bit on these. But I think they're symbolic of just how willing the legislature is to get down in the weeds in the business of cities to dictate down to the number of chickens, how many you should have in a particular city. Let's go to the next slide. Talk a little bit about land use bills that have been filed so far. Bill, you want to tell us kind of the highlights of these?
Yeah, I'll pick out a few on this slide to talk about. The first one, or 2 bills really to talk about, are HB 866 by Representative Oliverson and Senate Bill 259 by Springer. Those aren't identical, but they're pretty similar and for the most part do the same thing. One issue that we know is going to be back at the forefront for cities this session relates to the 30-day shot clock for cities to approve a plat or a subdivision development plan. Ever since House Bill 3167 passed in 2019, cities and developers and the Attorney General, through a few opinions, have been trying to figure out exactly how to make the new shot clock structure work for both cities and for developers. And these 2 bills have been filed. As filed, they would limit city authority to make sure they have all the information needed to make a determination on a plat application within the 30 days. So it would prohibit a city from imposing certain prerequisites or conditions to filing a plat. Things like traffic impact analysis or environmental impact or assessment of utility infrastructure or something like that. The city currently, with the shot clock in place, cannot make a decision on whether to approve the plat application without having these key studies. But these bills wouldn't allow cities to require these up front, essentially making the studies themselves subject to the 30-day shot clock. So passage of these bills, in some cities at least, would likely lead to more denials of applications, putting us right back in the same position in a future legislative session of figuring out how to make this shot clock legislation work. A couple more that I want to mention, and these were filed just this week. House Bill 1246 by Representative Craddock and Senate Bill 369 by Senator Campbell would grant automatic disannexation to any area that doesn't receive full municipal services from the city. Under the bill, the concept or the definition of full municipal services is modified a little bit to include police, fire, including fire hydrants, emergency medical services, solid waste collection, water and wastewater, and the maintenance of roads, including streetlights. And so under the bill, if a city didn't do all of these things in every area within the municipality, then those areas that aren't receiving full city service would automatically be disannexed from the city in December of 2023. And that's whether the property owner wants to be disannexed or not. This would just say that those areas that aren't receiving full services are automatically out. As drafted, it would essentially be a unfunded mandate for cities to provide all these services to all areas of the city within less than a year, or risk disannexation of different areas throughout the city that are within the current city limits. And this may be more importantly, it has no provision for how the individuals in those areas that would be disannexed from the city would be served moving forward. So perhaps a little short-sighted and would create some planning chaos in cities across the state. But these are two big ones that we would encourage y'all to get engaged on, and the sooner the better on that. And the last one I want to mention was just filed yesterday, House Bill 1279 by Representative Tepper, freshman representative from the Lubbock area, I believe. This would limit the extent of a city's ETJ. So currently a city over 100,000 population has an ETJ that goes out 5 miles. This would move the ETJ from 5 miles down to a half a mile. And for cities that are under 5,000 population, it would take the ETJ from a half a mile out to 250 feet. So a pretty significant shift there on the extent of city ETJ. Doesn't address city regulatory authority in the ETJ, but would minimize the area in which a city could impose those ETJ regulations.
Thanks, Bill. We'll go to the next slide. We'll talk a little bit about tax bills. Maybe a little quieter since the revenue capping issues died down a little bit. Bill, you want to talk to us about what we're looking at on taxes?
Yeah, sure. And we have property tax and sales tax and hotel taxes here on the slide. To start with property taxes, the big story with property taxes thus far in the bills that have been filed is that there have been a number of appraisal cap bills filed. Over 20, probably around 25 or so appraisal cap bills filed so far, and I'd say that outpaces what we've seen in recent sessions. These appraisal caps don't directly impact the tax rate. Instead, they limit the amount that appraised values can increase each year. We currently have a 10% appraisal cap on residence homesteads, and some of these bills have been filed that would lower that 10% cap on residence homesteads to 5% or less, some other number lower than 5%, or apply the appraisal cap to non-homestead residential property, or even in some cases apply the appraisal cap to commercial properties as well. Typically, these haven't gone anywhere, and that's because there's a significant fiscal note to the state. But as mentioned earlier, as Jesse talked about, the state has some money, has a little bit of money this year and can potentially use it to support an appraisal cap of some type. So we'll maybe be paying a little closer attention to appraisal caps than we have in the past. And then real quick, 2 support bills have been filed, and by support bills, I mean bills that are in our support category in our legislative program. House Bill 234 by Representative Bernal, which is sales price disclosure to help with the appraisal process, and Senate Bill 102 by Senator Johnson to close some perceived loopholes relating to that results in the underappraisal of commercial properties. On sales taxes, the focus will largely be on sales tax sourcing. We are monitoring the comptroller rules that are pending that would change local sales tax sourcing towards destination sourcing, or where the goods are received under certain circumstances. And so we'll likely see a number of bills that go over the top of the comptroller rules and impose various different sourcing schemes. And by the way, TML has to remain neutral, or we've received direction by our membership and our board to remain neutral on sales tax sourcing bills, just because of the disparate impact on cities across the state, where some would benefit from a sourcing change, others would not. So we remain neutral on these sourcing bills, but we'll absolutely be keeping our membership up to speed on what gets filed and what's moving. The only other one listed here is in our support category, House Bill 550 by Representative Kassoud allows local hotel occupancy taxes to be spent on parks under certain circumstances.
Thanks, Bill. If we go to the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about elections and debt, including some bills that affect both, and then open government bills. Monty, you want to walk us through the highlights of these?
Yeah, for sure. Bennett mentioned earlier about the look at local debt and sort of the focus on that. You know, this list of bills under elections and debt will be, you know, multiple pages long by the time we get to the filing deadline. But we're starting to see some of the provisions again this session that we've seen in the past. And House Bill 187 and 863 are bills that would move all debt elections for 187 and debt and tax elections in 863 to November. So removing some of the flexibility of you to hold those elections in May, and as we know in this ever-changing inflationary interest rate environment, there could be some cost with limited flexibility. So we'll continue to see those. We saw 187 filed last session, and that died in committee, and so we'll be watching that again. A couple of looks at ballot language, and we've seen these session over session on House Bill 190 by Swanson and Senate Bill 221 by Betancourt that really start to prescribe ballot language. Inserts the Secretary of State to review that ballot language, and then there's various penalties and waivers
House Bill 259, the third one
when it comes to those. So we opposed House Bill 190 that's formed last session.
259, third one down at the
this
top.
session. A few other election bills, 259 and 359, both authorize the city to use preferential voting, which are good bills, city authority and city
I'm trying to
discretion.
think
And then
that number.
House Bill
It's
455
ringing a
and
bell, but I can't
824
remember what it
both
is.
allow
He just
cities
said
to
what it
hold
was, if y'all weren't talking about it,
to
it gives the
couple of government bills
preference
needs
of
to
what the city
refile
wants to
last
hold
session
the
too,
election.
and
by
as you can
saying
imagine in
it's
last
only
year's
done.
environment,
Okay.
pandemic environment,
Thanks.
Senate Bill 42 was a little bit more of an issue. It just prescribes video conferencing requirements and public participation and meeting notice requirements for virtual remote hearings. Senate Bill 44 is a bill that's a refile again that we opposed due to the penalties assessed on cities and city officials. And we'll see that we'll oppose that one again on Senate Bill 44. But those are the few debt and election bills that have been filed, and then I'll turn it back over to you.
Thanks, Mike. We'll go to the
Let's
last
vote
bill that
like
we talked
1,
last
2,
night. We
3
talked
on
about bills that we
candidates.
filed. And by the way,
Your
we're gonna
preference
leave
for a
time at the
candidate
end
as
for
opposed to
questions. So
voting
go down
for
to your
one.
Q&A or your chat function at the bottom.
I want-
Don't hesitate to start
So-
typing those in. We'll definitely cover as many of those as we can. We have to move fast today by necessity. There's a lot of topics, so happy to answer some questions at the end. Talk about, broadly speaking, catch-all bills that we want to talk about. The first and the last there, bullet point on this slide, are what we call community censorship. These are bills that would prohibit your city from advocating in the Capitol. And these two bills are the only ones that have been filed, and they sort of span the gamut of the good and or the acceptable and the worst. The worst is the last bullet point there, Senate Bill 175 by Middleton. This is the outright prohibition of cities hiring lobbyists and joining an association that lobbies with using taxpayer money to join that association. So this bill, we've seen versions of this filed in the past. This would prohibit you from joining TML, and the ultimate effect would be to have us quit advocating on your behalf. And there's even readings of this bill that would say that what we're doing today, just telling you what's out there and encouraging you to get active, would arguably be prohibited by this bill. So the Middleton bill is the worst. The Spiller bill, House Bill 170 there at the top, this is essentially the bill that emerged in a House committee last session that was sort of a counterpoint to the bad Senate bills. And it is much more palatable. We would prefer that nothing passed, but this is sort of the House's version that protects us, that protected us from the bad Senate version. Spiller's bill would say that you have to have a council vote on adopting your program, on hiring a lobbyist. City lobbyists can't pay for food and beverage, which is kind of a dying thing anyway. That would not be the end of the world. And then finally, a kind of unusual provision that says cities cannot lobby on property tax rollback rates. Sort of a fallout from the Senate Bill 2 issue. I have my concerns that I suspect that's not really constitutional to pick and choose what you're allowed to speak on, but in any event, this bill is sort of a more palatable version of what we know is going to be discussed in the Senate. And these bills have flown out of the Senate the last 2 sessions. So something's going to pass the Senate, and the dynamic is that the House is where we're going to negotiate that and hopefully defeat the worst of those ideas. A number of other bills there I won't go through, except to say there is a paid sick leave bill there that the worst part of that bill, 471, expands the disease presumption laws. It almost eliminates the tobacco use exception, and also provides a presumption, a workers' comp presumption for heart attacks, which is really the deal breaker. States that have done this have faced really bad fiscal notes way beyond the cancer and COVID levels of presumption. So that's really the bills that have been filed so far. Really don't take too much from these particular bill numbers because there's going to be so many more bills filed, but we just wanted to give you a flavor of what we're looking at so far. I'm going to turn it over to Snapper Carr now. Snapper is one of our legislative consultants and an expert on broadband. And I want to say before Snapper gets going that we are in the process of appointing a broadband advisory committee that will help staff understand what issues you're having. And if you look in this week's and last week's legislative update, you'll see how to apply to be on that committee, and that'll be appointed very shortly to help us be in touch with you guys on broadband issues. So Snapper, take it over and tell us what's going on with broadband expansion and funding.
Thank you, Bennett, and thank you for having me today, and good to hear about the formation of that committee. It's very timely, and I think we'll have a lot of information, as you've noted, to deal with. We really are beginning the last session and moving certainly into the interim in this session. We're in a once-in-a-lifetime situation as it relates to funding, potential funding, and deployment of broadband, both from the private sector and the ability of communities to participate, as many around the state, many cities and counties and school districts have. In helping deploy broadband, both to rural areas and in areas that are underserved or not served at all in urban settings as well. What we've outlined here is kind of what the landscape is with regards to broadband. And the number one question I think that everybody rightfully asks is, how do we access the money? And we mentioned that the money is it is historic. Last session, $500 million was appropriated through the legislative process, and that is managed by, you'll see the very first office there, Texas Comptroller of Broadband Development, or the BDO office, was created by the legislature and has been stood up by the comptroller. They are the ones that will receive the money and formulate the rules for how we access those grant money. And they'll also interact with, as we'll get to, with the federal government, where much of the vast majority of this funding has come through. That $500 million that I referenced from last session was allocated out of ARPA funds that were set aside for broadband deployment programs that the state would manage. So even though we've appropriated that money a little aside and the comptroller's office is working on this, it's not actually in our bank, which is okay right now because as early as tomorrow, the comptroller may publish their rules in the Texas Register on the grant program that the state will use. And it will outline how we will access. It'll be the most important step that'll have taken place since they actually identified and appropriated the money. The comptroller held 2 recent hearings, public meetings, one virtually, on this that occurred on December 28th. Was to take comments kind of in general on the mapping and the proposed rules. And so we're anxiously awaiting that because it will be the next big step for us being able to report to y'all how you actually go about participating and applying to receive or to help some provider or stakeholder in your community to access those funds. The BDO was charged with creating those rules. They were also charged with developing a service area map, which has become very important for the state. If you'll jump down to the FCC there, the Federal Communications Commission, they were in charge of creating service area maps that show where deficiencies might be for purposes of helping determine the allocation of additional broadband funding that Congress made available, of which Texas is expected to get $3 billion. So we're looking at several $billion in federal funds that will be appropriated through the state. The problem that we've had is there are currently in the comptroller in some cities that have challenged the FCC maps, and the final actually is to do that is January 13th. But all that activity on mapping is important because it helps determine the level of funding that we will get. And then we have both of these regulatory entities with the comptroller's office and the FCC doing these issues on mapping, and the legislative bodies, both the Texas legislature and Congress, will be considering items that could also alter or in some way provide greater oversight or directive to this process. The Texas legislature in particular, we will have the Public Utility Sunset Commission up for, or Public Utility Commission up for sunset review, which means they will be looking at this from top to bottom, their issues. There's also going to be legislation that the authors of the original broadband bill expect to put forward this session that they've determined as cleanup or greater clarity to the BDO. I think some of that will be impacted by the rules that we expect to see come out in the next few days. And then certainly the appropriations and budgeting process will impact this, that the money has to actually flow through. And so to tie all this up, we have historic opportunities. We still are awaiting these rules that we should have literally any day out of the comptroller's office, and then we'll have legislative activity that flows from that. And all of this against a backdrop that works with what Bennett and Monty and the rest of the panelists talked about, defending our ability for cities to participate in these agreements, access this money, and to still manage their rights of way, which often get impacted by preemption and other issues as well. And so a lot of activity, not a lot of answers right now, but we're very close to getting some that we've been waiting for a long time.
Thank you, Snapper, for that update. We've left a healthy amount of time here for questions. For some reason, I'm not seeing the questions on my screen, but I understand that Bill and Monty can see the questions you've asked. I'll ask Monty, you want to read some of those out, and we'll be glad to cover those questions with the time we have left.
Yeah, for sure. The first one is number of bills filed. A clarification on number of bills filed per session. It's routinely 7,000 plus bills filed every single session, and routinely 2,000 of those or more impact cities. There's probably not another group or entity in the state under as much legislative scrutiny as cities. So about 7,000, about 2,000 of those are city related. Bennett, would you clarify on the TML broadband committee, when is that deadline, and what is the outcome of that group?
Be glad to. The deadline to apply is next Friday, January 20th. The application process is very informal. Just send me an email stating your name, your city position, and kind of tell us what your city situation is so we can have a good balance on the committee. In other words, I'm a rural city that's getting little or no broadband, or I'm a city that's got some broadband, but it's not equitably distributed throughout the town. Or, for example, our town is developing, wants to do a public-private partnership to bring broadband to the city. Those are just give us an idea of where you sit on the broadband issue and any special expertise you may have on broadband. You don't have to have any, but we do want to have a couple of attorneys or folks that specialize in broadband on that committee. So we want a broad swath of experience. Just shoot me an email, I'll put you in the list. The president of TML, David Rutledge, will appoint that committee very shortly after next Friday because we've got to get moving now. The session's underway. And the workload is basically going to be weekly or bi-weekly Zoom calls or conference calls to tell you what's going on in broadband and allow y'all to tell us what's going on in broadband. I recognize the irony that if you don't have broadband, how are we going to participate in Zoom calls? So we're going to make it friendly for folks to do it by conference call if necessary. But that's the deadline is next Friday. Just shoot me an email, bennett@tml.org, and let me know that you're interested. We're going to try to limit that to about 20 to 30 folks because that's about all you can have on a Zoom call and participate meaningfully. So that's that.
Thank you, Bennett. Disannexation question, Bill. If an area is on a well with an anaerobic sewage system, would the city be required to provide those things in order to prevent disannexation under the legislation?
Hard to say. I don't know. If you look at the bill as it's filed, it talks about all of those things that would be considered full municipal services, and obviously water and wastewater are included in that would have to be provided. There is an exception, though, for services the city doesn't provide pursuant to a service plan if it's annexed, as well as if the city has entered into a regulatory plan or other written agreement to extend the time for providing or waive provision of full municipal services. So those are the only two exceptions. And I think there are a lot of scenarios, perhaps like the one that was mentioned in the question, that may not cleanly fit into either one of those categories, which is, I think, underscores a real issue with this bill, is it doesn't anticipate all the various factors on why certain services might not be provided by a city.
Yeah, what's problematic about this bill, like Bill mentioned earlier, is it doesn't even take into account citizens that don't want services in their city. We've got a lot of cities that don't have police departments. They get their policing done by the sheriff's department. Does that mean the city's not providing full municipal services when the citizens don't even want a police department? The whole city would be disannexed. So it's a really illogical bill. It has a history. It was tied to a very specific issue in Austin, and that created a point of order last session. And so the bill authors pledged to make this statewide to address that point of order. But what I think they're not understanding is that there's all kinds of cities that don't offer services precisely because the citizens don't want those particular services. And this bill doesn't take any of that into account.
So we
it's
can
really
annex Fulton.
way overbroad, and we're going to have to work with those authors to figure out what they're getting at.
Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Oh, hell no.
Well, any other questions there?
I think that, Snapper, how about anticipated impacts of broadband expansion on city rights of way and use of city infrastructure?
Yeah, and I saw several additional broadbands there. I think I can answer most in one. One, just to reiterate, we are expecting the Broadband Development Office rules to be published in the Texas Register as early as tomorrow, or they often post on Fridays. But some point during this month, we will have the rules that will lay out how they work. The bigger issue for us on right-of-way management is going to arise in the PUC sunset process. And there's always discussions of limiting industry, particularly the cable industry as of late. Often AT&T and some other very large participants in the legislative process look to limit our abilities to manage. We of course have some open litigation that is out there related to right-of-way compensation and right-of-way police powers from past legislations and coalition of cities, and those could be impacted by the legislative activity. So it's something we're very much going to be on the lookout for in defense and trying to preserve our current authority, both for police power management and the ability to receive compensation. Last thing is that we'll have to defend our ability. The state law has always been more favorable towards private sectors receiving these dollars that have been available, whereas federal law has created better avenues for public-private partnerships and local governments to access this money. And so it'll be an ongoing issue, but they are definitely tied together. And I saw one, Lonnie, about COGS being able to access or other entities. We do expect that other regional type governments, and again, this will be outlined in the rules that come out, but we do expect school districts, COGS, and other entities to be able to be receiving and partnering entities for some of these funds.
Bill, we want to put it on the Get Engaged page. We have a message that the hyperlinks aren't working. We'll be happy to provide updated links, but these are the avenues for you to be engaged weekly, almost daily, with what we're doing and what we're putting out. And so these are the links. These are also found on our legislative, under the legislative tab on the TML website. But we'll update those links.
Yeah, Lonnie, the easiest way, like you said, would be if you go to www.tml.org and then find your way to the legislative page, you'll see all of these links on that page.
That's right. Bill, the shot clock, how will Chapter 225, which allows for the 10 days of completeness checks, be dealt with, or is it even being considered by these legislators?
I don't believe that it is addressed. That Chapter 245 is addressed in either of the bills filed so far. So if I'm not mistaken, we've yet to see that component of it really addressed yet.
Jesse, on 313, there's a big push to renew Chapter 313, the school district tax abatement program that's been in place for a couple of decades. Will there be something that replaces 313?
Yeah, Monty, it expired into last year. There was a pretty organized effort to encourage and to promote the program. There was a coalition put together, did a good job of doing some surveys and getting some polling information to the legislature. That coalition terminated its existence here at the end of the year. Now they're kind of working behind the scenes to see if they can get some movement on the bill. I'm not sensing right now that there's a overwhelming percentage of success here. I think it's going to be tough to revive that particular program. There will be a bill, there will be some debate, there will be some discussion, but we still have the forces that helped kill the bill last session that are alive and well. So I'm not putting a lot into the likelihood of it, but there'll be some debate on it.
Thank you, Jesse. Hey, Bill, under the ETJ reduction bills, would current ETJs be grandfathered, or would this take effect for current ETJs?
Yeah, I saw a few questions on this. The answer, it appears, is no. Current ETJs would not be bothered. It just provides that it takes effect September 1st, 2023 if it passes. And there were some other questions about the distances there. Again, I can start from the bottom and try to go through these quickly, but if you're under 5,000 population, then your ETJ under the bill would be 250 feet. 5,000 to 25,500 feet, 25,000 to 50,000 is 1,000 feet, 50,000 to 100 is a quarter mile, and then over 100,000 would be a half mile, would be the extent of your ETJ. So those are reduced pretty significantly from current law.
And Bill, interestingly, the fact that they're not grandfathered, like the issue we talked about earlier, that's regardless of the citizens' wishes. A lot of ETJ exists because people petitioned to join ETJ and they were happy to do so. And this bill, if I'm not mistaken, would just kick them out of ETJ even if that was what those neighborhoods wanted. Isn't that correct?
Correct. Yeah, that's right.
Short-term rentals, we haven't seen any short-term rental bills this session. We're likely to. I've had conversations with both HomeAway and Expedia. They don't propose to file anything, although there is a group of investors who've come in and bought up properties who are looking to file a bill that would preempt city authority over short-term rental. So we haven't seen it yet, but we know that we will.
Hey, Monty, could I add that? I think that the bill that Bennett mentioned earlier on the previous slide, Senate Bill 149, I think it is broad enough in that it preempts city regulation of commercial activity that I think in many cases that could be argued to preempt city short-term rental ordinances. So it's true, we don't have anything specific on STRs yet, but I think that could be characterized probably as a short-term rental preemption bill, among other things.
We also had a tree ordinance bill. We haven't seen a tree ordinance bill in a couple of sessions now.
That's right.
Let's see what else we got. I've got time for a few more questions here. Would disannexation of areas not provided by city be future or current? That is, I think you answered that, Bill. Current. Right. And then House Bill 190, the Valerie Swanson ballot proposition bill, what are the petition requirements?
Yeah, this one's a little bit different than some of the bills we've seen on this topic in the past, but this one would say that if a city receives a petition, and really here we're only talking about home rule cities, and so that have initiative and referendum elections in addition to having charter amendment elections, but if a city receives a petition, this bill would require the language for the proposition that's included in the petition to be the language that's used. In other words, the city wouldn't have the authority to modify that language to make it comply with state law. But there's the ability of the city to essentially appeal the language to the Secretary of State's office if they feel the language is misleading or doesn't otherwise comply with state law. And then at the end of that bill, it kind of goes in, and I would say in a fairly broad way, I have to look at the specifics, but in a pretty broad way preempts any provisions in a city charter on petition requirements. So whoever asks the question, feel free to follow up with me and we can go through that language after this.
One last question on ESDs, and Huntsville is currently involved in legal action concerning the ESD issue. They're wanting to know if there's any possibility of promoting legal expenses as part of that ESD issue for ESDs to pay those legal expenses.
Like some legislative way of addressing those legal expenses? Yeah, interesting. I don't know. And that's also, there's litigation with regard to that particular issue that Huntsville's dealing with elsewhere in the state too. So Huntsville's not the only city dealing with it on that, but haven't seen a bill filed as of yet, but it's something to look into.
And Bill, just on that topic of ESDs, there obviously will be multiple pieces of legislation that are filed that will be filed that are going to address some of the various issues that are out there today on expansion, taxation issues, and others. But so there will be a multitude of bills filed. We just haven't seen them yet.
Yeah.
That concludes our questions, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We look forward to seeing you again on March the 16th, April the 13th, and May the 4th. And as always, you can call any of us on this legislative team. Be happy to answer any of your questions. And so with that, we'll see you at the next one.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah, that concludes our webinar.
Okay.
Well, good.
Thanks, Shelby.
All right.
Thank you, that was a good update.
So if we could just circle back on the annexation, then we'll take a quick break and lunch should be here at 1:45. What I'm hearing is we want everybody to stay put in the city right now. If you were gonna petition today, we would fight disannexation. But we are going to progressively work towards a more extensive plan to decide strategically what should be disannexed and what needs to stay in the city. That's what I heard. Okay,
Sounds
Yes.
reasonable.
okay.
What also, one more thing to that is, in the disannexation, and I know Katie was doing some research on what it would do to the bottom line for the
Yeah.
city budget.
So we'll
for ad
take-
valorem and-
We'll have budget, we'll have cost to serve, big round cost, impact to budget, decrease in services impact, you know, I'll try to get you as comprehensive of a plan as my mind can work up.
And I believe, that maybe Katie brought it up, but what it also would do to the bond capability and/or existing bonds.
How does it change our fiscal position with respect to?
Yes.
To debt?
Yeah,
And the ability to acquire said debt?
or existing debt, because that was.
Or
borrowed-
existing
that
debt
was-
also.
That was borrowed on X number of.
Well, it affects your bond rating too, and all
Yeah.
sorts of things that would
Yeah.
have an effect on how you can borrow.
I think that's why it's better for us to come up with a plan for keeping the land and the customers and all of that, vice kicking them to the curb because blah, 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 blah. But it does take research, it's gonna take research, it's gonna take an actual plan, not just we're gonna get to that. And it has to be sellable, because once again, the five of us, our job is to sell what the city wants or does not want to do. And they can't sell a piece of paper that doesn't say anything.
Well, the people need to understand what the effect is too. I mean, they need to know what it would cost them, what it will cost if we start trying to provide the services they'd like to have. And I don't blame them for wanting those. That's not the issue. The issue is what the heck is it gonna cost? And we have no choice. We still gotta pay for it. That, and they need to understand, how much is it gonna cost to run it? If the number $1 million a mile is a good number, here's what it would cost to put sewer, water, and like that out in your neighborhood. And do
Here's
you
the
want
cost
to be
for-
assessed that cost over time?
Here's the cost and here's how you're gonna pay for it, you know, whether it's 5 or 10 years, whatever. You know, I mean, all of those variables have to be considered by, well, just about every single landowner.
Yeah, I
And
think
how much-
the funding options are important.
The funding mechanism is gonna be about the most important thing, because this is a huge expenditure of funds, which means the city can't do it. But I also believe that the citizens shouldn't have to pay for all of it.
But again,
I mean,
I agree that it's gonna be a large expenditure. But $1 million a mile doesn't scare me because I don't know what the revenues off of that service offsets.
Where's
in a
the
certain
return
amount
on
of time,
investment?
right? So I'm just not
And
where
how
I
long
need to
would it
be to
take
have
to
that
pay back?
conversation. $1 million
But
makes
I
it
think
scary
everything
if
we've
the
talked
other
about
thing.
today has given Vanessa a good idea on
Yeah,
how to move forward and what to come up with and what we're looking for.
Yeah, no, I mean,
And to
it's-
lock her door and nobody sees her for about 3 months.
okay.
So they mentioned that bill, the disannexation
Right.
bill.
It might all be taken care of.
The interesting, I pulled up the bill, and the way that it says few municipal services include the operation and maintenance of water and wastewater facilities. So, which is, I guess is what we're talking about, but it also includes operation and maintenance of roads and streets, including road and street lighting.
Yeah, the streetlights.
Though, I
Wow.
mean, and
Those
in
things we don't
most,
have?
and in many communities, street lighting is not a municipal service, that's provided by the electric company. And then this one, operation and maintenance of any other facility, building, or services owned by the municipality. So who defines any of this stuff? I mean, is the question. I mean, how?
Yeah, that has so many holes in it, just
Right.
because you're not defining anything.
Right.
It's a very broad subject.
So I mean, even if it does get passed, I'd expect many lawsuits across the state of Texas as to whether it's, services are being provided or not.
Well, the way that's written is the reason a lot of those are dead before they ever get brought up anyway, because there are lawyers and lobbyists sitting there just waiting.
Yeah.
I read that.
Did the Senate bill pretty much say the same thing? There was a House
Yeah,
bill
they're
that said
companion
that they
bills.
were- okay.
Yeah.
And for me, generally, I'm not opposed to de-annexation, and I really love the opportunity for communities or neighborhoods to come together and say this is right. What I don't like is one or two vocal people representing the whole and those other individuals not having the opportunity to speak for themselves given facts, you know, and I don't know if it's a vocal couple that are talking about things that they don't even know what they're talking about. I don't know.
Well, that's part of the issue that we have to deal with. I've talked with folks about that. Yesterday I had some questions from the leadership of Aransas County about, for instance, the gas company. Is the city going to keep the gas company? I said, I can't tell you what's going to officially happen. I can tell you I doubt it very seriously because we can't afford to. Not at $430,000 a mile to replace 9 miles of pipe. We can't do it. And so somebody's got to buy it. The same kind of thing. People, it is important for us to keep in mind that when we have, as the example of the 2 or 3 people that come to meetings, they live in one particular ward, so I keep giving Brad their stuff, saying, these are your friends, read this. But they live in a ward that's got roughly 2,000 voters in it. And so our concern in listening to them, and I catch myself getting aggravated at what they say, kind of blaming other folks for. This is 2 or 3 people talking about what they want, and we have to be careful about trying to condescend real hard to 2 or 3 people. I mean, they have a right to talk, and I keep telling them that you can talk at the appropriate time, and then there's appropriate time to hush and sit down. But we have got a lot of people that don't want to read what it is we're doing. They don't want to read ordinances we're talking about passing. They don't want to read all the stuff that goes with a bond issue. They don't want to read, and they expect us to take care of this for them. And we have to be really careful that we don't bend too far for vocal people and not listen to the folk, or not take into consideration the needs of the people that won't call us because they don't want to keep up with all that mess. They want us to do it.
Hi.
And you have to worry about the Chick-fil-A people when they come in.
Which we will be why we're here, because we don't have Chick-fil-A in Rockport.
That's a fact. We also don't have a, what is it, a pancake house. They keep saying, oh, we're going to have an IHOP. And no, we won't get one because there's not enough people going to be there for breakfast every day. They're going to JJ's tonight.
Okay, so we got a plan. Take a break. We'll distribute lunch, and then we'll hit the charter. Thank y'all very much, by the way.
It is 11:37. I didn't bring it. I have always wanted to reach back and take out a gun and drop the magazine out, take the bullet out, and hit it on the front. 11:46.
11:46.
Okay, next item.
I don't know what I did with it, man. Thank you. Are we through with public utilities, including water and wastewater? That we were on that when we went back to the.
Yeah.
Okay, number 6. Discussion regarding final report of the Charter Review Commission and possible discussion on changes to the city charter for which a special election may be called.
Okay, so we're gonna, I'm gonna let Art walk y'all through this since he was the lead on that for the commission. And we've decided we're gonna hold a public hearing on the 24th and then call the election on the first meeting in February. That's the plan going forward, if we decide to put anything to the voters. But anyway, go.
All right, so thanks. So we had 8 meetings with the Charter Review Commission to go over the entirety of the charter, which is not an easy task, and it was time consuming. But the first thing I want to say is your charter is in good shape to begin with. So changes that y'all need to consider are changes that you believe are needed to improve the charter. There's not a whole lot of things that need to be changed. I mean, y'all have a good solid charter right now. The most of the recurring conversation in the Charter Review Commission centered around the term limit provisions, which we'll get to, planning and zoning, financial transparency. Those were the three huge issues that just, kept coming up over and over and over again. So, but I thought, it might be in your packets. You've got the second tab includes all the changes. It includes the charter as currently written, including the changes that were voted upon by the Charter Commission. So we can go through, and I just thought it'd be easiest just to go start Article 1, Section 1, and go through the 12th chapter, 12 sections in there. The first one that we came to...
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes, ma'am.
Just a process. So, if this is, we're going through this today, and ultimately we're going to make a decision about going to the May election. With regards to how it would look on the ballot, is it an all or nothing? Do we bundle certain things? Is it every single one of them line item? I'm just trying to think how, for me, like how do we sell this?
That's
how
a great
do we
question.
package this?
That's a great question.
To me, it changes how deep I want to go into
What the statute provides is when you're looking at a revision to a charter, is that it should be a one-issue ballot item, okay? So, but you also get to determine what the one issue is, okay? So, for instance, one commissioner wanted gender neutrality throughout the charter, but it affected many different sections in there. Well, do y'all want to consider that section by section, or do y'all want to consider that gender neutrality as one issue?
So the item would be for a vote. Do we want to change the general language from he to whatever?
Right.
If the answer is yes, then here's all the references in the charter where.
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
So then the other thing is like, for instance, there was a recommendation by the commission to eliminate the P&Z provision. That affects several different sections, obviously, but that could be one issue. Just eliminate all of Article 10, I think is what it is. But with respect to everything else, we need to determine what can be combined, what needs to be separated. The statute basically just says it's a one-issue item that goes to the voters. How we define the one issue is up for the council to decide.
Okay.
So that provides a little bit of clarity.
No, it does. In what you've seen here, you have a ballpark of what you think the number of, if we were to adopt all of this today and say we want to push it to the voters, is that 10 items? 20?
I haven't counted them like that because I wasn't sure. I didn't want to be doing more work than was necessary, so I didn't count it from that perspective. I do know that there have been some charter review elections by some cities that have had 83 ballot items on them.
Can't even imagine it.
So
even being able to.
Right, and then some of So I don't think you'll have 83 here. In fact, I don't think there's 83 changes here. But so it can be that extensive if you want it to be.
All right, thank you.
So the section 301, there was a recommendation to remove the last portion of that sentence.
301?
1.03. What did I say?
301.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm section dyslexic today.
He's a lawyer, he doesn't understand numbers.
Exactly.
So is it, okay, sorry, another.
So-
is the idea, maybe Vanessa, that as we go through each of these, are you wanting, I know we're not taking action, but a consensus vote to say, hey, we're all in agreement? Or
So the hope,
not, we discuss?
the hope for me anyway is that if we can get consensus, then I've got to now turn this into an ordinance that's got to turn into a ballot provision. So there's a lot of work to do still. And then we've got to look about, Spanish translation and that kind of thing. So there's work that needs to be done with respect to it. The hope is, if you like, if there's consensus on these things, then we can begin to prepare the ordinances later. If there's not consensus on an item, then we just present an ordinance that, only contains the ones that there was, consensus on.
Would that be considered taking action if we?
No, I mean, I can read the room, okay? And obviously, if if at some point I've not included something, or I've included something that wasn't the intent is, we can take action on that later.
Okay, and then Vanessa, you're the public hearing for the next city council meeting. Are we gonna do that during the council meeting, or are we gonna do a special prior to?
I think we'll just do it during. I mean, if he has everything ready, we put the ordinances out there and then have a public hearing on them.
And then that's still obviously not the final ordinance, because that's the vote, the first vote in
Right.
December.
Nothing is final until there's an ordinance, okay? So, yeah.
And that ordinance would be to put it on the ballot.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
Tracking.
But you have time to change it between that 24th meeting and when we call the election at the first meeting in February.
Okay.
Yes.
Because I'm guessing it's going to be a public hearing followed by an action.
We haven't talked about that, but because I think what you said was there's going to be a public hearing at the next meeting, and then in February is going to be the ordinance.
Action item.
The action item.
Do we not have to have 2 readings?
Yes.
Reading I say no, so.
No, I don't, let me go back, let me double
I'm
check.
sorry, on this
Because-
charter, I don't know,
Okay.
Because I don't think elections require 2 readings, I think that they just require one.
unless it's a charter, I know.
Oh, we'll get to that in a second,
But
but,
the time constraint, because if it's 2 readings, we're either gonna have to, there's gonna have to be something as a special, so there's enough time to still get it on the ballot.
Yeah,
I think,
we'll work that out for you.
but since it's a special, we have a little bit more time than a general, to do it under the
Yeah, we
act.
could do a first reading on the 24th, following the public hearing, and then do a second reading on the.
I think that would be better done as a public hearing and then a special meeting for the first reading, and then the second reading on the first meeting in February, simply because that's enough time that if we decide we have to give Art some information, hey, we need to change this, or we need to include this, remove this.
Yeah, because we would just be forced to accept the first reading,
Right.
whether we agreed with it or not, just to put
To
it
have
on
it
the
first
process.
reading.
Yeah, I would be good with a special meeting.
I don't remember the date, but
If we have to have 2.
But for special meetings, I believe it's approximately another month or so that you have to call a special meeting.
Yeah, you
I don't
have a
remember
little
the
bit more
exact date.
time.
So even though the general election for your regular council seats is the end of mid-February is the deadline to call that election. It's about another month for a special election, which is, even though it's the same day as your general, it's considered a special.
But it still has to have time to make sure the ballot initiates.
Yeah.
Right.
Worded properly, blah, 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 there's all the moving parts. And
Listen,
getting-
Teresa will set the deadlines and we will say yes.
Yes, that's
Okay.
how she's at election law training right now.
Okay.
And generally, your ballot provisions are written generally, but the actual language that would be voted upon is, like would be on your website or, something like that, some other place. All right. Any other general questions?
No, I think that's good.
All right. So the 1.03, the extension of boundaries, there was language that was proposed for removal because there's been an extensive change in the annexation provisions. The language for removal was, to accommodate some of the changes that occurred in 2019
At the state level.
at the state level. So you can see it's the removal was with or without consent of the property owners, and just to make it more just comply with state law.
If there is going to be a change in annexation again, and there already has been changed, I mean, the discussion has come up before, you can't annex anything unless it has to be annexed anyway. Is there, if this were a sole item, there would be no need in changing that because the law will change and you can't do anything annexation-wise anyway?
That's correct.
So it would not be practical to have an election over that matter.
Right,
Okay.
right. So the way to think about it is just in this, the supremacy clause of our Constitution is that Constitution's top, state law, and then our ordinances are below that. Our charter is below that, and then our ordinances. So even if there's anything contrary in our charter to what's in the state law or the Constitution, those are going to control over what ours is. This is just to come into compliance with it. People, reduce confusion amongst the electorate, that kind of thing.
So are you needing something, yes, no, maybe so?
Yeah, just thoughts on it. Thoughts on it, yeah.
And Art and I have talked extensively about this entire thing, but I mean, all it does is it puts us in current state statute, and we do have a comment that in accordance with state law. So that covers any changes with according to annexation.
I'm good with not being more stringent nor more lenient than the state law. I think that's the appropriate precedence. I know that we've heard a lot of community concerns about the implication here, and that should the state law revert back to allow for this free-for-all, that the citizens wouldn't be protected in that situation. Could it happen? I guess. I said, but you still need a city council who's willing to accept the free-for-all mentality. And so, I'm not, to me, this isn't a die-on-your-sword one.
Yeah.
I asked my representative to align with the state law. I think that recommendation is sound. But this isn't what we should be fighting with people over, because it doesn't really do much of anything.
I think if we put it on the ballot, it's going to be a yes. Because of all of the people that were forced annexed. And we don't want that to happen again. So if
Did it say yes that they would approve this recommendation?
They would approve that change, yes.
Oh, I would see the other.
So we're going to allow forced annexation to continue.
Yeah, we can.
I know we
can't.
can't. I know we can't.
Okay, maybe I read that backwards.
Okay. Never mind.
Just taking out that statement completely removed, it does provide a ton of clarity because there's no ambiguity. We annexed in accordance with state law.
Yeah.
That and a statement. That's what taking that language out brings us to, is we can annex in accordance with state law.
Yeah. Okay, I remember what it was. The comments were, if we're going to change anything, we should just say not to allow forced annexation.
But we can't do that.
Right. No.
If statute changes.
I got you. And to me, this almost falls into, like, you look at your item grouping. Would an item be adjust provisions that are contrary to state law, and then here's the
What I would recommend is to do it by article, to be honest with you, if you're going to group it, because it's just a matter of, like, for instance, the item would be, changes regarding annexation, and if y'all do the next one, and disannexation, and that groups it together, and while you want to be general, okay, the more specific you can be in your generality. I know that makes no sense.
That is such good word.
But the more specificity can be, the less challenges you may potentially have on the back end of it.
So you're saying do it like article on the ballot possibly would be Article 1, and these would be proposed.
Now that's not to say that within an article we may not have multiple provisions in there, but generally speaking, like for Article 1, I would, the recommendation for me anyway would be that you would group annexation and disannexation together, because it's, it's the same coin.
Yes, sir.
Right.
And then that would be a yes or no vote on
Right.
Article 1 on the ballot.
Exactly. Exactly. Now, if there was something that was important that you wanted just specifically that, you know, a determination on that, you could put that, just a singular item on there. And when we get down to some of the items that we talked about, that generated a lot of discussion, term limits, for instance, you may not want that in with some of the other changes in there, because that may be the driver for that section. So you may want to put it alone. You know, that's
saying that our current city charter is in really good shape. I mean, and you know, we as a city we goofed by not having the review process in the past couple for our charter. But I just don't. I want to make sure we don't have, I guess, poison pills in here anywhere where if we are taking the time to put it on the ballot, and then because of one thing we have in there, you know, we wasted time.
right. And that's one of the things that you know, I'll try to point that out as we're going through, is that, you know, this section will affect something later on. So yeah, I mean, we'll try to point those out as we're going along. And so as you're considering the annexation provision, the 1.04 is the disannexation provision. And the reason this language was added in here was because if you read the language the way that it's currently existing in the charter, it just allows for petition, and then there's nothing really there isn't anything what to do after that. So we added the language to basically say that the disannexation follows the same process as an initiative requirement that's later adopted in your charter. That way, now we've got a process for these people to get the relief that they want.
I particularly like number 5, in that somebody presents a petition and the city council can decide right there, instead of sending it to election, or, you know, we agree with the petition, yep, and that's it. We don't have to, we're not calling elections that aren't necessary to be called.
Right.
Was there any consideration for supermajority vote on that?
I don't recall there being any.
There was a lot of
That seems
discussion.
really funky that 3
on this
people
stuff.
could decide to de-annex something.
3 people can decide the tax rate too. I mean,
But that's not a forever decision. At this point, we can't re-annex people. I mean, that,
yeah, but I mean, really everything is a forever decision. It really is. I mean, because the tax rate today affects somebody 5 years down the road, so it's forever.
yeah.
But with like regular meetings, you have to, people do a petition, say, to change the zoning in their area, and they don't have enough people, they're 20%, and you have to get super majority, so I feel like that would tie in with that as well.
That's why, that's what, you know,
I mean,
I can't get a cup without a supermajority if people don't agree with me, but yet I can de-annex property.
I mean, I have no problem with going with the supermajority instead, because it would be better to have 4x3. I can buy that in a heartbeat, because we're going to see that later in the zoning hearings. So if we go with the supermajority, that's only another sanity check on, are we going to just go say de-annex? So I'm good with supermajority in that instead of majority.
Bear with me, I'm just trying to read through the minutes of what the commission was discussing on that.
So you're not going to see that in the section that you're reading,
Okay.
because this provision was actually something that generated discussion throughout, and we brought that back up.
Okay.
The
I remember this being.
The language that's in there, the language that's in here, was basically the last version of what we discussed, and it was Commissioner Wagner that wanted that this was his item that he kept bringing up, and he. What he expressed at the time was that he wanted a mechanism by which there would be automatic disannexation. And Vanessa and I mean, we kicked this over and over again. There was no way that I could find a legal manner in which for someone else to bind a legislative act for a city without a legislative act to confirm it by the city. So this was the only way in which I could get there, and I didn't get there all the way, but but we got there to at least to the point that Commissioner Wagner was satisfied, and the commission was satisfied. But so what you were looking at, you weren't going to find
Okay.
where the discussion was.
And I know Commissioner Webb, there was extensive discussions had on the disannexation and annexation, but I can't remember what the final. Obviously, this is the final what they agreed upon, but there was, like I said, extensive discussion about it.
I don't think changing it to a supermajority would go against their intent at all.
Okay, but it was. I guess the discussion on whether it would go to a ballot, an election, or versus council being approved.
Well,
so that was the problem. Okay,
Right.
was that the way that it's currently written, there doesn't seem to be a guarantee that it would go to the ballot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the addition of this was to clear that up, was to give that path, to provide that path. Then I presented number 5, basically say an option that says, look, if you do get a petition to do it, maybe council just doesn't want to go through the expense and just say goodbye. I mean, and then it's a council vote.
So this clarifies how the petition's to be submitted. It requires us to take action on the petition. We can't just ignore it. And we can either, as a council, say, yep, we approve, or
Let the voters
at
decide.
minimum, it has to go, or it has to go to.
Right.
We can't
Right.
just throw it away.
Right.
Okay.
I think the idea of a supermajority is good because it has a major effect on the rest of the city too. And it just let them know that at least 4 out of the 5 folks thought it was a good idea.
If the intent was for the community to vote and to make a decision because it does impact the whole community, I have a hard time with 3 people getting to make decisions.
And to the point that the mayor was making, we did pass this provision by bond council, because what you're essentially doing is making everyone else's taxes go up.
Yes.
Yeah.
And bond council did not express any issue with this.
I think on Bond's side is if we had example, everything south of Corpus Christi, then we're starting to get into real numbers when it comes to tax valuation and taxes assessed. So, that's where how it's gonna affect bond ratings and ability to all of that, yes. Parts of it, no. Until it becomes all of it.
We're talking about 10 houses, that's one conversation. It could be half the city decides to sign a petition and be like,
Well,
I got the votes.
And then it's very easy for, let me play the negative Nancy here. Okay, I'm gonna play devil's advocate. So, annexation area X has a 51% of the voters on the petition signed. We want to be de-annexed. It comes to council. Council says no, we're gonna set it to a bond election. And then the entire city says no.
So here's the other problem with actually 1.04 is and it's not something that the commission changed, but if you look under section A, it says that the newly annexed area is not receiving the standard governmental and proprietary services of the city.
Your section A, is that
Yes,
the
it's one.
Subsection A.
Oh,
Subsection 1.
So
1041?
104.1.
oh,
Yeah.
141, you said A.
Yeah,
I'm
I
like,
did.
where's A?
Okay.
I
Yeah,
got
you're
lost.
right. You're right.
It's
Apples,
numbers.
oranges.
You gotta keep it simple for us.
is, if I were to write a legal opinion, my legal opinion would be they're getting services, okay, because services are available. If you may not be getting water, but you're getting water service because it's available. You may need to pay for it, but that's a paid service. So the question is, what services are we talking about, and what does service mean? Okay, and that's kind of analogous here, which is something that we can interpret in an ordinance as to what service means. Because y'all as the city council have the ability to interpret your own charter. So, I mean, I just kind of throw that out there, kind of piggybacking on the discussion that TML had.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's very, I mean, if you looked at this map here, if you looked at this map and it was one of these properties, they were saying, oh, we're not getting services. Well, what service are you not getting? Well, you didn't maintain the building. You didn't maintain the police hall or whatever. Then you as a city council would say, no, this is not a valid petition. This is not a valid petition because you're getting the same service as everyone else does. But does that hold for, someone down here? And that's something that y'all need to think about, which I think is what the earlier conversation was about.
So going back, how do we feel about a supermajority? Are we
I would like to see.
okay?
Yeah,
Four people, right?
I think supermajority would be better. It's definitely a CYA.
So we like the changes as written, except add a supermajority to number 5 for Article 1.
And we're good with the change to 1.03, or y'all advancing that or not?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good job.
Section 2, Article 2 had no changes, no proposed changes from the commission.
That's my favorite one.
Yeah, exactly. There's a couple of those, so
Yeah.
unless y'all have anything
Nope.
that y'all want to think about there.
No, that's all, it's all in accordance with, so it's not.
Yeah. Article 3, council members, this is one obviously that generated a lot of discussion amongst them. We'll start with 3.01 subsection 1D with I'm going to skip all of the gender neutrality changes because I'm just going to assume that there's consensus there.
So
Go ahead.
Could the gender neutrality throughout the charter
Yes.
be one item?
Be one item.
Yes or no?
Correct.
Okay, good.
3.01 1D, term limitation. The recommendation of the commission was to remove it. There was if it was to remain, I did have one change that I thought might be beneficial, but we didn't get there because the change was to remove it in its entirety.
I would like to hear why a little bit. I just don't.
So the discussion, a lot of the discussion was people should have the choice as to who they want to vote for.
Let the voters decide.
They never vote.
Let the voters decide.
So then you have someone sitting on there that should be going in. I don't know. I mean, I understand that point, but we don't have a big voter turnout in our. Because we have the elections. Maybe if we move it to November.
Well, we can't do that.
Well, we can't do it yet.
Yeah.
We can't do it yet.
Yeah.
But that was the primary reason that was expressed.
One of the other reasons that was expressed is that the voters should be the ones to set the term limits. If you don't like them, vote no. Which is the American way.
That was, the discussion was, we set the term limits. Versus maximum 10 years, if they're still doing a good job in 10 years, we would like to keep that represented. Originally, I don't like the career politician, somebody could sit there for 40 years. But, I listened to the discussion and they made a very valid point that we set the term limits by the ballot. So, to me, that's one of those things, I'm not going to die on the sword because this was the commission's recommendation, so.
I mean, I did, although I did not attend the meetings, I did watch every one of those, and sometimes more than once. I preferred to be able to what did they say, and back
Right.
up and that kind of stuff, and not have to deal with a lot of distractions. I didn't really feel, listening to their conversation, that there was a strong opinion one way or the other. There was recommendations submitted, there was some discussion, there was definitely some citizen input, and I kind of, at the end, it felt like a couple of commissioners were like, look, I'm just not even gonna deal with this anymore, send it to the voters, versus I truly believe this is in the best interest of the community. I don't think some of them felt that, they just punted the problem. I like the term limitations. I mean, kind of as a general rule of all elected officials, I would love term limits on everyone. But for me, I liked the idea of coming into this. Yes, I only volunteered for 2 years, but I also understood that, hey, if I like it, no matter what, I'm only volunteering for 10 years. Like, there is an exit strategy where I'm not just saying, hey, I quit and walk away. But I don't know. I mean, I get the point of the other side. I really do. I like diversity. I really like diversity. I like new people coming in, new thoughts, new whatever. Even if the other person, guy or gal, wasn't doing anything wrong and was doing mostly good, you still have that static tenure on that council that could literally live here for 20 years and a seat that's held. But if it has to vacate, you're forced to put a new perspective on that seat.
And see, that's my thoughts, but I mean, if the general consensus, if they want to put that up to the vote, I guess we'll let people vote if they want to have a term. I'm fine with that. I'm not going to argue it too much, but I know how I feel. But if the voters want it, it's fine with me. Put it on there.
Yeah, and with that point, I agree. This could be the most valid reason to put it in front of the voters.
Let me throw another thought in here. And I've fleshed this out by talking to actually past council members instead of current council members. And I think I talked to one current council member. The question that for me is how long is a term? That's actually the first question for this, is how long is a term? Brad and I have discussed, Andrea's pretty much agreed, and I think you're going to end up agreeing when you're getting there, is at about the 2-year mark, you finally got it figured out. And then it's time for another election. Well, so constantly running. The thought in my head, and you guys can take it for what it's worth, is what we do is we change to 4-year terms, have a 20-year term limit. You can only do 8 years of the mayor. After either your 8 years as mayor or 20 years total, you could never be on council again. Unlike the one we currently have, which means I could take a year off and come right back on council. Because I can start another 10 years.
I do kind of like the idea that you could come back. I mean, but if the will was that, hey, this was...
But then why'd you have to leave? If the will was for you to stay there?
It forced us to take a look at a new opportunity.
Okay.
And if that opportunity sucked, then we go back. I don't know.
Let's take your election. Right? You told me when you were out getting signatures for your petition that you had 2 people saying, "Thank God you're doing this. Now I don't have to."
Yeah.
Well, what if still nobody steps up? Then we get to appoint somebody if we stay with 2-year terms. Because I understand 2-year terms allows for appointments. So then we get Mike Saski, who was appointed in Ward 1 for 2 years, who didn't want to be there, who missed 45% of the votes. I mean, on and on and on. So we have to balance that. We've had several council members that have been appointed by the kingmakers, and not all of them have been useless, but they very rarely get reelected.
I'm not opposed to changing the term, or the term. It's the consecutive years of service. So if you went to a 4-year, I'd be okay with budgeting it to 12 years or something like that. 20 starts to scare me a little bit, but I understand the difference between the term period and the consecutive year. So
4 years is a scary number. That's a long time to be something to
It's that sweet city council money, come on.
But, yeah. But I do agree that after the first 2 years, that's when you're kind of learning. I mean, and then all of a sudden, you're not elected, and you're like, oh crap, I have all this stuff I'm wanting to do now, and I can't, or whatever the case, I guess, being elected, so. But the 4 years, I mean, that's what commissioners do, right? They're 4 years.
Yeah, years.
I think that would be good. At least 3, to give some time for us to, when you're on council, to have that time to get comfortable and
So if we did
to find your
3,
thing.
would the benefit on a 3 would be that some years the mayor was with the judge, and the next time the mayor would not be on the judge, right? If it was a 3?
If it was a 3, there, yeah, it would go back and forth. I think it's a 12-year rotation on that, but you never really want to change your leadership twice, at the same time, I should say.
No, yeah.
Same county at the same time, I think would be bad juju. You know, I mean, right now, we're only offset by what, 6 months.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
But, because my thought would be is that we would go, the presidential year, and then the midterm year, with the mayor being on the presidential year, because the judge is already on the midterm year. And then we rotate that way. Going to 4-year terms also decreases the cost to the taxpayers tremendously for elections.
Yeah.
Because then we're not doing them every May. We're doing them every other May. Or November, as things may shift. So there's a whole lot in there that to me, it's not just okay, we're going to get rid of term limits, but you still only have 2-year terms. That's a lot of, because this is one of those spots, like Art said, where one section affects another section. So, what do we do? How do we reconcile that? I personally don't really want to go out and get 31 signatures when I could wait 2 more years and get 50 and actually have a larger number on my petition.
And I guess another comment to that as well is every 2 years, so when we're reverse odd and even, you have a council that's working well together and get stuff done, and then the next year you have to do the election again, and then again. And the 4 years, then you can have at least have that time to keep working together, and especially if it is a good council there.
You have 2 solid years instead of most of 1.
I think you can get a little bit more accomplished.
It's not every year. Right. We'll start for those city councils.
I can also say is I haven't talked to, not a whole lot of citizens have talked to me about term limits versus, consecutive years on council versus not consecutive years on council. I did not get much input one way or the other. I think if we threw that out as a ballot, I have no idea how it would come out.
Most of the people that talk to me, that was the item, because they're like, what is it that y'all are trying to pull off here? And, but then once you explain it to them, it's like, this is not, back to the nefarious, right?
Yeah.
This isn't nefarious, there's just, they're like, well, if we have the right to vote people in and out now, why is this change even necessary? And anyways,
Let me just say, as far as changing the term of office goes, if y'all make the change to anything greater than 2, then the appointment process in 3.05 needs to change to an election. The Constitution requires an election for vacancies if you've got a term of greater than 2 years. And I'm not saying that's good or bad, I'm just saying that's the way it is.
I think I don't know that we should be adding anything new that didn't come out of the Charter Commission. I mean, we obviously can, but I like limiting our conversation to their recommendations. We can tweak them a little bit, but versus what you just said, changing in another section. We can save that for the next charter review. And I did actually have a question. So if we put an item to vote and it's voted down, is there any limitation for that same item to be re-recommended during the next normal charter
Oh, no.
review? Okay. Because sometimes when we
Right.
vote something down, it has to be changed.
Right.
Before, okay, all right. So just as a no, and then it comes back again if it's,
Yes.
okay. Whatever you want to do, I'm good. Mayor?
I don't particularly like term limits, mainly because I have seen some council people that were around for a while. Term limits didn't necessarily, some of them just didn't run good. But I like the availability for people to run longer. And it's easy for me to say because I'd be 143 years old if I did this for 10 years, so I'm not going to worry about it. But we have had, the people that have mentioned this particular item to me don't understand why if somebody's doing a good job for the city, they can't stay there. And I think that is a good thing if people decide they don't like him, or they decide he's a really nice old guy, but he's getting a little bit forgetful and loses his watch or whatever. Anyway, that if they decide that it's time for that person to go, they can take care of that if they want to. And I agree that most of the people don't go vote anyway, but if there was a big concern about that, people would go vote. So anyway, that one, we've had one person that I know of that term limited out twice since I've been here. And so, and then his son got the job later, so anyway.
I thought I was voting for Leo, by the way.
Did you?
I saw JD at a city council meeting, or city council chambers, he was wearing a shirt, and I was like, when'd you go to work for the city? And he's like, I'm a council person. I was like, what? Where's your dad?
On the other side, I don't think that, to me, it's not a problem if we look through here and say, you know what, there's something I would like to see in there, and we just add something, especially if it's not a big significant thing. If we went to, say, 3 or 4 year terms, I don't think that's going to offend anybody. I don't think that that's something that those people would say, that people that run the Charter Revision Commission, I don't think they would say, well, if they want to do that, they didn't need us in the first place. I don't think that's one of those issues. I have heard other folks talk about, why don't you just keep people in office a little longer, whether it's 3 years, 4 years, whatever. And I think they're more interested in that than most anything else. And if that was something we wanted to do, as you were saying, well, I don't think it would hurt to change it to something else. Me, I'd say 3, 4 starts sounding like a long time to me. But
Well, the only thing with 3 is we only have 5 members.
That's
So
true.
how do you divvy up the elections?
you would still just have 3 of them on one 3-year term and 3 on the next one. Or 2 on the next one, I'm sorry. Well, like we do now, the mayor and the even ones go here and the odd ones go, the odd people go somewhere.
Well, we need an odd person.
Yeah.
Okay. So we would do, let's say we stay with that, so this year would be me and Brad take a year off. And then it would be the mayor 2 and 4, and then me and Brad.
Yeah.
So we have a point in time where it's not, we'll have a council for 2 years, and then a council for 1 year, and then a council for 2
Yeah,
years.
well, you would
and a
have to
council for
set
1 year.
aside, when we change, here's what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the 4 years, like what you're saying, that makes more sense to me with the 3 years. It does sound scary,
Yeah.
trust me, it does. I mean, 4 years is a long
But
time,
I don't, that's fine. If
But I
4 is fine
understand.
too, I wouldn't say that.
but you're making a good point. That you're
Senators
saying.
get 8.
Oh, gosh, 6.
Yes, 6, I'm sorry, 6, you're right.
I like the idea of saving the taxpayers money on unnecessary elections.
Yeah, because I mean, even if, let's say Brad and I did both, well, everybody knows I already decided to run again. Let's say both Brad and I run this next year, and it's Brad and I on the ballot, and that's it. The last time we did that, it was $58 a vote. Because turnout's so low and it costs so much to have an election. It's done by number of, I remember right, election prices are done by number of bodies, not number of final voters. Or something, some such.
So your contract, you're renting the equipment. So the contract, whether you have 10 voters or 1,000 voters, the total cost is the same because you rented the equipment.
Okay. So it's an equipment rental, whether we have 3 people vote or 10,000 vote.
Correct.
Okay.
The only time there's a difference in cost is when you have special elections, and there's additional fee for the additional ballots.
Okay.
But
So, I mean, this all ties in with, as it says eventually, that we can move the election to May by ordinance, vice charter, that's how it's written, as a change. So until we can get onto a November election, where people vote more than less.
So there's two discussions going on. One is the term, and one is the term limit.
I would leave the term limits in there, just me, I would leave it in there like they put it and let people vote on
And whatever.
You're talking about the removal of the term
it.
limit.
Yes, remove term
Yeah, we're
limits.
fine with that. We're talking about the 4 or 2 years now.
But if we go to 4-year term limits, you can't do 10 years as terms. You have to do,
Well, if they write it out, it's gone, it ain't gonna matter anymore.
it's not gonna matter, but if they leave it there,
Yeah, yeah.
then we've got the, okay, so I can do 2.5 terms. Kind of defeats the
Yeah.
purpose. So is there a way to ballot
Conditionally,
An if then?
conditional.
or conditional?
Yeah, you can, and so if you expand it to, let's say, 4 or 3, I mean, you can make it 9 or 12 or, something like that.
Okay, so we can't do a if then else on this. Yeah. I'm
But
a
that's,
computer geek.
but in this one, it's kind of difficult because if this one gets done, then you've got, but they don't like term limits, and
Yeah.
then, it's difficult.
Well, this one might be better, I'm just thinking off the top of my head, if we were to present it as, do you want 4-year terms, do you want 2-year terms? There's your choice. Now, if you want 2-year terms, and if you want 4-year terms, I don't know. If
Yeah,
that's
I'm
the
not
way
sure
it
we
works.
can, I'm not sure we can do that. but- Yeah, that decision tree is a
We know
little
what we're
bit,
talking
Go back
about.
and take a logic class,
Yeah.
figure it out. But yeah, I mean, so there's that issue. If we want to do something with the terms, what if they say no to removing term limits?
You could put down a specific number of terms,
Can you do that?
which
like
could
you're-
be like 3, which would give you
Yeah.
12 years if we go to 4.
well, so I've been terming it, term limits. It's not really a term limit. It's a year limit
Year
that you've
limit,
got,
yeah.
that you've got on here. So I mean, you could easily be 8 years on council, 2 years on mayor, and you're done. Or 10 years as mayor, or all 10 years as council person. I mean, so it doesn't really, before you need to take the sabbatical. So I mean, if y'all submit this to the voters for its removal, and it is approved, then obviously it's removed. But if it's, thumbs down, then we're back to the yearly term.
So it might be better to just leave this alone and say, this is what we're going to present, this is what the commission recommends. Because we can't make, after this is all done, and the ballot's done and we make all the changes, we cannot have another charter review for 2 years. And then we can
You could clean it up at that point.
easily do a 2-part. What do you guys think about term limits? I mean, year limits first. Let's take that first, and then that's probably going to be the best answer.
Can you not do, obviously 3.011D would be first in line, but if you did the terms to change to 4, that it would automatically change 3.011D to 12 years if the previous one did not pass.
I'd have to look at that.
Or could the choice be 2 years with 10 consecutive years or 4 years with no term limits?
Yeah,
I mean, you
could-
narrow their
you
choice.
could do that. I mean,
You say if you want to stay with 2 years, you get term limits. If you want to go with 4 years, you get rid of term limits.
yeah, you can.
Yeah.
I'm not
I
sure
don't know,
that's
it's a good option.
I'm not sure that was the intent here, but yeah.
What does the person that doesn't know what we're talking about know?
Right,
They don't-
exactly.
No, I don't
they
even know
look
what
at
we're
that
talking
and-
about. I'm sitting around.
Anymore.
But, I mean, the first 100 times I read the charter, that term consecutive.
So let's talk about that for a second. If y'all wanted to keep it, the recommendation that I was going to make is, I mean, because what that presents then is, and I'll use Councilwoman Jackson as a example. She's coming up in her last year of her term. She's 9 years in. She's about to come up to her 10th year term, but she wants to continue. She wants to file again. So she resigns her position, picks up a ballot, picks up a application. Now it's no longer 10 consecutive years like the charter's saying.
There's a loophole.
There's a loophole, is what I'm saying. Y'all may want to think, keep D or don't keep D, but you may want to think about closing that. And she's perfectly within her rights, of doing that.
A lot of people think that it's 10 years only. That's not how it reads.
Well, we had one councilman who was elected, Mayor Todd Pearson, who only served 9 years because he couldn't do his other 2. He'd have had 11. And so at 9 years he went out so they could have an election for mayor. And so that has happened before.
Yeah. So do y'all like D1, yes or no?
Back to.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mary.
That's okay.
I think the question is what is the choice? Get rid of term limits or? Because if it's going to be 10 years, it's 10 years and that's it. Or it's going to be, 20 years. But it can't be that you jump on and off. Because then you can always reset your clock and you'll never come off the council if your voters like you, or if your voters don't like you, but it's name recognition. Sugar blows.
Right. But the counter argument to that is we're seeing right through that transparent, that very transparent attempt to find a loophole. Mm-hmm. But we're still going to vote for you. Then does it matter? Do you care? I don't know.
And I've seen it written where it's when you have that so many years consecutive that you have to have a minimum of 12 months between terms.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's an alternative, is to say.
Maybe that's what to put in there. So it's just not 10 consecutive terms, period.
I will say that 1 or 2 of the commissioners did ask for them to consider some additional clarifying language to close that loophole, and it was not, it didn't move forward.
Because there was no need because the provision was voted to be removed in its entirety.
I got you. Okay.
So at that point, there's no need. Right.
My thoughts would be to move forward with their recommendations, and also change the 4-year term.
If we had an understanding with the folks, and maybe, I don't know what you're doing about it, if we change the term to 4 years, and there was a notation, this one passes, this other one is irrelevant, is gone. So they can go ahead and vote on this, but if they vote to pass this one, that one doesn't matter. And it wouldn't, because the terms are different. We can also, there are things in this charter that we know that we haven't been doing anyway, because we changed the way we did a few things. Mm-hmm. And nobody jumped up and down and tried to get everybody flung in jail or stuck in debtor's prison or whatever. But once, because of changing that particular item, the term period, this other one doesn't apply anymore, and we just ignored it. If it doesn't pass, it passes, and they write it out. It doesn't matter. So they could vote on both of them. If they both pass, well, that one's gone, and the other one takes care of the 4 years. I think that'll pass. I think people that are concerned about why can't I vote for C.J. Wax again or whatever the number might be, I think that people will probably vote for that.
Or Mills or Mayor,
But anyway, I'm like Brad. I think we'll leave that there and change it forward.
I'm good with that.
So 4-year terms with no term limits.
Yeah. Or you could write that in that section, when you put that 4 in there with no term limits, and that takes care of it. It's in there too. That doesn't go away. We still got no term limits
We
on
could
that.
do that.
So you could get 2-year terms with no term limits.
Yeah,
Or 2-year terms like as is.
yeah.
Or you could get 4-year terms with no limits, or 4-year terms with 10 consecutive years. That's where your problem is.
And that's what the problem is 4 with 10 years.
Okay,
Not the way I just heard him say it.
Now, what I was saying is, if you got the 4 years, you put a thing in there, there are no term limits
Oh.
in that
They go
section.
together.
And then
So, I mean,
there they are, when that one
Put
spot.
those two line items together
Yeah.
instead of having to be two separate. I see what you're saying.
Well, you could still,
Now,
the way
if
I
they vote
understood
for
him to
both of them,
say-
They're both wrong. We still got a problem. So again, what I was thinking was where you put the 4 years off, so put with no term limits. In that section, if they vote for that, people will look and see 10 years, well, you can't divide 4 into 10, so 2.5, we don't normally do that.
so so to that point, I mean, if we make the changes to 1A, which is to increase from 2 to 4 years, then I'll come back with language in 3.054 that talks about a special election needing now to be done. You could bundle those two in one provision, and then you could still have the term limit be an independent, an independent provision in there.
There was a lot of discussion on that in the commission meeting.
Yes, there was.
And it was back and forth, and but I don't remember exactly what the driving force was because they had talked about a 3-year term or a 4-year term, and it was mostly due to the cost of election, trying to save money, and to the point, and to the point of you're just getting a 2-year term. You're kind of like a U.S. rep. You're always running for election, allegedly, but I don't remember what the big negative was that they did not add the extended 3 or 4 years. Does anybody remember that?
I don't recall there being much discussion on
I think the conversation really just kind of petered out.
Yeah,
I think you're right.
they got tired.
Got tired.
And I will say that in these sections, there was no staff recommendation on any changes in these, so all the changes in Article 3 came from the commission themselves.
I agree with the mayor agreeing with me, so the way that was.
So I'll bring back language on 3.01A, 1A, and then 305.4 regarding a vacancy in that position. Does that sound good? Okay.
Then perhaps when we have the public hearing, if there's outrage,
Yeah,
then
that's where, it'd be nice to say, we're gonna have this public hearing on the whole thing, but we really wanna hear what you have to say about this part. It
Yeah.
would be nice to be able to do that, and we have to, of course, take all comments, but we're really interested on this part.
I think we could do that on our, our personal pages if we wanted to say, hey, this is one area that I personally would like to hear more information.
It is 12:45, and we're going to take 15 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wow.
11:58, we're back in session.
So the next thing was, unless anyone's got any changes for the remainder of up through 3.07, the next substantive change is in 3.08 regarding the Open Meetings Act provisions and making this consistent with the Open Meetings Act. And that was the suggested change there.
And that just puts it all in line with government code.
Correct. The current Texas Open Meetings Act.
Yeah, I'm good with that as written.
Now I will say that. I was going to move on to 3.09, but. Y'all good with 3.08?
No.
No? Okay.
Thank you. I've got actually, go to 3.9 first. You're all right.
Okay. So 3.09, actually that was a recommendation that I had made. And that was to think of a time in which there might be a hurricane or something like that that, you know, was devastating fatality wise, and y'all were reduced to numbers below the quorum, then y'all could still make acts as a council without having to wait until an election to get your numbers back up to the point where there's a quorum.
Where if it's emergency, we want to be able to, we have to do the city's business,
Right.
we can't put it
Right.
on hold.
And I have actually, not this exact situation, but I did have a situation where I represented a city where, you know, 3 of the 5 council people were indicted and were in federal prison. And the city had no ability to write checks. They couldn't pay staff. They couldn't do all these kinds of things because there was no one around.
I mean, literally, Andrew and I are driving back together, or Brad and I coming up yesterday. I mean, literally, we're one traffic accident away from catastrophe. Let's not do that. I mean,
All the pressures on
I'm just,
you.
but no, I think in my background in continuity planning, continuity government, things like that, like this makes sense from a planning standpoint to ensure that we can still function as a government during a catastrophic occurrence.
Or 3 of 5 of us get indicted. I mean, it covers, or 2 people step down and somebody dies, or, I mean, it's all those ors.
Right.
That would be the ultimate what-if statement.
Yes.
And having that mechanism in there allows government to continue until the positions can get filled and we'll have that.
Next.
Did you want to go back to 308, ma'am?
No, he wants to go to 310.
We're
Okay.
fine.
308, we're good on 308 changes. 310,
That's one I got a question about.
that was one that generated a lot of
Yes,
discussion.
sir. First off, we have an ordinance, section 2 in our
Yes, sir.
ordinances that says that business meetings are conducted under Robert's Rules of Order, and that's the way they're going to be done. When we had our Robert's Rules of Order training and so forth, it was brought out that in events where you have people that can talk anytime they want to, all of a sudden they run the meeting, which was happening. We had Ms. Rutledge signed up for 19 items on an agenda one night and spoke on all 19 of them. It took 57 minutes for her to talk. And most of those things where I don't like the city manager because he's incompetent, I don't like the finance director because she's incompetent, I don't like Bob Henderson because he's a liar and a bond peddler, and I don't remember what all else. At the point that the election stuff was going on, I had more stuff from people saying everybody is rude at those meetings, we don't go, we don't try to get up and talk because they get all over you on social media and give you a lot of grief. And when we went to the point, and I did it because under our ordinance I could. I did not want people griping at y'all about changing stuff. We said we're going to do it all under citizens to be heard, and you got 3 minutes. If you want to talk on 15 items, you got 3 minutes. Nobody has complained to me. Now, they may have hollered at y'all, but I haven't heard from anybody except Christie, who doesn't like, and Jeff, who doesn't like that. I would not change, I wouldn't put that in there simply because when that kind of problem comes up, it was because they were allowed to talk wherever they wanted to. And I would not change what was in there before, and I would let it be my fault, or if I'm not there, then Andrea's fault, because they can only talk at that one spot, and here's how much time you get. And I don't want to see that change. That's just me. That's my 2 cents worth of it.
There were some folks that were concerned that, you know, there may be people in the audience that have valid inputs and that they wouldn't be able to share. I said, no. I said, if the agenda item warrants presentation or input from subject matter experts that are, you know, within that audience that we invited or sometimes showed up and we weren't expecting, but we're like, oh, I'm so glad that person's here. There's so much value for them to be there. If I understand correctly, we still have the right to call upon them to come speak in that agenda item. That wouldn't.
We could do that, obviously, in any kind of meeting. If y'all really have an urge to hear from somebody and y'all say, I would like to hear what they have to say, we can look at doing that. But the problem with that is if we get into the habit of letting that person who happens to know about this stuff talk and we don't let this person talk, then we're going to have a little bit of a problem. Because we have a lot of experts live in town on a whole lot of things. And the thing is, when they come down and they want to get up and talk, and they want to say, you know, y'all need to hear what I have to say. If they wanted to talk with Brad about something, they need to see him before the council meeting, because when the council meets, we're there to work and to do conduct business on behalf of the city. And if we are listening to what they think, if they would like to tell him what they think and he can speak for them, which is what we're supposed to try to do with our constituents, he can do that. And I thought one time, just to make Jeff Hutt matter, if he got up and said that, well, I need to speak, can my chairman or my council person let me speak? And I thought, sure, we're going to take 15 minutes, go out and talk, and we'll come back and do business. But I don't want, talking with the people yesterday at the leadership around this county, they said, what is something that you wish you could fix that you haven't fixed yet since you got elected? I said, I wish that I could find a way to make the folks that are habitually unhappy, and they have every right to talk, I wish I could find a way to make them content. Maybe not happy, but I can't. I tried, and I've talked to them a bunch. That being the case, if they need to talk with their council person, they need to do that before the meeting, because we're down there to conduct business and try to get out of there before midnight. And if we leave this alone as it is and don't put that in there, it can be my fault all day long, and y'all can say, he is a jerk and I don't like him anyway, but it's his fault, he did it. And I would like to leave that as it was so that we can do that all at the first. If there is some reason that somebody is more of an expert than usual and they're not up there just to gripe and dislike half the staff, it's obvious that you want to hear what they have to say because they have special expertise, we can do that. I'm never going to tell somebody that has that kind of right to speak that they can't. But in general, if they got 3 minutes, you can complain pretty well. I don't like number 6 because it has a bad effect on me, or you're spending too much of my money. I don't like number 9 because you can't tell me how many dogs I can have in my house. I don't like number 12 because my wife beats me over the head every time I talk about this. Whatever. We don't need to hear that.
And I was just thinking about, like, me personally, when I'm representing myself in my professional capacity at city council or commissioners meetings, and I go to a lot of them. Oftentimes I will attend the meeting because the item being discussed has relevance to my position. I'm not there to speak, but oftentimes that commissioner or council will call on me. They're like, oh, Danielle's here. Hey, can you come answer this question for me? Because we were deliberating and we didn't know how to answer that. Rather than postpone the agenda item later, we've got a subject matter expert. So that's all I was thinking when I said that was that, but again, that's somebody in their professional capacity, not necessarily just a random citizen. I worked for the council of governments for a few years and the state. So I went, as a course of my normal job for many years, was county commissioners and city councils all over this region, very frequently. I've never seen a council or a commissioner accept public comment on every agenda item. Like, that blew my mind that was even something that was being done here. When I started watching or attending the meetings before I became a council person, I was like, this blows my mind. Like, I've never seen this behavior, and it was disruptive.
Yeah.
So this is exclusive of our ordinances that require a public hearing. And so those are defined by state law, right? That you have to let the public speak on these items. The state has said these are so important, you have to let people speak on this specific item. So, you know, those items have already been delineated for us. This is just a general.
And you may have noticed when we had a public hearing the other day, I asked people, anybody in the audience want to say anything? Because that's what that's for.
Because a public hearing is different than a city council meeting.
Yes, it's not us trying to work, it's information we're trying to give. And I let people talk. That's not a problem at all.
So to clarify, if we have a regular agenda, and then within the agenda is a public hearing, I could come as a citizen to be heard, talk for 3 minutes about anything I wanted to, and I can still speak during the public hearing.
You got 3 more minutes.
Yeah, 3 more minutes at the public hearing, as long as it's germane to the topic.
Yes.
Right.
And, you know, I haven't seen an agenda item yet that asked what people thought about Bob Henderson. You know, that's what we heard about the other day, but she said she was talking about an agenda item.
Who's Bob Henderson?
The financial advisor.
Oh, you told me that the other day, our FA.
And he's been doing it forever. He does it
Tie that
off the
together.
cities and counties in our area.
Yeah, that was related to the investment policy.
Gotcha,
Yeah.
never mind.
You know, you guys know me, I'm the nerdy one that's gonna go dig in the weeds, right? Is government code 551.007 and General Paxton's opinion 300 says that we have to give citizens input. And it has to be reasonable. So that is subject to interpretation.
Sure.
Guess who gets to interpret it?
We do. And I do believe General Paxton says that in there somewhere.
He does.
So it's up to us. And that's what really this discussion boils down to, which to me puts it in chapter 2 of the ordinances, not in the charter. So I would rather go back to, I don't even care what it said before.
Yeah. I would just leave that alone and let do the business.
Well, how was that originally presented?
All the way to the back, you have the original charter.
Well, it's just removal of that.
Yeah.
Removal
What's
of that.
underlined,
Oh, what's underlined is added.
It
Yes.
says the city council shall provide for minutes to be,
Oh,
a reasonable opportunity to be heard at any meeting
Oh, there you
with
go.
regard to any matter under
And
consideration.
that's 551.007, almost verbatim. So I have to go for my interview, I will be back when I am done.
I mean, I have to say, I don't like that in there either, it's just, it does get, it drags it on, and if that's in there, they're gonna hold that to us, I mean, regardless. I'm not, I wanna hear what they have to say, but not for 57 minutes, time we're supposed to be doing business.
for one
And
person.
a lot of it is emotional. It's not. There's no point to it. It's just grandstanding to make everyone feel bad for her for whatever reason that day. Or make yourself look important. But I mean, that's, and I'm not doing it just for one person. I mean, when people come and speak for the 3 minutes, anyone else, they come speak for 3 minutes. And it's usually on one agenda item.
Yeah.
And it's not, I mean, being on council now 3 years now, I mean, that's usually how it works. And I have only seen 2 people or 3 people talk on so many different ones for 3 years. So this is not just a last 6 months, you know. It's been 3 years and people generally just what they want to speak about and move on.
Well, if you really want to mess with a council meeting and you do things the way that they work at that time, if you get 2 or 3 people going there, you all sign up to speak on all 19 issues that are on there, you got 4 hours of time. I mean, you're not going to get out of there tomorrow morning sometime, and we just can't do that. It messes with the council's ability to do business on behalf of the city. We just don't do it. It's not a personal thing with me. It's really not. You know, if you're running the meeting, you don't need to put up with that. If there's, you know, next time there's a different mayor, well, that person doesn't need to have to put up with that kind of stuff. When we talk to people about being professional and courteous and that kind of thing, people get saying, "Oh yeah, you go to those council meetings." And I've had a lot of I had a lot of comments from people about the council meetings working a lot better than they were for a while. And most of it's because we control how much and when those folks get to talk all they want to. And I don't mind being responsible for that.
It also lets the future councils control their meetings how they want to.
That's my hang up on putting that in there is we are
You're taking away
taking away the ability for a future council, the chair of the council to set the meetings the way he wants to run. And we have an ordinance that we say follow Robert's Rules of Order. Well, in that it says the chair runs the meeting and sets the precedence. And as long as we provide them a reasonable opportunity to be heard, but per state law, then yeah, I think you let the chair run his meeting.
So
And-
we agree? No change?
I would leave it out.
Sorry, we need to
So
cut
we're
it off.
agreeing to not accept the recommendation and make no change to that section. Is that
What I'm hearing.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
310 won't change from what it was.
So 311 was a change that was actually requested by Councilwoman Jackson, that for zoning, well, there's two different changes in there. One is that it changes the the two reading requirement from having a week between readings to actually make it 2 regular city council meetings. So if you wanted to call a special for a second reading or for a first reading, you would be unable to under the first change. Second change was Councilwoman Jackson's. The first one was from the commission. The second one from the Councilwoman Jackson was to allow by supermajority vote the zoning ordinance to be read through 1 reading as opposed to 2.
I listening
On
to
P&Z matters.
The conversation was, essentially trying to give additional opportunities for those that had an emergent need. How do we speed that up? In case of a house fire, or this, that, and the other. I kind of looked at it and I was like, the issues that were before us that was referencing was not an emergency. It had been ongoing for an exceptionally long period of time. So I didn't feel like it, a week or 2 really was going to change the outcome for that individual. I think having the 2 readings is a absolute protection for the citizens. The cup for Airport Road, we use that as an example. Admittedly, that flew under my radar a little bit because of the circumstances of only 1 meeting in November, 1 in December. We essentially had 3 meetings crammed in 1. We had 38 other agenda items. I read it, I saw it, I didn't, out of all the things I needed to follow up and send you, I think I sent you 10 agenda items with follow-on questions. I had intended to send follow-up questions on that one. I forgot, I ate that one. And so when we were in that meeting and you voted nay, and I appreciate that you did that, the only reason I voted yay was just to buy more time so that we could get the rest of those questions, answered and give citizens the opportunity to engage on that. So glad I did. I mean, there were a lot of citizens that, again, even though it went to P&Z, even though it was in the paper, even though they had all these opportunities, it took that moment for everybody to start talking. Oh, now we know what's actually being said. So I'm so glad we have that second reading. Now, I don't know that if I had been forced to make a final decision right that second, I would have made the same decision and potentially would have hurt the applicant worse. Anyways, to me, the two meetings protects everyone to give them ample opportunity to hear about it, know about it, deliberate about it, and a zoning change should not be taken lightly, hastily.
Is there something we can put in there for extended circumstances, say they're
Well, that's kind of what's in there now. I mean, because it says it requires a supermajority vote. It doesn't say that it has to be done only on 1 reading. It just says if you want it to be done by 1 reading, 4 people need to vote on it.
So that's what we can say. If somebody truly has an emergency situation, that we can do it by supermajority.
So would they have to have a vote on? They're going to have a first reading, a vote, and then they're going to have a second vote to dispense with the second reading?
No, I would be all in 1 ordinance.
So if they voted to approve it by a supermajority, the second reading was automatically dispensed?
There would only be 1 ordinance presented. And at the bottom it would say, someone would make a motion to approve the ordinance without a second reading.
Got it.
Due to whatever circumstances.
Under this, you don't need to provide a reason. It just is that if you want to do it under one reading, you can do it, but it requires 4 votes.
If we do have something in front of us and it's a 5-0 vote, we still need to come back for a second reading unless we move to.
Correct. Unless you're saying, look, this is only going to be a 1 vote, a 1 reading item.
Yeah.
Then you would need to make that in your motion.
Right. That.
I can just see how it'd be really easy for council to start doing it as a course of normal administration, just because it's easier forgetting what the intent really was.
Tell me this, if there's only 4 council people there, what's a supermajority?
This is saying at least 4 members of the city council.
Okay, so all 4 of them would have to vote for it.
Correct.
Good, okay. That probably would be a problem. Can't imagine, generally if it's bad enough, 4 folks would vote for it, 5 could, all 4 would have, excuse me. If 4 out of 5 did, probably still get 4.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Danielle. The point of the 2 readings was to truly have all that public input and protect the adjoiners, if you will, the people around the potential.
Kind of have an issue with that 4 members just because if someone missing,
Yeah, if
we
I'm
have
not
to
there,
move it to
you're
another
right,
council
me.
meeting and that would slow things up. I mean, I like to maybe to see the supermajority thing. I don't know, I just.
So,
So
this
but
is
if
your
you
background,
got
Vanessa.
5
I mean, what's your,
members,
I mean,
then
from a rezoning
4 or
standpoint.
3 and 1 is not a super majority.
So
Where
I
I
mean,
think
that's where
it was one.
that's where the discussion was that people didn't want just a majority.
Yeah.
They wanted a little bit more than that in order to not have the second reading. So instead of having 3, it was 4.
So,
You got to get all 4 of them.
for example, in y'all's last instance, in my opinion, there should have been more information on the sheet and the staff should have recommended disapproval because it is not consistent with the comprehensive plan. And then if you voted to do it, you would have had that information when you voted. So like I said, where I came from, every ordinance was only read once. But
Yes, I mean, yeah, that's a good point. You don't have to have a 2 reading requirement.
right, so every ordinance was only read once, and if you made a grave mistake, well, you eat it or try to fix it, but there's also a responsibility to find that information before you vote on it. Whether that's from staff or for your own research or not. I'm not condemning anybody, I'm just saying, if I did the write-up, it would look very different. And we'll get there. But 1 reading doesn't scare me.
And to the point about the 2 reading requirement, most cities in Texas are general law cities, and there is no 2 reading requirement for a general law city. All your general law cities can pass ordinances on 1 reading. Not saying y'all should do it. It's very common for home rule cities to have a 2 reading requirement. Very, very common.
But also remember, it's gone through the zoning commission before it's gotten to you. So that group should have vetted it as well before it got to you.
And a public hearing requirement.
And a public hearing.
I guess in that context, I'm okay with it. If it's generally customary for 1 reading in other areas, then that helps me a little bit. This is a balance of protecting the citizens' rights and customer service. And doing right by people. But
You just happen to have freshly on your mind a very good reason for 2. In general, that would not happen.
Yeah.
So I understand where y'all are going on that second part. The first part in changing the 1 week to 2 regular meetings. Let me just provide the caution is you're under a very strict timeline under plats to approve plats. So when it comes to December and Thanksgiving, the way this reads, if y'all move meetings,
You're going to have 2 instead of, yeah.
then you're just approving plats because y'all aren't acting.
Your regular meeting could fall on Christmas Day, literally.
And now you're gonna have a special meeting, but you can't have a special meeting because it says 2 regular meetings.
And then we miss the shot clock.
And then you miss the shot clock.
And
That's what you're voting on here.
it's
So
conditionally approved because we violated the shot clock. Or
Right.
We were in violation of the shot clock, so it's presumed approved.
so I mean, the 1 week between readings is pretty onerous already when you've got only 30 days to approve something. But if you now make it a change to, it's got to be 2 regular meetings, which are already 2 weeks apart, you're creating an even bigger burden. Or how do y'all do plats right now?
What do you mean?
As far as shot clock goes, the approval. Or is that a big deal?
Mm-mm, it hasn't been so
It
far.
hasn't been, not in Rockport, or Ramsey County. It's the time that the city receives and accepts the plat, that starts the clock.
Yeah.
We really do not have an issue.
Okay.
Shot clock issue.
Then maybe it's not an issue. I'm just
But
saying.
we're also just now starting to hit big development. And I do think that's gonna change.
Yes.
Well, actually, I know it's gonna change, but
In the city of in the city limits, I think one off the top of my head, but the rest of them are ETJ or county,
yeah.
so they don't really,
But
Right, that
one,
doesn't matter.
yeah, correct.
one reading takes care of it all. One reading at any meeting. I mean, we've had to call special meetings just to approve something to meet the deadline, right? I know I
But this
have.
is saying you can't do a special meeting.
Exactly. That's
Right.
what I'm saying.
What the
One
way
reading at any meeting
Right.
takes care of it all. One reading at a meeting.
But this enforces regular.
Regular meetings.
Yeah, this puts in the regular meeting.
Right, was my
And the language removed.
Right.
We had
In
the 7
November,
days.
They had one chance in November, December, they had one chance in December
right.
with the cancellation meetings.
And there was more than 30 days between those two meetings.
Correct. So
Yeah, so, yeah,
anything that would have been there would have been
approved
traditionally approved, well, approved by,
inaction.
Default.
yeah.
But admittedly, this is outside of, my area of expertise. I just, it's, to me, it's kind of funny, like in certain areas, there was folks that were like, we should strip council of all their independent abilities. But yet in this, they're like, oh yeah, we all in, council, we want y'all to have, full authority to do the right thing. It's like, well, you either trust us or you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Art, would you say you just take out the word regular in there?
Yeah, I would suggest that.
Strike the word regular,
Yeah.
and then could you?
So what I would say is just remove, you can do one of two things. Remove the recommendation, which would be strike regular, and add back in at least 1 week between readings, or just strike regular. So it would be saying that shall be read at 2 city council meetings. Period. Now, the seven or the 1 week between readings, that's kind of up to y'all as to how y'all want to do it, but.
So you could have a council meeting on Tuesday and then a special meeting on Wednesday. That's two readings.
Right.
and-
So you need 72 hours, well, I guess they could both be published.
Post, yeah.
They could be
We could
posted
do it.
at the same time.
Unless
Well-
you take it down to one reading.
I would be good with just removing striking the word, the regular, but we're keeping the 2 readings. Just that, I guess that kind of protects, that still gives the 2 readings, but also it does allow us to forego the 2 readings if we have a supermajority.
Yes,
Yeah,
for a zoning.
Put the language in here.
For a zoning change, yes.
Yes, sir.
I agree with that. I think taking the word regular.
The word regular, so.
Okay, I'm gonna make sure I've got my notes right. Strike the word regular, but keep
Keep the remainder
Sorry.
stricken.
Keep the remainder stricken with at least 1 week between meetings. Remove
Right.
that.
Yeah, you're correct. That's, the only thing I'm changing is just striking the word regular.
And then keeping the remainder as written. The
Correct.
remainder of that
Yes,
section.
as recommended by the commission.
Okay,
So Art will provide that language.
yeah.
313 was just a cleanup provision. City secretary doesn't keep records like this anymore. We're in an electronic age, digital recording and documentation. So that was just a mechanism by which to come into the 21st century.
Teresa can show us her index books.
We've been,
They're in Teams.
So we're good with that. All right, next is city administration. The first substantive item was under 4.01. Number 2 was the recommendation by the commission to strike the provision that no employment agreement shall provide more than 6 months severance or termination compensation to the city manager.
I know we had discussion amongst the commission, and then Katie and I were in attendance on that one. And this just came from a previous contract that we had to fulfill, and it was quite expensive. And the commission seemed to be pretty good with removing it. I mean, there was some conversation back and forth. And I believe you were saying that this was uncommon to see in a charter. Is that correct?
It is uncommon in a charter. The way it currently reads is uncommon.
Yes, sir.
Yes, right,
sorry.
Right.
So striking that would be more in line with other charters, what you see in other charters. But it still gives.
Y'all could still limit it to 6 months.
Certainly,
I mean,
yeah,
exactly.
That's the negotiation,
right.
In contract,
right?
We're not in charter,
right?
100% on board taking that after going through all that.
I think that came up over a city manager that was terminated one time several years ago.
All right. The next one was in 4.02, number 2H. That was also a request from the city secretary. That's not part of her job duties anymore. 4.04, the city attorney. Number 7 was included to say that the city attorney may be an individual or a firm. And then the suggestion in 405 to completely eliminate the city engineer from the charter.
So I've got a question on that, and I don't know, maybe Brad can answer it, but no, I mean, I have a professional engineering team that I work with that are full-time employees, and so they've taught me a couple things. And I hadn't worked for Nueces County. I dealt with the county engineer at that point. And so for our process, when we're looking at doing things, our engineering team reaffirms the need for outside consultation, outside engineering, or yes, we can do it inside, whatever. But an engineer makes that decision about whether we need to go outside or can do it inside. The explanation I was given was, well, staff would make that recommendation anyways, and that's what they're doing. I'm like, so you're going to take, and I'm going to pick on Mike Donahoe, you're going to take a retired fire chief who's going to advise council on the need to have outside engineering. I'm picking on it because
that's not how that's going to work.
But that
was also not how it was presented to them either. What was presented to them is that if you've got a public works project, for instance, you're required to go through a certain process of selection of an engineer. Okay, we're required to do that by state law.
So certain types of projects require
absolutely
engineers.
Yes.
So we would still have a city engineer. We still have an appointed city engineer, and they would review and work on behalf of the city.
Well, what this says is that you can have one. You don't necessarily have to have one, but the items for which you need an engineer, you're still going to have to get it by state law.
Because the law requires it.
Because the law requires it. So do you need that position in your charter? That was the only.
So you still got one. You just
we need it on the books,
yeah.
and they're to protect our interests.
And this doesn't say you can't have one. It just says it can be.
But we need to be able to select alternate ones.
Yeah. Well, and I just, to me, it was exactly the same as the city attorney. It can be a firm or an individual. I just didn't. For me, I was leaning towards as few amount of changes as possible in the charter.
Yeah.
If it's not broken.
And y'all can keep it.
So this didn't seem like it was
We're still going to go through the purchasing process and do what we need to do.
Yeah.
If we don't change it.
We used to have a city engineer, well, I guess we still have a city engineer of record, but they're not doing all the city projects. It still goes out for.
Now they review them.
They do.
And they review them for protection of the city's interests. But when they do the work, who reviews it?
They still do.
Right. And whose interest are they protecting when it's in the ground?
Their check.
Right.
I got you, yeah, so, yeah,
So-
that was, I just didn't understand why remove it if it was really how we were already doing business, but if it's not customary to put it in a charter, that's okay too, if we're doing cleanup. But,
So yes?
Yes is to leave in, correct?
Leave it?
Yes to leave or remove?
Well, what's, your recommendation is
To remove it.
to remove it, okay, and we will still have it on the city books, or.
You still
Yeah,
appoint a city
it just won't be
engineer.
in the charter.
Right, just not in the charter.
I'm good with the recommendation of the committee, yeah.
So going on to Article 5, there was a lot of discussion about moving the uniform election date from May to November, where the last opportunity the city had to make that change was in 2016, until there's a new authorization by the state legislature. We can't do that. So what there was a lot of discussion about still wanting to do it. So the addition of the language was to provide flexibility to make that change by ordinance, not having to come back
And another charter.
for another charter review if the council at the time decided to do that. I mean, that's not, it's not required. It just says if you have the opportunity, you have the chance, you can by ordinance make that change.
I thought it was a pretty fair addition, kind of met everybody halfway and give council the ability to act. I'm
5.02, the G and the H provisions are kind of the same thing. It's just cleanup language in case there's a election that's been canceled. It just provides for, you go back to the last election for where there was where people actually ran, and to get the signature requirement there. And then subsection I was to not allow candidates that are in arrears with city taxes or other liabilities with the city from running.
fees.
Actually, I came back in on the right spot. Does that include fees? Is
Yes.
that other liabilities?
It says other liabilities,
Okay,
yep.
I just wanted to make sure because that was something that popped in my head the other night.
Yep. So that was just basically to not allow someone that's delinquent on taxes, for instance, to become a city council person.
But only for the city. I could not pay my county taxes or.
Right, and we
school
wouldn't
board.
care about that.
Sweet.
Those are acceptable. 5.03, that was or 5.04 rather, that change was to accommodate the fact that we've changed manners in which we conduct elections now. Article 6.01, those were just changes that were cleanup sorts of changes that I would consider cleanup. 6.03 was to make it clear that petitions had to be obtained from the city secretary, that one couldn't just get their own petition and start going around. So. Uh, 6.10, the recall provision, just allows the change there just allows the city council to cancel the recall election if the elected official for whom is the election's about resigns on their own.
And the remove stuff is just because that's not how we do that anymore with the
Yes, correct.
with elections called for recall.
Right.
Okay.
So the recall will be conducted on the uniform election date in compliance with the law. But if the person resigns, then y'all can cancel the election. Does that sound good? The 6.12, the only changes there were to kind of, again, these were provisions which I suspect were instituted when there were paper ballots. These were, the changes here were recommended because of just the change in electronic voting mechanisms. And 6.15 generated a lot of discussion amongst them. So if y'all don't call an election, okay, no, if y'all don't call an election, a citizen still has an opportunity to take you to court to do it. There's nothing in here, you wouldn't even need this provision, and people still have that right. Okay, so you're not giving anyone any rights. I made the recommendation to change the stricken language. And I made that recommendation because there's a separation of powers provision here. I don't believe that a charter can convey jurisdiction on a county judge to do anything for the city. That was the reason for the change. It wasn't to be less transparent. It wasn't a mechanism by which to, stick it to the people.
Judge or something.
Right. Or that we, and I didn't even know there was a new judge that had been elected and appointed into office, so it was definitely nothing against him. It was just the county judge gets his powers from the state legislature, not from a city charter. And that was the only reason for the change.
So this is illegal anyway, it's gotta go. It can't happen even if it stays.
Right. I believe that's the case. I mean, so technically speaking, if we played it out and this provision stayed in, and someone brought you a petition and y'all still didn't call the election for whatever reason, you didn't want to, or there weren't, petitions, and they go to the judge and says, I'm calling the election, and there's an election held, and y'all don't recognize the results of the election. What happens then? Guess where we're back in court to try right.
So, and in that case also, the county would have to pay for the election.
Right, yes, so.
It'd be an unbudgeted item,
So,
have to go to commissioners,
Just not only is it, not only do I believe it not to be a legal provision, but from a practical standpoint, that, you're not saving any steps here either.
We're adding to the process
Right.
by just making a, file it.
Letting someone believe that could happen.
Right. Article 7 was.
The county judge doesn't carry out judicial relief anyway.
Right.
And maybe when, before the role split, former county judge, or however many decades ago, the county court at law function and the county judge were one and the same when they split 15 years ago or whatever. I'm just trying to think like where were we at the time where we thought that made sense?
Yeah, and I didn't research to see how long this has been in there, so I don't
When
know.
did they split? It was early 2000s.
Yeah, it was.
It was after Judge Wendell.
It was Adam.
Adams and Bob.
Bill Adams was the county court at law judge.
They split, so yeah, the county judge, they split it and he took the at-law judge position and vacated the county.
But I will tell you, to your point of having as few items go to the voters, if y'all chose not to put this to the voters, I don't believe there's a legal difference one way or the other. I mean, if the county judge said, oh, I believe I have the authority to do that, I would still advise y'all. He doesn't have that jurisdiction to do that over y'all.
One of the big things about this review is to get rid of archaic language and things that just don't follow statute. And this would be one of them. And not that it's necessarily a statute, but it's the way things work. The county judge does not give judicial relief.
He's an administrative judge.
So the next big section is 7. There was lots and lots and lots of discussion generated by 7. I will,
If you need a break now would be a good
I was
time.
going to say it's been 1 hour since we took 10 minutes before we start on the long one.
Too much
It
lemonade.
is 1:45. Are you ready to go?
Okay, ready.
It is 1:51, we're back in session.
I got over the roof. Andrea needed over the roof.
Mayor, just for purposes of the record, I'd like to skip over Article 7 and move to Article 10 so that Councilman Brett can participate in the discussion before he has to leave for the SDR deal.
Anybody got a problem with that? Sounds good to me.
And especially since 8 and 9 have no changes. So, I mean, that's no big deal at all.
so Article 10 is planning and zoning with the recommendation from the commission that the entirety of it be removed. And I'll let Councilwoman Jackson talk about it in a second, but I will say that under 211 of the local government code, you're required to have a public P&Z. So this doesn't, its removal here does not mean that there won't be a P&Z. It just means that that will be an ordinance adopted commission as opposed to a charter required commission. And then I'll turn over Miss Councilwoman Jackson. She was the one that recommended it to the commission.
You know, not that all my other recommendations weren't highly contested. This one was the worst one, because you can't get rid of P&Z. No, I can't. No, we can't. No, nobody can. We have to do a P&Z. The thing is that if we move it out of here, change it to an ordinance, and then there's like some major change, we don't have to go back for a charter election in order to make any kind of changes. We can do it as an ordinance, which is a typical first and second reading, and we carry on from there. It becomes more part of regular business, like an election, this, that, hoo-ha. The big pushback I've got from that, and for members of P&Z, is you can't get rid of P&Z. No, I can't. We cannot do that. But if we decide that we want this to go to election, I think we've got some caveats on this. It goes to election. If we decide, yes, we want to go to election, then we have to give Vanessa clear guidance that we need a P&Z ordinance that goes through everything except the second reading before the bond election. Or before this election. That's not a bond election. You're in the charter election.
Special.
In that, you know, I'm sure that Art would be able to come up with the verbiage that this stays into effect until this. But if we're already ready before early voting starts, and we've already read the first reading, we've already got a remedy in place. It's not, we're getting rid of this and we're not giving you any instruction and just go away. No, we're just changing it to something that if things change drastically, we don't have to go through this whole process. There are so many things that we already have in ordinances that other cities have on their charter. You know, the question for me becomes, why isn't Board of Adjustments in the charter? Why isn't, why don't we go ahead and put the tree committee in the charter?
Yeah.
I mean, this is the only committee, commission, board that is not governed by ordinance, it's governed by the charter. So, wrap it up. No, we can't get rid of P&Z, but we can move it from the charter to an ordinance, because an ordinance allows us to make changes as necessary. Let's say we decide we'd rather have 9 members and change their quorum. We can do that, but if we want to do that in the charter, we have to go through all of this. Where instead, we can take a poll, see if people are okay with that. First, second reading, we're done. So that's the general idea of why this needs, why I recommend, because it wasn't me, I recommend we take this out. Do I want to make changes? No. But if changes need to be made, it's a process, it's a long process where you know, make the changes to ordinance readings were done.
You mean,
I think
good
it's-
argument.
I think it's a smart move. We have several things, quite a few things, in our city charter that also are required by state law. And getting them out of the charter when the state requires it would be a good move on our part. At some point, that'll probably be done. But I fully agree with you. Sound like a good thing to do.
My concern with it was, would this be the poison pill to the voter? You know, and that's how they see it. Well, they don't know that we can do it for. Maybe they don't see that we can do an ordinance, and that's us. That would be us educating.
Yes.
But I don't know that we reach every voter.
Well, we're never going to reach, I mean, I hate to say it, but we're never going to reach every voter.
Certainly.
It's impossible unless the five of us go knocking door to door, in all honesty. Not that I wouldn't be willing to do that.
And most of them will listen to that anyway, because they have no idea what planning and zoning does.
I kind of lean towards what Brad said, in that, you know, it's hard. I want it simple. I don't want to duplicate. I want to be in adherence with the state law. But the optics of this is really difficult to explain to somebody. I was thinking maybe we do a baby step. We still leave the organization existing in the charter with language that states, you know, the procedures or duties and powers be enumerated amongst the ordinance, so that you go from a section that's a page long down to 3 sentences. And then when we come back, then we have the ordinance completely fleshed out, and then the next time we do a review, at that point, if everybody's comfortable, we can go ahead and remove the reference in its entirety as a baby step in the right direction.
I think it would be good if on our part, when we have a public hearing on this, we tell them you will see that planning and zoning as a section of its own has been deleted. It is because it is covered by state law, and we don't need it in the city charter. Some of the things that we get questions on regarding the city charter and changes to it anyway come from folks saying that the city charter is designed to protect the citizens from the city council. That's not the case. When you start a city, you set out a charter that says, here's what we're going to do as a city to take care of people that live here. And over time, that thing grows, and you put things in there that are required by state law, and they don't have to be there. And this is just one of those things. And it's not designed to protect those folks from us. It's just designed to tell people what it is that we're here for and what we're trying to do. And when we try to make it too detailed, we create problems for ourselves, because it's not as easy to fix as a city ordinance.
Certainly.
I mean, I would love to take the P&Z ordinance and make it its own and take it out of chapter 118, which is the zoning ordinance, right? I would love to make them their own entity and their own ordinance, but I don't know if we can do that. Because even if you think about it, in here, it doesn't say, there's no mechanics in this on how P&Z works. That already sits in the ordinance.
Yeah, it says in the ordinance.
Mechanics is in the ordinance, so why do I need this? Because all it is basically it's the front matter.
Yeah, it just clarifies the overarching responsibility of P&Z. Let me ask this, Art, what is in the state statute, I mean, other than it just saying you shall have a planning and zoning, does it outline duties and responsibilities in the state statute?
No. Well, yes. I mean, it's got but it's very broadly written. So so what you normally see is an ordinance that comes in and defines them. Okay. Most of what you see here in Article 10 are what you see in an ordinance regarding a planning and zoning commission. So yes, I mean the answer is yes. It is, but they're so broadly written. It's not really enough to go by, you know. So you've got these ordinances that do that. I will go on to say that, you know, having P&Z in a charter is not uncommon, and it's not common. I mean, it's about 50-50. Cities have them, cities don't have them. Cities have all their commissions and boards in charters, and then there are some that have none. So it's just this one is really, how much do you care?
So my question is, what you just said, so when are these people that just have one commission? I mean, are they all or nothing usually?
It's a blend, actually. So there are some that have, so that there's statutory commissions, your zoning board of adjustment, your P and Z. Those generally tend to be in your charter if you're gonna have them in there at all. But then I've seen things like, a tourism and culture board, in the charter, and, airport advisory board and that kind of thing, so.
Well, let me give an example. Because we have the zoning, the board of zoning adjustments, and we have the standards board.
Building standards.
Building standards.
A building standards commission, yeah.
Now, if those would have been in the charter, we could not have merged the two without going through this process.
That's probably right.
And since they were in the ordinance, that the city council could do that. We did that as an ordinance. We smashed them together because it made sense to put them together. But if both of those would have been in here, it would have been a very long process.
So the one thing to Councilman Jackson's point is it's removal, doesn't mean that you're not gonna have one.
Sure.
But what it adds is city flexibility in the future. And that's all that does.
Going to what Danielle said, if we do basically almost cut it all out, but say enumerated by ordinance. I don't know if that would.
Okay. I didn't stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night, but it was across the street. To me, then why even do it?
Why even have
ordinance? Why even have this? If we're going to say P and Z is enumerated in an ordinance, congratulations, why did I just waste a piece of paper?
Yeah.
That's the way in all honesty, that's the way I see it, because to me, that sounds like just kicking the can down the road, when all this is the front matter.
And
it's not it's the overarching matter, it's not the nuts and bolts of P and Z, which is still in chapter 118, go to ordinances.
The sort of feedback I got was, now we get rid of the comprehensive plan, and we took 4 years to do. No. Not 4 years, but
that's still covered by statute. Hello. Yeah.
But what I was getting at is I didn't want this to be the point of the bill. That when people get to this point, and I guess that's going to be us trying to educate the voters.
But also, to that point, this could be a separate voted item. It doesn't have to be bundled with anything else.
We can make it its own line item.
This could be a separate ballot provision.
Yeah, it's either yes or no.
Yeah, yes or no.
Keep it or get rid of it, because once again, it's all the front matter. It's all the 50,000 foot view, not this is how they do their job.
Mm-hmm. So and generally, and one thing y'all may want to consider, not only just this provision, but all provisions, is have a council adopted FAQ.
That's what I was just about to say. We're gonna have to have standard language that we can keep saying over and over
right.
again.
And then, and this would be something that would be addressed in there. Mm-hmm. Are you getting rid of planning and zoning? No, we are, blah, 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 blah. We're unable to pursuant to section 211 point whatever it is of the local government code. However, it'll be adopted by an ordinance, and this is the ordinance that we're looking at adopting, or something along those lines.
I real quick, sidebar, but not sidebar. Member serves once a week, say this is going to ballot, and we have the ballot language. Pretty much none of the people in this room can give any speculation. They can only give facts. Am I correct in that?
Mm-hmm.
Would that be considered electioneering then? I guess if we start.
Yeah, if we start campaigning, then it's wrong.
You can't take a position on a ballot item, but you can. Let me step back. You as a individual person you still have your First Amendment rights, right? You can say, I agree with this. I think it should be done. But as a city, we can't expend funds to do it or that kind of thing. But you still have your ability to be a citizen.
But we can't, say, well, the city council thinks. Well, no, we cannot say that. Or the city thinks, as most people think. Most people think the city is one person. No, it's a whole lot of people. So don't tell me the city knows.
So, is there consensus on?
I'll go with what y'all want to go with, those were my concerns, and I heard it from probably the same people on P&Z, and then some of the constituents.
Because they all live in Ward 3.
They do. So,
The other ones that I heard were concerned about not knowing what the ordinance is gonna say, because we can't adopt the ordinance prior to this being removed and there being a gap. I'm not saying that all of those conversations were valid, but I understand why they felt the way they did.
But the ordinance can be approved before the ballot.
Yeah, it
It
can.
can be, an ordinance can be approved pending the ballot approval.
So then we would pass it on the when this is effective is upon,
What you would do is you would make it, I mean, y'all could adopt an ordinance today,
Right.
and then its effective date would be whatever the day after the election is,
I
you know,
can't
or
adopt
something
an
like
ordinance
that.
today, I can't vote on a single thing today.
So,
no action.
right.
Well,
Yeah, so
That might be the way to do it. I mean, Kate, if
You get my point.
you're
You get my
exceptionally passionate about this being the right thing, and I know you've already committed to helping put that ordinance together, let's go ahead and move forward on the ordinance, and then we kind of put it to bed.
And, I mean, because really, if you look at it, in chapter 118, all we would do is add this as front matter on that section. That's really it.
Yeah.
That's really it. It wouldn't, it's actually an amendment to an ordinance, it's not a whole new ordinance. So, unless we want it to be, which would be more work for Carrie Dietrich, and I don't like giving her more work.
I guess my one ask that maybe we can do before the public hearing or something is get with Carrie and her office and see, you may already have that conversation.
No, I'm not, because I'm not allowed to give anybody direction.
Yeah, well,
Although-
maybe we get with Vanessa
Yeah.
to,
We would have to get with Vanessa
See-
and make
see
sure
what-
that this
make
can
sure
be
that-
done in the time frame allotted.
well, and make sure, I guess, make sure that, our not even really our current, that staff is good with that.
Yeah.
In, by ordinance and,
Sounds like another block, got it.
But this does not repeal your,
Correct, yeah, it's
your,
not
I think that's the biggest
comprehensive
concern of
plan.
anybody. It does
But-
not repeal the comprehensive plan.
Right.
It does not repeal P&Z, it just removes it from the chart. Why have it in two places?
My answer to that, why have it? Because this is imperative. If we fail on everything else that we do, we can't fail on these two things, in my opinion, right? P&Z and comprehensive plan, those are two of the most fundamental, important things that we do. That's the response to that. Now, again, how loud do I want to be on that drum is different.
Yeah.
You know, we don't add all of the other commissions because they're not as vital as
Did
this.
you know the reason we have a comprehensive plan is because we have a P&Z? Here's a good one for you. I love state
Stand
sketch.
for reason would be since to have it if you didn't have it. Because everyone's agreeing on
We have a comprehensive plan because we're a good community and we care about what we're going to be doing in the future.
Maybe we'll start using the document sometime.
it. And P&Z needs to know what to do.
So I guess the consensus is just make it an up or down?
Maybe just take it out.
So make it an up or down? Well, then,
I don't see a need to have it in there, the state law covers it. We could even go to the website and put a reference in there, article such and such, Vernon civil statutes, you know. And when they look it up, there it is.
yeah, well, I do that all the time and they don't read,
I know.
you know. But, yes, I think then we come with the, that's where we come with the approved FAQ. You know, and say, this reference here, I'll even spell it out for you. There you go.
I'm okay to it. We're going to get beat up
Yeah.
pretty bad on it and it probably doesn't have to happen, but
Well, if we do it as an up or down, then we go with what they decide.
Again, they get to vote on what they want.
Yeah, they vote. We're not tyrants, we're not dictators, we're not, you know, all those other things. Everybody has a vote, so vote. I think one line item, up or down.
I would definitely have this one as, well, I think how we plan to do it is by article,
Section.
by section and by the articles. And so that could be an up and down, up or down. I'm good with whatever y'all want to move forward with. I've voiced my concerns, so I'll go with the consensus of council.
Okay. Yeah, any other section Councilman, you want to go through before departing?
No, sir, I believe that's, I'll let y'all hash out the budget and the finance. That may take you a while.
He's gonna try to not here for that,
So the next section is Article 7, municipal finance.
Okay with you, I can step out to
You
make
said
that.
3 o'clock, and it's only 2:12.
Well, he's gonna have to stop.
He's going to Buc-ee's.
I'm kidding. Take your time and be safe, don't be
Yes, be
rushing,
safe.
so.
All right, guys, thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you want to explain what that was? Does everybody here know, or is that relevant?
That would have been on, Mayor, if it's okay, we can go back to agenda item 5. So in our office, we have a bunch of the old ordinances and stuff that go back on annexations.
Okay.
Way back to, probably find some back to the 1800s. And I don't know if they exist anywhere else, but we're going to start putting a map together for the city, showing the annexation, much like the map that we had, the color code.
That with actual meets and bounds and all that?
Yes, ma'am. That'll actually have a good, it'll look like the ETJ, the city limits, it'll have that and it'll be color coded.
Okay.
So, if we had time, we're also gonna start going through it, but we're out of time. But that's kind of what I started bringing, and that's.
Appreciate you bringing it.
We'll start working on that. Yeah, I'm not leaving it.
He won't
There's
show up.
150 years of records in there, so.
Since your father maybe asked you.
Get mad, get mad.
I think it would be cool to have all the way back, but at some point that becomes a historical piece versus what do we need to do to inform our decisions. I'd love to go back to the, the charter date, the original charter day, and say, do we know what the city looked like on that day, rebuild it to today, and then,
1983 and then.
yeah.
I think that would be good.
It would be super valuable. But that was cool. I just didn't want you to walk out with that and not get a chance to kind of brag about what your staff was.
Over here.
That's right.
Are you taking your cooler with you?
My cooler.
That's mine.
Well, that's yours. I just want to make sure. I don't know what brand.
Thank you.
Bye.
I just made him heavy lift.
There we go. Now I got it.
People got your cookies.
Article number 7.
Number 7, so I will say this deals with municipal finance. We did pass all of these amendments by bond council to make sure that they were fine with it, and they were fine with the changes that were in here. And Katie, I don't know if you if these are something better for you to address than me, because I said, Katie, help me out here. So 7 just is, again, this generated a lot of discussion at the commission at multiple meetings, so it's something that there was interest in. Katie, you want to just kind of give an overview?
I will do my best. Do you just want to go through it section by section and we'll chat as we go? Okay, so the first one was really a duplicate. Our budget year and our accounting year have to be the same. I don't know why it went and defined what a budget year was. It's the fiscal year. So we just took that redundant information out. No change to section 702. 703, we cleaned it up, so to speak, because the way it read, your budget was going to be 3 designated different pieces, where there really it's just one budget with these 3 or 4 different items in there. So we essentially cleaned it up and took care of the duplications. We did not change the amount of time, anything that's time driven, and some of the language we updated. For example, it listed out separately that you had a detailed estimate of anticipated revenues and other income, so we combined that together and just essentially made it make a little more sense, I think. The delinquent taxes for current and preceding years, that's something that is somewhat difficult to include in a budget. it didn't make sense for it to be a part of the budget itself. It is part of the process of setting the tax rate, but not part of the budget, so I took it out. Trying to think what else is in there. The statement of the bonded debt redemption and interest requirements, it's essentially the exact same thing that we took out, where it has a debt unauthorized and unissued. If it's unauthorized or unissued, it doesn't exist. So I took that out. I didn't really understand why you would say that. And then,
Sorry, that last portion there, the strike through on the and borrowing capacity of the city, would that not be relevant?
not to the budget, because your budget's your operations. And so what you're doing each year in your budget is you're providing what your anticipated revenues and your anticipated expenses are. If you're having a CIP conversation, you might talk about what your debt capacity is. But they're kind of separate, so as to make it a part of the actual budget didn't make a lot of sense. I mean, we could leave it there, but what it does is it derails your operating budget and makes it a conversation about debt. And that's, your budget doesn't tell you what you can borrow, the budget tells you what your borrowing payment is each year. So if that makes sense.
It does, it does. To me, it may help inform why certain budget decisions were made, you know.
But you can't, let me think. So
Budget, it just seems to me, let me try, because I think I know where you're going with this.
Okay, cool.
Is, the amount of debt you can acquire has absolutely nothing to do with getting the city from October 1st to September 30th. Because all that budget capacity, all that debt capacity tells you is how much debt you can acquire. That's it. It's not a planning tool, it's not a forecasting tool. It's just a number. And like Katie said, once we get to capital improvement, then that's important for scoping out, okay, we're looking at, we probably have to do a bond debt down here. Are we going to be able to absorb that? And that's where that number becomes important. Mm-hmm. But today, it's just a number. It's nothing except a number. So putting just a number in there just to say, we can borrow to this much. Why? Who cares?
And you do report it in your annual financial report.
Okay. And that was kind of part of a lot of the budgetary stuff that seemed to be in there. Read more like a CAFR than a budget.
Yeah.
And so I think
that was a lot of the, if it was more CAFR related than operating budget, I took it out. And then your CAFR, and then we're required by, state, anytime we do any type of preparations for debt selling, all of that comes through as part of that process. And we do the budget essentially a year ahead. So if we're working on the budget next month to go into effect on October 1st, our borrowing capacity can change drastically on July 25th. Mm-hmm. And so for us to try to guesstimate what that capacity is, and we put that in there, it could hold us to what that capacity could or could not be. And we could say it's way too low or way too high. So the thought process was it's more of a reported number rather than a forecasting number.
Okay.
Okay, and then the other one, City Council presented, the City Council will make available in the City Secretary office the budget as presented to the council and open to the public for anyone interested. We just kind of explained that seemed to be a challenge. So we kind of explained that. We took out the times and places of where the copies are available because it's in the final budget. It's in the proposed budget and final budget. So we took the times and places out because modern times it's on the website. As soon as we present it to you all and it goes on the website the next morning.
At the end of 2, is that sentence grammatically correct? It talks about the open to public inspection by anyone interested and posted on the city's internet website until a budget for has been finally adopted.
Oh, yeah, you should.
We got something missing.
Yeah, I'm gonna add to that too. It should say the proposed budget, because then that will make the rest of it until finally adopted. Because there's the proposed budget, and then there's the adopted budget. Make sense?
Yes, it
Yeah.
should say the proposed budget until the final version is adopted.
Mhm.
And you want to take out.
And then, you know.
It's a little wonky words.
Yeah.
But then A and B are specific to time and places, which we follow state law on that, and we keep everything on our website. So this was obviously written before the websites, I think.
This would definitely be a good place where you could say archaic language.
Well, we barely had internet the last time the review occurred.
And you know nobody knew what to do with email.
Email, what was that? So then we talk about what council's actions are. We hold a public hearing. And we are required to advertise that by state law at this point. So we follow state law on any of that. And so that's what we basically changed it to, is that we set it in accordance with state law. And then anybody can come and participate.
I think you just kind of like shortened up that one.
Heck yeah. And then we did the exact same thing with the next section. We simplified it.
A lot of redundancy in this article.
A lot of redundancy, and if we could say, because state law has changed since I've been doing budgets. My first budget was in '08, and I think they've changed some of the laws like 4 times. So instead of having to come back and rechange it, we're going to just go with state law. Did not touch C. That's one of those that we go with one ordinance. And then we added D, that the final approved budget must be filed with the city secretary in accordance with state law and put on the city's website.
Is this one of the ones where we had some citizen participation that was asking that be maintained on the website for multiple years so that they could compare?
This says at least 1 year.
Yeah, no, I'd say we could do more. I'm just, was that what some of those public comments were?
I don't
in
know,
this?
but I'll tell you, we do have them out there going back
I
many
wanna say
years.
2010 is up there right now.
Yeah, I think we've got 10, 12 years worth of budgets and financial reports on the website. So.
Okay,
If
I'm
I
good with it.
have
was
them, I
just-
put them
just
out there.
remember, yeah, someone didn't feel that we had gone far enough with these recommendations.
I
And-
think some of it had to do with they don't know where they're at. They don't know how to utilize the financial transparency page, and so they don't realize what is available already.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. I'm good with it.
Yeah, that's great for historical data to go from, back then to now. Because I think, I want to say, it's either 2008 or 2010 is the oldest one on there right now, both the budget and the audit.
The oldest budget you currently have is 2007.
Well, there you go. Way beyond the scope of this course.
Maybe.
Yeah. Okay, I'm good with it.
Yeah, we dug up a few old ones and we just stuck them out there, Transparency.
And the oldest audit is 0506.
Well, there you go.
Look at you looking up stuff quickly.
I was getting ready to, he beat me to it. Okay, we did nothing to number 4, and section 404 amendments after adoption. This one was one of those that Vanessa and I had some serious conversations about. Essentially, we don't want to ever have to come to you for an amendment unless it's an emergency. But so what we took out was some limitations that this put to us. So basically, and I think Ms. Jackson had an email that was dead on about if we were to limit it to 5% during Hurricane Harvey, we would have not been able to make payroll one time.
Mm-hmm.
So when you have emergency appropriations, it needs to happen as the declaration happens and as we come to council, not be limited on what you are able to do and whether or not we can go more than 5% of our operating budget that year.
So my experience in having been responsible for teaching elected officials for a very long time about their roles and responsibilities and duties during the disaster, the purpose of the disaster declaration is to define the emergency powers that are being applied.
Absolutely.
And that includes shredding almost everything in this book if necessary.
Right.
What's happened though, and why and the community has been frustrated and for good reason, is that the disaster declaration should not be a general blanket.
Mhm.
Now, we can't get to a computer, we're standing on the rooftop, you scream, I hereby declare a disaster. Okay, what does that mean? Nothing. He has to specifically explain what he is asking to be authorized. Typically, it's in the way of procurement, spending money that you don't normally get to spend because it's not in the budget the way that it's supposed to be. Flexibility in procurement standards, we can cut checks to do things. And then the reason it has to be reaffirmed in 7 days is a purposeful decision on what do we want to rein in for the mayor. Okay, we want to continue to give him or her these emergency provisions. However, we're going to go back to procurement. The 7-day window is essentially to find your council people, find them, right? Because the statute is built on catastrophic. Your people are dispersed. There's no communication. You don't know where they're at, and you don't want to delay saving lives and protecting our property. So that 7-day window allows us to convene. At that point, and I've been in that shoe where I make the recommendation is that we extend the disaster declaration excluding all emergency powers of the county judge or the mayor, that all of that goes back to council, because now we can do the 3-hour emergency meetings and things like that, because you found your council and you found a roof to hang out under and you can post. And so normally my recommendation for my elected officials when I still did that job was continue to extend the disaster declaration, removing all emergency powers from the judge or mayor with regards to da 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 da. Anyway, so I say that long line to come back to this, to say, stop using the disaster as the excuse for spending money when we need to spend it. But it has to be reined in within a certain amount of time. And you absolutely should be coming back to us and asking for an amendment in that circumstance.
Agreed.
Okay,
So,
but putting a 5% limit on, well, basically it would be the mayor. He would not have been able to do a damn thing with $250,000.
but he could have, because in the disaster declaration, that could have been the rule that was laxed within that 7 days. He or she, at the time, could have said, as a term of this disaster declaration, that 5% limit is hereby waived. And me being in a disaster, do you know how few times we've ever spent $200,000 in the first 7 days? Now, you're on a wing and a prayer.
Well, the thing is too, is that remember, emergency appropriation is not just for a disaster.
Correct.
Let's just, let's spitball something. Let's say,
Wastewater treatment plant goes down.
well, wastewater, and that's the perfect one. They have a major line break. Okay, all hell's gonna break loose first. EPA is gonna be all over us, TCEQ, and the various eco nuts in the area. Okay. Next, well, I'll go, okay, this is gonna take more than $250,000, which then goes into the whole reason why we actually have tax notes. But what do we have right now? What do we have to do right now to stop this leak? And that could very easily be more than $250,000. That's not a national disaster. It's just the line broke.
But
So
why wouldn't we be able to convene?
I don't know, because the mayor has to decide right now. Somebody has to decide right now. It can't be a locally declared emergency, right?
So let's take a look at the language.
Right.
What the language is saying is that the city council can make emergency appropriations and by ordinance, okay? What was removed was the limiting language of just 5%.
Right.
So, the council still has the ability to show fiscal restraint in whatever manner it finds the need to.
Mhm.
It's just removing the 5%. So even in a disaster declaration, whether it's a natural disaster or a mechanical disaster, what this is lifting is the 5% cap. Council, if you read the preceding sentence, council still has the ability to make, well, not the ability, is required to make the determination as to what the emergency appropriations are going to be.
So they come to us and still no.
Yeah, and then we're not limited to, well, essentially roughly $250,000. And that $250,000 is based on the budget for what we had during Harvey. That's why it's $250,000 that I come up with in my head. So,
Correct.
why limit? If we all meet, and it has to go through council, then why limit? Because we're supposed to be fiscally responsible. I think we've shown fiscal responsibility over the last couple of years. You know, I'm not gonna let somebody go spend $200 million on something that costs about 50. I mean, come on.
So
That's
the
why we're
only,
elected.
yeah, so the only other, you know, concern I may have, is, you know, when you look at like federal reimbursements and things like that, assuming catastrophic, and it's now gone to, we'll say FEMA. FEMA funding for public assistance is a funding source of last resort. There's been communities who have gotten in trouble by saying we have a rainy day fund. Like, that's a big no-no. Because FEMA says, well, why are you asking for money from FEMA when you have money sitting in rainy day? To me, this almost protects to say, look, it is now a disaster because we financially cannot cover this disaster without state and federal assistance. Well, why can you not? You've got $5 million sitting in the bank. No, we don't. We have a limitation in our fiscal year of 5%. So if this cost of the disaster exceeds that, that's a conversation to the governor's office to say, we have now become a victim of the disaster as a governmental entity and cannot afford to bear this.
Has this gone beyond the scope of the charter?
No, I don't think so. I mean, this is exactly what we're talking about.
not that it's not good information to have, because all information is great information, but,
So-
go ahead.
But that would just be a reason why
And
the
that's only if
5%
FEMA were to be
limitation.
involved,
But FEMA gets involved quite a bit. I mean, if we
not
have
if
it,
our
not for national.
treatment plant went kaput.
No, yeah.
It could be. I mean, the state makes emergency.
But if you're working, then-
I said FEMA. I mean, the state's got to declare and say that it has a
She has
disaster.
to do everything first.
But anyways, it goes up. So I was just saying that could be a reason to have a cap. But at the end of the day, we may get in a pretty significant bind if we can't act.
We're elected officials for a reason. We're elected to make emergency decisions.
Is it better to not have the cap or have, I mean, which way is going to be more beneficial to us as
No
a city?
cap.
So, I mean, that's where we have to look at it.
In most emergencies that we're gonna have that would require any kind of emergency commitment from the city, if it's a local thing. We have a big gas explosion at the Exxon station at the bypass in Pearl Street, and we've got to evacuate that art complex and things like that. Y'all are gonna be in town somewhere.
Yeah.
So it's not gonna be impossible to find you. If it takes longer than that, we've got a commitment right now from the emergency management person over at Teeks that works this area that says he can be here in 90 minutes from just about anywhere. So we'll start dealing with those other people. But the main thing that we have got, and the biggest thing that would get the mayor or whoever's in charge at the time, well, be the mayor, at the time, it would create problems if they started committing us to something that y'all have to approve and we know it ahead of time. As far as telling them, get those people out of there, take them wherever it is they got to take them and like that, we're fine until we start having to find residences for them and we start paying for hotels and so forth. And we're going to find y'all before then. And having been around for some of those things, the worst one obviously was Harvey, but we have evacuated 2 times other than that. But we didn't have major costs except for time for all the staff to stay and what it cost us to keep things running and like that. So most of them.
Yeah, and those are not. Most of those are not significant costs. I'm just asking if we remove the 5% gap or 5% cap. In theory, we as a council could drain our entire coffers on one disaster and not have an operating budget for the rest of the year.
We would have to do that anyways, with or without, because they would require you to do that. Yeah.
To get assistance,
My experience.
They would not. They would not, but, I mean,
They would take this and go, what year was that written in? You know, I don't know. My preference is not to have a cap, but that's not my decision, it's y'all's decision. I just think we could limit our ability to survive if we had to, because waiting on FEMA can take months.
I shouldn't have even said that four-letter F word. Before FEMA even comes into play is the state. And so again, we get to turn to the state, and the state does have a rainy day fund. And the state does have to provide for the health and safety of our residents. We should not, as a city, rely on the state to do anything for us, nor the federal government. It just helps us identify that a true disaster occurs, because a disaster is fiscal as well as physical and life. In this case, the disaster has exceeded our ability to financially fund this. The state will have to come in and pay for the response.
Well, so the way the language that existed replied to emergency appropriations, it doesn't designate what an emergency appropriation is, if it's disaster related, physical, or any
Right.
type of disaster. What it is saying is emergency. An emergency can be many other things. So perhaps we pull out some words, we change some things.
But isn't this just to protect our ability to continue to do government, right? And I really don't want to make this so difficult, but if we have the big pipeline, you know, water main, whatever, and I mean, everybody agrees, oh my gosh, we've got to fix that, but literally, we've just deferred all other government functions hastily, potentially, versus saying, okay, this can go to a different form of funding, right? Rather than pulling from the operating budget, you now have to finance it out or go through those other processes that we have to do.
Let me throw one up on this. Because it'll tell you, it'll let Katie know how much I actually listened to her. Okay? Let's say it's a water main break. Okay? Well, technically, that should come out of the water budget.
Correct.
Right? Now, the water budget does not have enough money to cover that, period, end of statement. But the general fund, let's say we only need $800,000, so we're not draining this all the way down. We need $800,000 to fix this, and they don't have that money. We have to do a budget amendment to move this line item to this line item, because they're two different funds.
And technically, you can't change interfunds. You would have to loan the money from the general fund to.
But it requires an amendment. You cannot just
So
say,
both
I'm going to move it
budgets.
from general funds to water and we go. No, we have to go through the process. And that's the check.
So what's wrong with the amendment process?
You don't want to do it if you don't have to. Now, also, and Art will correct me when I get wrong on this one, Open Meetings Act, that was a really good idea to quote the section for you. But in the case of emergency, we are open to phone communications for meetings, video conferencing for meetings, on and on and on. So we only have to, if a member serves, the presiding officer has to be in the place where the meeting's going to occur.
Right.
Right? And then, if I remember right, it's advisable that the quorum is present, but they don't have to be.
There has to be a quorum in the
Quorum physically
location.
present. So that's 3.
Now,
That's 3
is
of
that
5.
in emergency?
Not an emergency.
No,
That's what-
emergency, it's 1.
Yeah, right.
But, even right now, we could hold a meeting with, as long as 3 of us are in the building, and the other 2 are on video conference.
And I want to make this caveat too. If the mayor is the one that, if he's out of town and zooming in, Mayor Pro Tem is present, she is running the meeting, not the mayor. The person running the meeting has to be in the building.
And then if she's not there, then
One of
the
you.
other 3 of us, then we decide who's
You would
presiding.
select who the chair is.
Yeah. So, we do have provisions in Open Meetings Act that allow us to act a lot faster than in 2004. And I think the 5% cap is just, it's cutting ourselves off. Once again, it's limiting us in our ability to make the emergency appropriations if the money's available here, so we can move it here and we're done.
And to move within the time frame that we may need.
And I'm asking because okay, if it's confusing to me, there may be another couple of citizens out there that are as confused as I am too. The purpose of all this is is to protect our government, protect our funding. When we go to a budget process, you've got hearings, you've got all your due diligence. When you start making decisions to move things on an emergent basis, then a lot of those protections start to go away. And I'm not saying that we would make emotional decisions, but the very nature of the crisis makes it an emergent and emotional decision. Some may be more capable of weeding through that, but taking time.
You're slippery sloping.
Well, the slippery slope right now is there are people who think that by striking all of this out, we've got a blank checkbook.
But we don't.
We do every day of the week.
I mean, we can still, if we want to
It's
make
the
an
same
amendment.
people that are
We
still
can make an
sitting right
amendment
here.
and
Yeah.
just put
I
more
mean,
money
that's who
if
it
we want
is.
to.
And we've got a concern about it. I would, my concern is having something we need to do something about right now, and I can't do it because there's not enough money there. And I need to be able to say, yes, we will take care of it, and y'all come in and tell me, yeah, we'll take care of it, we'll write the check, we all agree. But if you tell me that 5% is $250,000, I'm thinking you can spend that in a hurry. I mean, very fast.
You can
And,
spend that with one big sinkhole.
yeah,
And I'm just gonna go back, this is, it wasn't, that doesn't, what Danielle was just saying, that doesn't concern me so much with, the, having a blank check, because again, we as council still make that final, so it's not a blank check, and you still have to make that amendment, even if we kept it in there. I mean, so we can still say, we want you to spend more if we put an amendment in there, is what I believe, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm having a hard time
But the
understanding
other
why we
part
don't
of
do
it-
the amendment process.
But the other part of what you're saying is, that does concern me a little bit, just if it loses the ability for us to get funding from, the state, if we needed it, if, say, a disaster had to come up. That does concern me. That is actual thing, that if we take that out, that might hinder us from getting those monies back into our hands if another Hurricane Harvey so happens. I mean, that does concern me.
But correct me if I'm wrong, Cheatham and FEMA and all those other entities that we don't like to talk about, they're gonna make us drain our reserves before they help us.
It depends on the language.
It's best to go, this is best to go worst case scenario. Is
Yes.
that they're gonna make us drain it. That's what happened for Harvey, right? They made us drain our funds, not the operating funds. We still were able to operate. It was just everything else we had saved, we had to spend all that first before we started getting assistance.
Well, and so when you're talking about like the public assistance, so there's like different levels of assistance that we've gotten with FEMA. And some of it came very quickly and some of it very easily, the cleanup essentially. But when it came to the repairs, so then we are having to pay out, match them, and wait for them to reimburse us essentially. And so it's a longer process. I think this didn't, my thought process when I read this, it's not necessarily associated with a natural disaster. It's looking at any type of emergency expenditure. For example, we've got a huge sinkhole in the middle of Enterprise. We've got to get someone there and get that fixed quick, because that is limiting our ability to respond to emergency calls. And so you're looking at $250,000. Two things have to happen. One, you've got to give us permission for the appropriation. And two, it's a purchase greater than $50,000. So it has to go through a specific amount of process before we can do that. We have to go out to bid. It has to be sealed, and all these things have to happen. So you will actually approve that purchase multiple times in different layers of the process. And so this just says you can do it. It doesn't say here's a check. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Still have, anything over 50,000 still has to go
You
for
have to go
RQ.
through a process regardless.
Okay, that makes a little bit better sense that this would still be in alignment with our other standing fiscal policy or procedures, things like that. So the 5%, if you were to apply the 5% to this current fiscal year, what is that dollar amount for our tax levy? Ballpark.
Maybe $700,000 at the most.
So the 250,000, that was an
That was
example
an
of a
example using
repair.
Harvey. That was
Yeah.
using Harvey as the example.
Right, okay, I was just trying to make sure the numbers are, so right now at 5% in theory,
Maybe
we're at about $700,000.
at the most, right? So what that would do is it would give you significant opportunity. But for example, we learned earlier that 1 mile of sewage line is $1 million. So if we have a huge line bust and we've got to repair that line all the way down Woodlawn or somewhere of that sort, we're looking at, we're going to exceed that $700,000. Should we have planned for it known ahead? Yes. But you've got to be able to open up. And just because we approve the ability to spend that money doesn't mean we're actually writing the check, because then we've got to figure out where we're funding it from. Is it going to come out of reserves, or are we going to do a tax note, or are we going to go out for a revenue bond? So I think this is just like one piece that it gives us the opportunity to begin actions, because technically we can't go out for bid if we don't have approved appropriations.
Right, okay. Yeah.
It's kind of layered.
I mean, because we know there's the whole process. One, the whole process to do anything with budget that isn't already stated in the budget. And then two, we're elected to be fiscally responsible.
Now, could you raise the cap on it and define emergency? Possibly, but I think that would get more wordy and wonky.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be more like if we were to actually make a fiscal policy, for the council, because this is the council's fiscal policy. Then we be getting to the nuts and bolts of the, but this is supposed to be overarching. It's not.
And we can always define that, included in the budget document too, because we have the glossary in the back. We can always add to that. An emergency appropriation could, as defined as this, a natural disaster emergency appropriation. So you can always add to it if you'd like.
So when we look down at like 3 and 4 and, keep kind of telling the story.
So 3 and 4 are redundant repetition, because these are the things that you assign the city manager to do. And so it's not really a part of an amendment for a budget. It's the city manager's responsibility or their designee. And as you adopt the budget, it tells you, you adopt the budget at fund level and giving the city manager the ability within the departments to shift funding. Now, you can go from police to streets, but you can't go from the police department to the water department. And so that's, basically, this is kind of what it's saying you could do. So we pulled these out because it wasn't relevant to the amendment of the budget. These are their duties and responsibilities as defined elsewhere in the city.
You're talking about 3 and 4?
3 and 4.
Yeah.
But also, it's stating that it's taking away our ability to make that decision for you guys. So, I mean, it's not just their job, what you guys do. I do have a little bit of an issue with that. I find it a little bit concerning that if we're not able to vote on something as big as these two things, you're kind of taking away.
But you are voting on them when you adopt the budget.
But this is saying that if after we adopt the budget, basically what I'm reading as, if, say, the number 3, the revenues are insufficient, we need to move it over because of what we adopted. So it's not just the adopted budget, it's saying that if we don't have enough money, we have to move it somewhere else, from somewhere, so whatever we need to do. So that is not the adopted budget, that's after that would be done, is what my understanding is.
To me, that's the definition of a budget amendment. We have found this deficiency because we're, Katie and Vanessa are going to be meticulous, and they're going to cry long before. But the budget amendment, it does not happen if there is not a deficit to cover.
Correct.
I think you guys are going to do great. I don't think it'll ever be an issue. I honestly don't. I think you guys do good. You're smart. It just really concerns me taking away the city council vote on these items. And it just, to me, how it looks, it just doesn't look the way it should be done. I guess I'm not being articulate right now. I'm so tired. Sorry.
So item 3 really doesn't, to me, and maybe I'm just reading it differently because of my experiences, is it just basically says at any point in time, if the revenues aren't going to meet the expenses, we're going to come and tell you about it. And then you can take action. So that's not really the definition, I don't feel like is a definition for amendment. What I think that says is what you've already told the city manager to do. That's her responsibility. My responsibility is to keep her in the loop, and her responsibility is to keep y'all in the loop. I don't know that you want your charter to say you have to do this, because they should be doing that anyways. And if they're not doing it, then that means they're not doing their job. So that's
But I
why
kinda
we
think
took
you
it
do,
out.
right? Like, to say they do that because that's their job. Well, they do that
But
that's
should
their
that be
job
under
because
the
it
city?
says that they have
Right.
to do it.
So
It doesn't say it, then we don't have to check and balance.
maybe it's in the wrong place then. Maybe it should be under city manager rather than amendment.
Because the way that Vanessa and I chatted about this for a while. The reason that we have a city manager is to do the daily operations of the city. One of those daily operations of the city is budget management. So we pass the budget, she executes the budget, Katie keeps her in line. I think that's the way that it works, that it is. So now, if I don't know about y'all, but I don't have time to micromanage the city manager.
So currently in the charter, the city manager job duties is to prepare and recommend to the city council the annual budget and CIP and administer the budget as adopted by the city council.
And that's why we took those out.
And then in subsection H, keep the city council fully advised at least quarterly as to the financial condition and future needs of the city, and make recommendations concerning the affairs of the city as he or the city council deems desirable and necessary.
We pass the budget, and that's that.
So, just asking Katie, you think it's okay for the city manager, after we pass the budget, to move money around between the departments as he or she wishes?
Just remember, no, within a department, within a fund, yes.
Yeah, I get it, we can't cross over certain areas.
Yeah, once you.
Do I think it's okay to do it?
No.
It's not normal practice.
Yeah.
You
But-
can't go fund to fund, and generally, so I'll just give you an example. Finance, we have a contract services line item, and we have a bank fees line item. In our bank fees, generally we have maybe $1,000 for the whole year, and that covers all kinds of things that go with the bank. Every now and then something crazy could happen, and we may exceed that. Well, I've got money in contract services, so I move the $100 I'm short from contract services down to my bank fees so that I'm right. As long as your fund is balanced according to our adoption ordinance, then we're okay. And so you can move it within those departments.
And across departments.
And across
As long
departments
as
within
they're-
the same fund. And I don't know if I've ever seen it done, to be 100% honest. I'm sure there's a crooked city in America somewhere that does it. I haven't seen it done. Could you adopt your budget at department level and line item level? You could. Do you want to?
But I totally understand what you're saying, but again, checks and balances, this is what concerns me. It should, could, hasn't happened, but by
could.
taking this away, we have another way of saying that's not gonna happen, because we have this standing here. Say like you move on to another city, or you have another person here, or a city manager, and they end up not being having issues, and they're doing these things and we're not aware of them, or we get a quarterly report of these, which has been too late, I think, in the process. I just think having the checks and balances on these two items, especially on the transfer from one
I
department to
think
the other.
4 makes a
especially-
lot more sense to keep
Yeah.
in place. 3 is said on
I
section
can understand
401.
that. I can understand that. I should have said that. But 4, to me, I would like to keep that just because I just don't feel comfortable having that one stricken out of there. I really don't. Just because the transfer without us knowing and for a quarter, I think that's just too late. And as much as, like I said, you guys are great. I fully trust y'all. It's nothing to do with that. It's just if for future, we have to make sure that we have these things here so those things don't happen. And then just because it's like I said, just because we said it hasn't happened,
it could happen.
Well, let me ask this, because I can agree with what Andrea has to say. I mean, it makes sense. But the only part I don't like about number 4 is where it says any department, office, or agency.
I don't like that either.
And shouldn't it, I mean, you know, this is our charter. It's not Portland's charter, it's our charter. And that's not, we don't use departments, offices, and agencies. We use departments, funds, and that's it, right?
Sounds like it's a bad
It's
copy
just-
and paste probably
Yeah.
from.
It sounds like someone took it out of the federal
hearing
register.
process when you do a budget amendment?
Well, because, so office
No.
is
No.
specific
but you
to
have
an
to
elected official,
establish the
so
emergency
you may
or
have
the
the
necessity.
mayor's
The necessity.
office.
Yeah.
And then I'm assuming we could, you know, an agency would probably be established by some kind of cooperative, you know, state or county, I don't know.
I mean,
I could see why it's probably in there, it's
I think
probably.
if we took those terms and made them City of Rockport budget line item type naming instead, you know, funds, departments, however it would be best as determined by our fabulous Director of Finance, then it would make more, it actually makes more sense to me because we don't have agencies.
Yeah, I just, again, going back to kind of what, the things that I hear and the things that I hear that I think are relevant, you know, when it comes to fiscal policy, that's one of the more important things we do. We are a council manager form of government. If we roll over and just say, okay, really the city manager at this point is holding all the cards and doing all the job, you know, I don't think that's a partnership. Yes, she's going to provide updates on a quarterly basis. This just helps define the level of detail that we expect from her with regards to management of the budget.
So what if we rewrote that a little bit? At any time during fiscal year, the city manager may transfer part or all of any unencumbered appropriation balance among programs within adopted funds. Because my concern is the way it's written, office or agency, that could be the general fund, it could be the utility fund, it could be the gas fund. So if you limit the city manager within the general fund, they can't exceed that fund. But if they need to move it outside that fund, then that is definitely something that you all need to be aware of, and you all need to know that the general fund is not going to meet budget. That's the problem. If CID doesn't meet budget, but patrol's meeting budget, that doesn't really matter.
No.
Right? So if I'm understanding what I think your concern is that not that police is not going to balance out exactly, but that we're going to exceed the general fund's appropriation. And so that's when you want us to come to you. And we have to come to you by law anyways on that.
And I'm fine with you changing that wording. I would just like, if you want to change that wording, I would like to stick with the rest of it. And I'm fine with that, because that doesn't concern me that department
see that.
office mentions.
Yeah, I mean.
I could see getting rid of 3 because that's defined as the city manager's job in section 4. But yeah, with 4, I'm all for keeping 4 if we change that wording to make it city specific. Because like I said, like I was just telling
The blonde lady down there.
what's her name? I completely freaking blanked. Oops. Danielle, it sounds like it was taken straight out of the Federal Registry.
That's what it looks like, right?
Yeah, so and we are not a federal agency in any way, shape, or
What is
form,
the word
thank the
that
gods.
What is the word, please?
So balance among programs within, I don't know, do we say adopted funds?
Yeah, you can say an adopted.
Or designated, yeah, within adopted funds. And strike that, because the programs, more specifically, could be public safety. So then at that point, you can go code, CID, patrol, and police admin, or even municipal court. So if you kind of looked at it programs, and then, so I think that would
somebody
be
said, they're
better.
like, well, what's the point of you guys even going through this process of making the departments, advocate for their budgets if it doesn't really matter anyways? Or, you put money into parks, but really you just turn around 5 days later and say manager can, move it to whatever. Those were the kind of snarky comments that I was kind of hearing. And I was like,
Yeah.
well, technically.
Well,
I
and
think
it does
you could,
state unencumbered, so
It's not already designated, that's what
Right,
it means,
and
right?
usually you don't run into that technical unencumbered. You have to remember, 2/3 of our budget is payroll. So
Yeah.
that
That's a
piece
good point.
that's left, there's gonna be times when this guy's not gonna use it and this guy's not, and it shifts around.
Yeah.
And the budget's just a projection, it's not, this is exactly what we're going to do this year.
And we've recently done something similar to where there was a need for something and we literally took something from each department's travel and expense to make up that difference.
That was Public Works Department or something. I don't remember.
I don't remember what it was.
Came out of the police department.
Oh, it's supposed to be- yeah.
All right,
Let's keep this train moving.
Okay, so I think if we reword that a little bit, and I think we can make that work, just take out the office agency department and put it into fund.
yeah.
That's fine with me.
Does that work? Can we do
Adopted,
that?
then Art's an adopted fund?
Adopted
That's-
funds.
That's just fund, adopted funds?
Yes, adopted fund.
Okay, so next one.
So within here, just a question, it does, assume this was our existing charter, so it says council may require approval of transfers above a limit established by the city council. Do we have any such existing policy?
Currently, anytime we do anything that's 50,000 or greater, we come to you. So that's kind of been our standard.
Do we know if that's in writing?
We follow local government code for purchasing. And that's why anytime money in 50,000, they just come to you. But we can establish one. We can have a conversation later and work on putting some of these policy thoughts and processes into a document.
I would
think it'd be okay.
Because everybody says, well, it's always been council policy. Well, which council voted on that and why?
Well, and that can be something that we come to you annually as part of either the investment policy that we do, or we can do it as part of the budget process. I mean, we do have some fiscal policies listed in the budget document, but it never hurts to review and add to.
No, I think it's great if you capture, those best practices and say, look, this is what's working for us and this is how we do our work. It's easy to show that to somebody and say, look,
Yeah.
here it is. It's not in Katie's head or Vanessa's head. It's look, this is what we do.
Well, I like to have a guide. If it's written down and, I have y'all's blessing with it, it's a lot easier for me to do what I need to do because I know this is my.
Sometimes it's nice to know
My
what
fail-safe.
lane you're swimming in.
So the change that I've got is we're gonna keep the entirety of number 4, but just delete that department, office and agency in the second line and replace it with an adopted fund.
Yes,
And
and
in
in
the
the
last line
the
too.
last line of that
And the last
paragraph
line
too.
too.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so now that we got past that one, number 5, we did no changes to that one. That's just crazy to even think you would do that.
And that is, that's required by law, isn't it? That you can't move money out of your, basically.
Yeah,
your
you can't.
IRS.
That's law. So
Yeah, okay. And I'm just double checking.
it just scared me to think somebody would have to put that down. But
So that number 5 becomes a number 3.
Number 4.
and
Correct.
yeah, 3 that becomes 4. So then number 6, basically that's redundancy because if you take council action, that action you're taking is going to tell you when that becomes active.
And if we're doing amendments, you can't tell me we're gonna wait to make it effective.
No, because it'll be effective upon signing.
Yeah. Which is by
Yeah.
definition.
So that's why I took that one out. And then 705 capital programs. This is our favorite. We pulled out the P&Z portion of that because honestly, I don't know that it made a lot of sense. We also went from 2 years to 5 years. A 2-year capital program is not enough. You really need 5 years so that you can organize yourself and plan and begin the process. So those were the ones we changed. Just took out the clear general words there that make a whole lot of sense. We took out extra wording, I guess you would say, on B and C. The list of capital improvements which are proposed. And then for each such improvement, that was just kind of extra language we really didn't need there. And then number 2, we took that one out because you're already saying you're gonna do it every year, so it's kind of like extra language that really didn't make a lot of sense, so that was the reason we pulled that out.
We've been going an hour and 10 minutes.
Lemonade time!
It is 3:05 and we're gonna take a 10-minute break. 3:13, we're back in session.
Quick question before we move on to 708, back to 705, the last edits, or recommendations. What is the thought process with the strike-through referencing planning and zoning?
We did away with them.
We did away with them.
From what I understand, and Katie, correct me if I'm wrong, P&Z is supposed to, somewhere it states P&Z, and it might just be in the charter, is supposed to make recommendations on how to get the capital, comprehensive plan into the capital improvement plan. But that doesn't happen.
So
I would be sure that it doesn't happen, but doesn't it make sense that it should?
well, the way I read it, and I may have misread it, is that the proposed program, that the CIP program must include the proposed program by the P&Z Commission and comments by the city manager. So but the city manager submits the program, so it's going to have her comments in it anyways. And if the P&Z Commission is a advisory, then they're not drafting a program. They're advising on the drafted program. And so I think that the way that it was written is saying that the P&Z is going to put together a program in addition to what the city manager is putting together. And so we took that part out where it's the city manager's putting it together. She may go to the P&Z and ask them for assistance, just like the departments, but the P&Z is not going to put their own program together as a CIP and add it to the CIP.
I think, again, how you read it, how you interpret it, I think what I read it was that it gives them that opportunity to do so. Now, if both the city manager's program and the P&Z's program are in full alignment, that's ideal, but P&Z is a protective strategy for citizens and the council as our subject matter experts outside of just staff. So I am not opposed to the idea of them submitting a separate program that may be in conflict. And then it comes to us and we now have two opinions to review. Our city manager and her staff essentially, and our citizens advisory group, because I don't know. I looked at that as it was a check and balance on the capital program.
Have you seen? I've never seen the P&Z involved in the CIP program.
I've never seen it.
And I've never seen it for any city. And
okay, that would be it didn't matter what we currently do. And what should we be doing?
And I think the reason for that is that your P&Z is there basically to ensure that land uses are consistent with your comprehensive plan. Okay, the CIP. I mean, how is a planning and zoning commission going to make a recommendation on where a wastewater treatment plant is going to be in the future? I mean, they're not qualified to do that. You know, however, your public works director is, and your city manager is, and your professional staff is going to be able to provide that for y'all to review and to take a look at. Your P&Z is basically a planning function for land use, and not necessarily for planning. You know, for planning where the next police substation is going to be, for instance.
But that wouldn't be land use?
That would be, I mean, no, that's not a land use function.
Okay, but, all right, well, I see it as if future development is happening in this location and we need to put a substation in, we'd be making sure that that's...
And if you want someone else to review it, that's perfectly fine. but I would advise P&Z is still not the appropriate person to do it. I mean, you can have it done by somebody else, but I don't think P&Z is the best commission to be reviewing that.
And for the record, we didn't really get rid of planning and zoning.
Yeah, I guess it's important we go back to that since we stopped.
To me, the capital improvement plan is really public works,
Yes.
building, and the city manager. I mean, and you can't tell me that Vanessa's gonna do that by herself. She's gonna get input from Mike and Carrie and Jean and all these people.
Yeah, IT,
You know,
PD, I mean, it's.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a single function. It's a city function, and it's across the entire city, not just, to me, the only people that would not be involved in that would be the police department, unless they need a substation.
Right.
But that would just be, we need a substation. And then
Or they need a new radio tower.
Yeah.
Or something of
Yeah.
that sort. So
Yeah.
it's and the one we have now, we have been working on it since about this time last year.
I mean, the P&Z to me is a prospective looking type organization. I mean, and now you're asking them to say, okay, we're going to redo the playground at such and such a park, you know, that has been there for many, many years. Well, you're going to do that in your CIP, but I don't know that they're the best person to be able to do
They
that.
could say, why are we investing in a location that we literally just approved a plan that is gonna completely redevelop that area or something? The only argument, Katie, is
that would be a decision by city council.
it absolutely would, but again, you've got a process that's 100% driven by paid government staff versus a process that's two-pronged of citizen participatory advisory,
But I think
balancing with this.
But I think to your point is, and to my point is that a capital project is not just a planning, you know, a P&Z or land use function. I mean, you know, if you've got a parks board, you're going to want them to review your parks master plan. That's where you get your input from, because that's where it makes the most sense to come in. If it's the streets, you've got, I don't know what other boards y'all have here, y'all would have that. If you had an airport, some cities have an airport, they would have an airport advisory board to look at that. P&Z, while they may have a function, for them to review the whole CIP, I'm not sure they're the best person for that.
Yeah, and I didn't read it as they're reviewing it. I mean, they're submitting their program, so there may be things in the CIP that are non-planning and zoning, but there may be things that are. I don't know. I'm okay.
They've
I'm
never
not,
looked at it.
No.
but just because they have it doesn't mean that they shouldn't.
But that's the practice we're doing now, so we want to strike it out since that's the practice we've been doing. I don't think they have any reason to look at it. It's like I said, there's not a lot of land use items for changing it. It's big
Well, and it's
project.
gonna go to them anyways, if it does involve land use. It's gonna go through the P&Z process if it's not already existing.
Then the thing would be is, why would we send it to planning and zoning if we haven't already started putting the mechanisms in place, CIP? So there's your checks on the opposite side.
Yeah.
It's just, it's not in the behind, it's front, it's behind.
Yeah, I probably because of my planning background, you know, I see things probably backwards for most people. I look at this as an opportunity to be creative and be thinking of things that we should be doing in the future and bringing forward recommendations for consideration into a program. But that's what my brain is. Well,
Hold
that's
that thought
right.
for a second. I'm gonna talk to our liaison to the planning and zoning commission. When was the last time we had 7 people at a P&Z meeting?
Gosh.
Okay.
But just because we have previous dysfunction
Yeah, I
doesn't
know.
mean.
And it doesn't mean that we're gonna have dysfunction down the road, but.
Yeah, and
But.
sometimes this process, the value of reviewing these type documents is sometimes we've navigated in a way, and we've been doing it for so long, we've forgotten why it was written, you know. So sometimes we have to change the document to reflect how we currently do things. Sometimes this is a way for us to go, oh, you know what, we have deviated. So I'm okay either way, but again, it's another strike through of P and Z, and I want to make sure that we're fully prepared to be able to define or explain ourselves while we're scratching it. So, anyways, I'll shut up on the item.
No, it's understood. Okay, next.
Okay, so 7-6, no changes. 7-7, no changes. 7-8. So as it looks like we really did a whole lot of striking, what actually took place is we took out the jibber jabber that made very minimal sense or contradicted state law and replaced it with wording provided by bond counsel and in accordance with state law that basically says we have the right to issue and or refund general obligation bonds, revenue bonds, and other evidence of indebtedness in accordance with home rule municipality within the state of Texas. So basically what we did is that we cleaned it up. And
Yes, all the 708 language came from bond counsel.
And if you actually go through and read about certificates of obligation, general obligations, time warrants, tax notes, and all the other abilities of the city to acquire debt, because we just do that whenever we want to. That's it. We can do it. Every single one of them says we can do it. So why redundant verbiage on and on and archaic and
So basically what you're saying, I'm just asking a question. So with the elections and stuff, it's because state law says that we can do it anyways. There's no point to put that in there.
right.
I just want to make sure I understood what you were saying. Sorry.
Because the state, and then as we heard earlier, there could be some changes with municipal debt. So what this says is that we have to do and follow the state law. And the state law on borrowing has changed in the last 5 years, at least twice. So what this does is it just says we're going to follow the state law and not conflict with it and not try to write our own charter in hopes that it doesn't conflict with state law when the law changes. So we took out the 3 paragraphs, one of which was like the same thing over and over again, and just referenced this, that we would follow state law.
It all makes sense, and I trust the language. It looks bad when you're striking out language regarding election for debt and not replacing it with anything that meaningfully looks like that. We know this state law would dictate it, but that may be the only bad.
Well, and it was probably never should have been written the way it was written, unfortunately. There was a lot of extra verbiage, and and I don't know if y'all have taken time and looked at other municipalities' charters to kind of see, what they have written and how they wrote it. And I pulled up several, some cities that I've worked with and others that I knew had good policies. And many of them are word for word what we've substituted.
Yeah.
I'm good. If bond counsel is good with this, staff is good with this, the commission's good with it,
I'm fine with it because I understand that it's because of the state law. There's no reason to have all that on there. I can understand, and that's an easy explanation why you're taking that off. Now, if it wasn't state law, then I would probably have to.
Is that how Portland does it? That's in Portland's charter, right?
No.
It's similar, but no, that's not where I got the wording.
No, that's what they're basing all their stuff off of.
Yeah, everything's from Portland.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, if they're following Portland's, they really need to look again.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that.
I'll let Catherine do that next time I see
Just y'all know my go-to is the city of Denton. When I look at policies and procedures, and the reason is that the majority of them were written by Dr. Bland, who is the dean of the College of Public Administration, and he's focuses on policies, and that's who I got my master's under. So when I'm looking for something, I go to Dr. Bland, and because I understand his thought process, and it can help me make sense. So a lot of times you'll see something, if you go look in Denton, it's really close. So that's where I get it from. Number 709 is our purchasing. We just cleaned this one up a little bit, and took out a little bit of redundancy and referenced the state law, and that's what we follow on everything.
I do like that in this one, we put in accordance with state or federal law, number 2. Because there are some things that are federal law mandated, not state mandated.
Correct. In some of our grants, we have to follow federal law, and our favorite bad four-letter word, we had to follow federal law. And
Every federal dollar. Yep.
we have a purchasing policy in place that duplicates more detailed these two little line items. But essentially, it lays out what the state law is. 710, this is where we go back to the administration. The budget is the city managers. And
There were no
Or
real
doesn't-
changes.
Yeah,
These were
that
all
was gender neutrality.
yeah, that's the general neutrality.
the depository is the next one.
The depository, we kind of took out, we really left the majority of it as is. We referenced instead of the budget investment, it's a policy, not an ordinance. The procedures to withdraw money, I don't know why it was written that way, but so we just changed it disbursement in accordance with all city policies and state law. Again, if we were to do a financial policy, that's something that we could go into detail. And then we just put a little bit about in selecting a depository, shall be considered time deposits, and so basically we took out, we made it where it referenced state law, which is the Public Funds Investment Act. So we had it reference that for you. Financial report, we moved that to the second formal meeting instead of the first formal meeting, just to give us time to make the numbers work correctly. Give us more time to meet that. And we struck out, we added that it's in accordance with GASB and GAAP and struck out the accrual basis because we actually report on a modified accrual basis. So that wasn't accurate. So for us to follow, GASB and GAAP, we'll change our reporting according to their updates. And then independent audit, we were at, I don't know why we put the 2 years in there. Was that there was a lady asked for that, right?
Yeah, it was just, I don't recall why this one was changed, but it was just to put it in there for at least 2 years that you put it on the website,
It's
just
just like
as a
at
minimum.
least 2 years. But
Yeah.
we have available till 2008. So,
Yes.
obviously we are not transparent in any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying.
No, and we even have that transparency program out there that pulls back 5 years. And really soon you're going to get to see our new electronic budget book that we're tweaking. It's getting close. It's
getting
really
close.
I've been monitoring emails today to see.
Is that why Lorenzo's hair looks like it's being pulled out?
Well, so y'all know, I don't know if y'all know this, Lorenzo's last day is tomorrow.
No way.
Yeah, he, and I cried, I'm not gonna lie. I straight up cried. I said, I thought we were retiring together. He had an opportunity to go work for a charitable organization that has helped him with his at needs child. And he felt that he just had to do it. And
Good for him.
but he is still going to stick around as we need him to help me with some special projects.
So he's going to basically contract.
Until we were able to find someone as amazing as he is. So, but I'm not going to lie, I cried. I had a meltdown with him. I said, "You cannot leave me. You may. He and I've been together over 6 years, so it was really a tough. And I think he was having a hard enough time, but he felt he had a calling and he felt he had to follow it. So all we can do, I said, I'll support you, but I'm not going to like it.
Exactly.
So, but he is. That is why he's running around crazy. He's trying to wrap up some FEMA projects and get the budget document out. Yeah, I'm happy for him, but sad for us.
Yeah.
So before we move on to the next section, if I could just ask, generally speaking, with respect to Article 7, do y'all want this kind of a article up and down vote, or kind of, are there other logical groupings that maybe you think might be good, Katie, or?
That is a good question.
I think we may need to do groupings.
Okay. You want to look at it and then we can bring it back to the council for consideration.
Yeah, we can talk later.
Yeah.
Okay, I think groupings is going to be better since there's some differences there. It's not like the other ones.
Yeah.
I would definitely say probably budget, may even have to do amendment separate, just so one doesn't kill the other.
I think you're right. I agree.
Borrowing on its own. I don't know how you want to do the rest of it. Just
I
because,
think
again,
really-
even though it shouldn't be a problem, one may kill the whole package.
Right, and that's
Yeah.
my question, yeah. So
Or maybe
Article,
even, I don't.
Article 8, we didn't have any changes in that one at all. Same thing
Everybody
with,
loves looking at tax
We concur.
administration, that is so cool.
same thing with Article 9. No changes to that. And we discussed 10 already, so that just takes us to our last two sections.
We're almost there.
And in section 11, there were just two minor changes. 11, the ordinance was striking out the no franchise may be exclusive.
What does that do from a practical standpoint?
It allows you to provide an exclusive franchise with someone. So I'll take the solid waste argument that we had earlier. You know, we had talked about, you know, an A, B, and C, and then a all or nothing. It would allow you to do the all or nothing provision on there.
It's really just putting a tool back in our negotiating.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
It was very important during the cable years. If you remember, I mean, no one wanted to install cable with that much money. I mean, without being able to provide some return on investment. So it's basically that's what that does. Is it allows you to do that.
Yeah, I was just curious what its current applicability is. You know, who's the one that is going to claim to be injured by this in some meaningful way?
So the public has asked for that in their contract. They've asked for that in the past to be exclusive.
And statute allows you to do
It's actually
it.
in their contract, not in our, you know, with other organizations, so.
Okay.
But it's not. But you're right. I mean, it's not a. You know, this was a lot more important back before, you know, all the telecom changes at the PUC and right-of-way fees and things like that. But it still has some relevance, but less so than before.
Thank you.
11.7. There was just a little, you know,
11.6.
and
Oh, it is 7. I'm sorry, 11.7.
11.07. It was just a little and/or.
That looks very controversial, and we may want to make that a little line. Just saying.
And then this is our last section, folks. I know we're all like, you know, sorry to see this end, this party end.
It's just been.
Give me the next one started.
12 was just providing public records, 12.01, providing records in accordance with state law. We just took out the nominal charge to state law. 11.02, for some reason the commission didn't like 2 years declaring an official newspaper every 2 years, so they removed that.
To make it an annual instead of a biannual.
Right.
And I, in all honesty, have no idea why.
Yeah, so,
It's a
and
pain
actually.
to go through that process.
Yeah, why
Sorry.
not through it annually?
And I
2 years.
Like it's
I
gonna
forgot
change.
to include the highlight, but if you see in the first sentence of number 1, the city council shall declare, I removed the by to say annually. So I just forgot the highlight, so y'all can fire me on that one, but
Too late for that.
but anyway, they chose to go from annually to biannually down to annually.
Doesn't that make it more of a pain in the butt?
It does,
Was this a dig at the local paper?
most likely. I will tell you, in Rockport, it's more difficult than where I came from. Because Ingleside, we were close enough to Corpus, it was easy for them to get that stuff. And there was a San Patricio County paper, and there was the course that Ramses Pass / Ingleside Index. And there was 2 papers in Rockport at the time.
Yeah.
And
we
it
had
was
Herald and Pilot back in those days.
And I think we only went through it every 3 or 4 years. We didn't do it biannually. We went through it every 3 or 4 years, but it was still a pain. And we had options, and nobody but the Ingleside Index and one of the Rockport papers ever submitted. I never, as much as I tried to get Corpus, I couldn't even get them to bid. And not that I wanted them to, but
So, excuse my ignorance, but why in the world would we do anything that is intentionally more difficult on staff or anybody to administer when we literally only have one option in town?
I do know that Deidre was, your person was the one who was pushing for this. And to promote competition.
Yeah, that was the stated purpose.
Yeah, in her defense, she had been here long, she may not realize there was no.
We're in Aransas County, we have one paper.
Well, technically too, there's the high school paper.
Well, there's that. But, and who knows, maybe if I get kicked off council, I might start my own paper. But I might as well.
Is the Progress still around in Aransas?
it is.
So, I mean.
Well, last I heard it was. I haven't heard
So
no circulation in Rockport.
There's two changes in here. One goes from biannually down to annually, and the other one is I've kind of seen the trend,
Yeah, the trend
that you
is
heard earlier to not even publish in the newspapers, which is why I suggested that last last little provision in there that they can be published in the official newspaper or in accordance with state law. So if newspaper publication ever is eliminated, which is expensive. I mean, it's expensive to put it in the paper.
Put it for free on the website.
Right, then you can do it that way.
With broadband and internet's not a utility and not guaranteed for anybody, so that's.
I would say if it makes their job more difficult, I would keep it the way it is. I mean, what is easier for you guys as staff if you don't have to put more things on?
I would say keep it the same, but or in accordance with state laws, keep that.
Oh, I like that, yeah.
That has to be there.
Sorry,
'cause
thank you.
Yeah, because that's a, I mean, to me, that's a no-brainer.
But I mean, the rest of it.
I don't remember when there was a competition for that. I can remember every time, I think, in the last, how many years, 30 years, that came up, and the pilot was the only one asking for it. And he does it pretty cheaply, actually.
Oh, I'm sure.
And the other thing is you know, when it comes to the competition, more competition, newspaper has a very specific legal definition in the codes, and there are a lot of newspapers that aren't really newspapers. They don't publish as frequently as you need to in order to be considered a newspaper. So I don't think that there's going to be that much competition coming into the area.
I would like to just see the first two lines the same and
Okay.
keep the or in accordance with state law.
Yeah.
So 1205, we just changed that to reflect that there's other disabilities other than physical.
The conversation and the amount of conversation that brought up blew my mind, but anyways, I guess it's healthy to flesh that out.
Some guys scoff at the commission. That's the word she would use. I scoffed. I'm like, 2004 it was okay and now it's not. I don't know.
12.09, we removed the city manager as being the service of process to the city secretary.
Why?
To be in compliance with the CPR, the code of procedure. The blanks, I'm blanking. But anyway.
Official record
Yeah,
keeper.
no, it's exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, those black books that are in my office.
Okay, yeah, the one that say Texas law. So basically it's because Teresa has the seal and maintains all the records.
It's not necessarily the seal, it's
Well,
that
together.
she's the official record keeper of the city.
Okay.
Okay, but this is different. This has nothing to do with record keeping.
Oh, this is legal processes.
Yes, this is when you get sued, they're going to tap on the mayor's shoulder and say you've
State
been
law.
sued,
Gotcha.
and
All right.
or city or Teresa, you've been sued.
Okay.
That's the reason for
All
that.
right.
That's just that's to come in compliance with that.
Yes.
Adios, everyone. I mean, that was the end.
All right.
Why was
This is your job.
And
Hold on.
No, I'm just curious, like, why was that changed from it? I mean, I get the law, but like, assuming that happened somewhere along the way, that they decided that the secretary was the more appropriate than the mayor. I mean, not the mayor, the manager.
Well, I don't know. I mean, because the city secretary's always been the appropriate person to serve.
Well, you think about it, not all cities have a city manager,
Right.
I do believe.
Right.
Right.
All cities do have a city secretary.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, yeah, no.
So just, I guess the intention then is to bring back and forward to y'all for publication, I guess, for in advance of the public hearing of what y'all want changed in the or what y'all are approving to go to the voters, or do you want the actual ballot items provided?
I think.
You understand what I'm asking?
I think we need the changes that we made, because that's what we're gonna say, this is what's going to ballot. Unless we make any further changes, which I don't think we're going to. But if we had, not necessarily the ballot language, but this is how it's gonna be broken up on the ballot, or here's your suggestion on how to break it up on the ballot, that might be a useful tool.
Okay. I don't want people to think that that's the way it's going to be because it hasn't been voted upon by y'all, but if y'all want, I guess, what is it that you want the public to?
Because I mean, today's it's a non-action day. So the Charter Review Commission report, that's a valid existing report. I'd like to see somehow, basically a crosswalk to say, here are the results from the retreat and the discussion that's being considered, so that the public can see this is, I guess, where we're considering differences.
That's called the minutes of the meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, that would be.
Is there a way to consolidate that, though? I mean, giving them 4 pages of minutes versus these are the 3 items that we're considering that aren't the same as the Charter Commission.
I mean, Katie can do a blog.
No doubt. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out how we articulate this to the citizens.
Yes, because y'all haven't voted on this
yet.
yet. I mean, none of these have been voted on.
Really, it's our recommendations.
Right. Yeah,
Because we haven't voted on crap, except when we're gonna adjourn, which is as soon as we frickin' can.
Well, they're gonna hear it at this regular
Well,
city council,
you
that's when we can make an
started.
action, and that's when we'll hear our recommendations, and that's when we can take action on it.
So would the action be to accept the recommendation, I'm just drafting a potential, to accept the recommendation of the Charter Review Commission with the following
suggestions.
changes?
Yeah.
To the final report.
Section blah, 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 section blah, 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 and we'll have to spell that out.
I think we need to spell it out for sure, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We need to, yeah.
So I'm thinking we kind of need a draft of what that motion will look like.
Okay.
So we have some.
We need to see it like they're gonna see it, because we may have some questions about it too.
Yeah.
I want to be, people, when they go and vote on these things, and I've only seen it happen a couple of times, and I remember some questions that people had, some of them didn't understand what they were reading, because they didn't know what it was we were changing anymore, or what a city charter was. And if we can see it like they're gonna see it, it would help.
Cool.
And maybe as a side note for us, is this is how it's gonna, this is how you would recommend it be broken up once we get to ballot language, so we can start thinking ahead of the game instead of behind the game.
Well, we also have the public forum beforehand too, right before it, so that's when we can discuss it too.
Yeah.
And at some point, obviously, we're gonna need to do city council approved FAQs.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Because that'll just keep us on the same page, that's really the most important thing.
Yeah,
And it'll keep us to the facts.
absolutely.
All right. Anything else?
Thank y'all.
Motion to adjourn!
Yes, it is. It is 4:48. Adjourned.
Danielle, do you know how I got that from? JD always, as soon as he could say it, he would say it, and nobody else had a chance.
But no one seconded it.
Oh, he never got seconded.
Oh, you did. I didn't hear it. Sorry.
I was
All right.
very quiet.
There you go. All right, 4:48.